What's going on? And welcome to the top 8 of the UniVersus Round 3 Regional here in Dallas, Texas. I'm Tito, being joined by the great Sam Tate, and we are excited to bring you the action. But before we get into who made the top 8 and what kind of matches we're going to be seeing, let's take a look at what they're playing for.
Yeah, there's a lot of really wonderful prizes. This year's organized play has really kicked it up with the what we're calling the cityscape or the city skyline
Yep.
deck boxes. Love those in the sleeves. Get you a little bit of a souvenir that says you were here in 2026 in Dallas and you were a top cut member. But there's also impenetrable defense, one of the most beautiful actions from the next set in tech, and I expect to see this card in a lot of decks going forward. The good symbols looking pretty juiced.
Yes,
So
it is.
this
Yes,
one's
it
going to
is.
be very, very important. And of course, if you make it all the way to the finalist, you get the silver one and the champion gets the gold. But I would say the best prize besides the deck box, the sleeves, the promos, the Heihachi championship mat, the thing that everyone's really vying for is to become a backup in the game.
Absolutely. A way to solidify yourself in the history of this game by getting your own character card. Well, now we've seen what they're playing for. Let's take a look at what characters we are going to be watching in our top 8.
Yeah, a lot of players were battling it out all throughout the weekend, but unfortunately, only 8 remain, and quite a few of them are on Rodan. We've got 3 Rodans in the top cut, which we are going to be seeing in our feature match coming up pretty soon. We're going to have All Might versus Rodan, that first versus 8th seed, and it's not too surprising considering they're 2 of the top 3 represented characters in the breakdown, Rodan, of course, being number 1.
Yeah, I mean, I said it before we had this information yesterday that I anticipated Rodan being the most popular deck here, and it not only was it one of the most popular decks, but 3 converted to our top 8s. Next up was Anguirus. We have 1 in the finals. Do we have any in the finals? I can't remember. In the top 8, I should say.
No. We've got 2 King Ghidorahs, we've got 3 Rodans, we've got the Armored All Might. There is a Zeke Yeager Beast Titan, and then Pumat Soul is our top 8. But the Zeke Yeager Beast Titan is the biggest surprise to me.
100%.
You know, me and Barrett kind of have this running joke now, almost years old, where we don't know how they keep doing it. But I'll tell you what, if you told me a year ago that there's going to be a character with form, commit, draw 7 cards, I would not be surprised by their success. So these characters are figuring out, these players are figuring out the ratios for these characters. These backup decks are always so difficult to build for a boomer like me who has never had to juggle that many card types in the deck. And so it's very, very wonderful to see it really taking off. And then at the bottom of our character breakdown is that King Ghidorah 3-headed monster, which, you know, that was dominating the LCs, but it really struggled in the first couple regionals. I think now that we've had bans and Araz after each event, it's kind of lessened the strain at the very top of the meta, and it's finally allowing some of these really good characters that just have really specific interaction points, i.e. we're not seeing a ton of Guardian Angel of Chinatown being thrown around. So that has really opened the doorway for King Ghidorah to make it into this top cut.
Yeah, and then on the other hand, we had Pony as the 4th most represented deck. Obviously, 2 ponies converted at the last regional, and yet we have none in the top 8 today. So that is my most surprising outcome from yesterday's events. Let's take a look at our top 8.
Yeah, we've got a very, very wonderful slide here with the card errata. This is one of those erratas I was talking about that kind of lessened the burden for some of our lower performing decks that are pretty good. And that, of course, was the Reiner Braun, which was an absolute terror in Chicago with the addition of power tokens to the metagame, making that transformation much easier. On the side, you can't see, once transformed, Reiner had way too much damage and way too much control over the stage. For someone who could transform turn 2. It was never really meant to be that consistent. And speaking of consistency, Team Hero 15 took a hit. E removed. Now you have to build that foundation committed, which does slow down a lot of the aggressive decks. And I think that's why you're seeing Rodan is fine. Even Armored All Might is fine with this. But the ponies are probably the ones who really lost out in that errata compared to the more defensive decks who can afford to build something on the rival's turn, and then it comes back to your turn and it readies.
Yeah, we're going to get a chance to take a look at the deck list for all the players in our top 8. And I think you'll see that unlike the last regional where every single character who could play Team Hero was playing 4-ofs, I think the characters who are still playing it are playing them at a lower number. So not quite 4-ofs in every single deck.
Yeah, can you give us any additional insight? You obviously have a little bit more of a relationship with Ryan Levine. Can you give us any additional insight into maybe like the testing and the preparation? Because being the only Armored All Might, despite being one of the most hyped characters, one of the most popular characters to come out in the last year, and being the new toy, I was really expecting to see a lot more Armored All Might in this or in this regional.
Yeah, I think Armored All Might is actually an interesting one because I think there was some discussion in in the play groups and whether or not before he came out was he actually good,
Right.
and then Ryan from the very beginning, as soon as he saw the character, was very high on him, was very high on the good symbol. Obviously we talked earlier about how good that symbol is and only getting better.
Good.
And so first built that list and was testing that list, and honestly went through like 7 or 8 different iterations of that list leading up to this event. And then 2 nights prior to us coming out here, he sat down, tried that Earth list, and found that it was actually just way more consistent. And then changed his list between the night before day 1, the main event, and day 1, changed his list by 46 different cards.
Whoa.
And one of the impacts that of Team Hero is actually for the Armored All Might list is that battle holds the answer, right?
Right.
That coming in committed on your turn isn't a detriment because that card has Tenacious on your turn. You still use it as effect to stack. So I believe he's still running that card, and that's the kind of thing. But we have our top 8 across the board. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Ryan.
Yeah, and I've gotten a chance to watch Andrew Porat play Rodan quite a few times, and definitely in high-pressure situations. And so what you can really expect from Andrew is a lot of patience. There's a lot of players out there, they get deep into the game, and not only do you get nervous about the potential output from your opponent, you get scared of the sculpting, and eventually you see a hand and you think to yourself, it can't get any better than this.
Yep.
And yet you still have to wait. You still have to be patient, and you have to wait for the right time. Not only do you have to have the right hand, but you have to have the right board state, and to put all those pieces together takes a lot of patience, and it's very, very difficult, myself included. It's very difficult to sit there under the pressure of the bright lights when you're dealing with all the randomness of control checks, and you're worried about what your rival could potentially have and things like that. And so Andrew has done an amazing job playing these really defensive decks and really just not falling for this idea that, I have a better hand and a better stage than I've probably had all day in this entire tournament, but it needs to get better. We need to take those final percentages and really stretch them so that we know that we can win the game and we're not taking unnecessary risk. And so it can be very, very difficult, especially when playing control versus control. You really have to make sure that you're not going to slip and fall at the finish line. And so Andrew Porat has done an amazing job. Of course, he won back-to-back regionals last year. He was one of our only 2-timers in Top Cuts, along with Justin Martin here. So this is a very, very stacked top 8 overall. Zach Richards, also an amazing player, done really well at these high-level events. Gavin Cale with a lot of accolades. Nathan DeWalt, back in the day, maybe taking a break, from when it was no longer the MHA game. Nathan DeWalt took a little bit of a break, but he's back in full force. And, of course, Cole winning the team's event. So a lot of these players on heaters, a lot of these players, with many successes this year. And Jet Kaufman, I didn't mention, a retro winner. So he's been playing a lot of different formats. He's been digging into, one of the deeper ends of the pool as far as UniVersus goes, winning $400 in retro. So all of these players with many accolades. But here's our bracket, and we're, of course, I mentioned earlier, we're going to be watching Andrew Porat versus Ryan Levine, making sure you guys get that sweet Armored All Might action on screen, because I got to be honest, partner, Ryan's got a huge plate ahead of him, and I don't know if he can finish his food.
You hit the nail on the head earlier when you were talking about, especially when it comes to Andrew playing Rodan, the idea of patience. That's going to be on both sides, right? If Armored All Might has a weakness, it is that against chain blockers, he struggles a little bit. And so both of those players, are going to have to sit there, find their openings, and take advantage of those openings when they present themselves and not overextend too early on. Yes, he has a tall task. I would never count Ryan out. He's you mentioned it yesterday, came in top into this game and topped his very first regional ever. And so one of the better players in this game.
I will say in UniVersus, there's no 10-0 matchups.
Yep.
I have never seen a matchup where I believe that one player or one deck just absolutely could not win. And every single time I've been told that it's true, It doesn't happen on Sunday. Every single time someone has gone into Sunday being overly confident and thinking that they cannot lose, they of course do lose. So you cannot ever count anyone out. But we're taking a look at the deck list here. Andrew Porat rocking some of that combination salvo, being the most obvious addition to this deck from the same Challenger Series as the Armored All Might. So very, very interesting to see a huge momentum payout to go alongside the Ice Sword execution. So we expect to see those as sort of the win conditions, the game enders, excuse me, if you will. But I think the Heat Tackle is probably going to be one of the most impactful pieces in this deck.
Yeah, absolutely. And then you see things that we expect to see in a control list like this, right? Since Batra Arrives has been released, it has been in these decks just a repeatable effect on basically every single turn to cancel out. It is one of the strongest cards in the game right now, one of the strongest cards from that set. And then Andrew saying, what errata. I don't care. Still playing 4 ofs of that team hero.
Exactly. It really didn't slow the defensive decks down that much. You know, they weren't using team hero to narrowly escape death all that much. They were really just trying to assemble long-term value pieces. So not slowed down at all for team hero. But I want to talk about the 4 Genkai's Guidance. Now that is a move that a lot of even heavy control players are not fully dedicating to, but we talked a little bit about yesterday. You have to play not to lose right now.
Correct.
Decks are so good. Attacks are so good. Offenses
Correct.
are so good right now that sometimes you have to Genkai's Guidance, even if it means going down to 1 foundation, which is, of course, how Phil Birch won with Rodan in a regional last year. So maybe taking a cue from that, realizing that with all of the super hyper offenses going around, all of the queens building everything, the chain attacks with the card pool clearing, and previously the team hero even building in resources for those decks, realizing that Genkai's Guidance is going to be an absolute necessity is what sets Andrew Porat apart from your average control player.
Yeah, also, there being 4 of just shows you his mentality of being like, I am going to build a wide stage. It's going to be fine. I can afford to do this.
And now we see the same characters, same symbols, different mentality, different approach. Jet Kaufman playing only 3 of the Genkai's Guidance and only 2 of the team hero. So a much, maybe not a much smaller deck, but a smaller deck on compared to Andrew Porat. So we've trimmed a little bit of the extra copies. There's also 4 Science Bros, showing off how popular or how important that was to Andrew Porat's list. Only 3 in Jets. And I want to take a minute to talk about Megalomania, because that could be the deciding factor. If it comes down to a Rodan mirror, like the seeding would suggest, Megalomania could be huge in that matchup.
Yeah, of course, Megalomania is saying that you can steal a card in your opponent's stage. The one other card I want to talk about that we've seen played pretty consistently over the course of yesterday and then the side events is that substitute member. You know, that foundation coming out of the King of Fighters deck that just says flip, reduce, or change the speed of this attack back to 3. People using it both offensively and defensively, just been a very versatile card.
Yeah, and I think what's really crazier too is there's 3 Inventors creation, but the only keywords to really steal are tension from Heat Tackle and potentially a deadlock stun 3 on Trigrab, or I guess if you want to block with it and get a breaker 1, you can get that as well. So not a ton of keywords to really take from. So I'll be interested to see how Jet uses the Inventors creation, because I'd be very surprised if it's the mentality really is just I want 3 more tension attacks, and there's not really that many good tension attacks. But that does seem to be mostly the case. But yeah, a lot of the same Aaron Sidestep, Armor-Clad Faith, all these really powerful pieces.
The
only
4 Batras.
Yeah, only 2 optimal form is a little surprising me, but we're heavy with Supersonic, Science Bros, Batra Arrives, so there's a lot of good 3 divs to fight for that spot.
Yeah, and I'm just excited that we're seeing the same character, but a much different attack lineup, right? And so there is that diversity in this game, and everybody bringing their own little spice, even though we have such a Rodan represented top 8.
And here is probably going to be the weirdest looking deck list in our top 8. It's our one and only backup deck, Zeke Jaeger Beast Titan. Not surprised to see the Hunter's Ally. Not surprised to see the Harness Undeath, Falling Titans, Political Strife. This is all very much backup deck for the most part. However, Zeke Jaeger being able to utilize the Genghis Frog is not something that a lot of the other backup decks get to do. Very few of the backup-oriented characters have the fire symbol. Only, I think, Flock might be the only other one. So Very, very interesting stuff there. But I love to see the Driven by Retribution. Love to see the Frantic Rescue. Really, really strong pieces against a lot of these decks that want to chain together really specific combinations of cards. But on top of that, the 10 Jaegerist followers has been really, really performing for this deck. When you actually get multiples of them out, not only is guaranteeing your checks to play things like Falling Titans really, really important, but we've seen in this metagame freezing all the foundations down and even resource denial from things like Shin Godzilla. There's been multiple times where Zach has been able to use the peak the top card effect with Jaeger's follower to make really risky plays into guaranteed wins.
Yeah. I think, if I'm not mistaken, you guys had this deck on stream yesterday and were commentating, and I was standing over to the side watching it and just watching one by one him turning over to make sure that he had exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, and we had a great story as well where I got to talk incidentally to Zach and his opponent about how he never readied a foundation at the start of his turn because the deck doesn't build a lot. So for the Mitchell Chimino decks to be able to freeze everything down, he said he never readied a foundation, but his deck looks at the top card of his deck a lot. And I didn't understand what he meant because I was thinking of all the attacks, and none of the backup attacks do that. But it's the Jaegerist followers that get to peak the top. And so when he can just play a 4-diff harness, look at the top card of his deck and then echo it, and then play another one on a 5. And then all of a sudden you don't need foundations where we're going. So very, very explosive deck. Very, very unique deck. And speaking of unique, we've got Gavin Kale on this King Ghidorah 3-headed monster. This is a slim aggro deck. This is 4 of all the good stuff.
And again, I was a little bit surprised at just how many people registered this deck and the representation it had at this event. I was also pleasantly surprised when watching some of the matches we had of this deck, just seeing the success that it was able to produce, and seeing it not only be able to, obviously survive through with the head counters, also, tension being just an additional head counter for, as long as you have a momentum for King Ghidorah. A character that's really, really hard to kill, but then also has that potency to be able to get the job done.
Yeah, we're looking at the deck list here, and I think there's one card that's a mistake. There's a Wish Hard, which is completely off symbol, so I'm not sure what that's supposed to be. King Ghidorah, of course, does not discard cards, so we'll get production to fill us in on which card that is supposed to be. But the Wish Hard in the King Ghidorah deck, definitely not supposed to be there. But we will hopefully get that corrected and figure out which attack that's supposed to be. I'm trying to remember from yesterday if we got to see the whole attack lineup, because I believe that's supposed to be a throw. I think it's supposed to be either a close combat tackle or maybe a jaw jammer or something like that.
Yeah, I think close.
Or no, it's all symbols, so it couldn't be jaw jammer.
Yeah. I'm sure we'll get that figured out.
Yeah, I think we'll get. I think it's supposed to be a close combat tackle if I had to guess, but I'm not 100% sure.
And then, of course, we've got our reigning champ, the Las Vegas regional champ, the round 2 champ, Justin Martin, on that Puma deck. During day 1 of this regional, when I was on stream, my prediction was that I thought that somebody would come in, pilot this Puma deck. I was high on this Puma deck, and they would perform well. It's one of those decks that isn't the easiest to pilot. However, Justin being used to these kind of like controlling decks with the Mitchell deck that he won at the last event, I thought that he was a perfect person to pilot this list, and I'm excited to see this in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm always excited to see Pumont Soul because everyone has kind of a different take about it. We also just got word that the Inventor's Creation is not supposed to be in the Rodan deck, so I knew it seemed a little weird.
Sure.
It doesn't have Void. It has air. I'm an air pilled guy, so I'm used to playing. I play a lot of air order cards recently, so I wasn't that surprised to see it on a list. But we do see it on a list that I'm not surprised to see it on here, because stealing tension, stealing breaker, stealing a lot of different stuff from Monster versus Machine is very good. And when you get the Blood-Sucking Universe, you get the Blood-Sucking Universe to steal throw with it. It's a lot more potent. But yeah, the defense from Pumat Sol is always different. Everyone has a different approach to it. Most people lean super heavily into the breaker, playing things like timely counterattack. But it looks like just instead of going for the breaker 3, he's diversified into Gigantification Swing, which I think is really smart, because Gigantification Swing beats a lot of the things that stop breaker, because you can play the -2 check penalty before that they can interact with your block, which is very, very cool.
Yeah, also Puma having a super strong ability on defense to have your rival commit 2 foundations, basically saying, here's a breaker and a better breaker too, in the sense of these 2 are committed. I just think that Puma does the massive mutant machine shenanigans the best out of any character in the game right now.
Yeah, I would say that's probably the most surprising thing is the only assets are Massive Mutant Machine and the Dottie, which is basically 2 more copies of Massive Mutant Machine. So not looking for really any of the extra technology, just saying we are a combo deck. This is our combo.
Yes.
This is what the character is meant to do. So very, very cool stuff from Justin there. Now we have Cole, the other King Ghidorah, 3-headed monster here. Very similar list, but this time we are on the death symbol. So we're going to see the acidic sludge, which a lot of people love in King Ghidorah, stacking the deck, getting that bonus speed, by stuffing the rival's card pool. And for me personally, I'd have to play King Ghidorah on the death symbol as well because of that 4 Koenma's task, generally considered a game-winning move. It's very difficult to come back from your rival playing Koenma's task. And I'll tell you, on Friday, I was helping someone test, and I thought I had a win until they immediately ripped 7 attacks out of my deck with Koenma's task. So very, very potent stuff. Something not to be underestimated. Something King Ghidorah can activate way easier than most characters.
Yeah, I actually, and watching this list yesterday and talking about this list and thinking about this list, I actually think the star of this list is that close combat tackle, is that throw. A lot of the players aren't coming in with a ton of throw height, aren't representing the throws. And it doesn't matter that it's 0 speed when you have these combined firepowers. I mean, we saw some of these close combat tackles get up to, what, 16, 18 damage?
Yeah, they were doing 8 damage on a partial block.
Yep.
So very, very impressive stuff. Hitting those I'm with yous on combined firepower is a classic combo. And here we have Nathan DeWalt on the Void Rodan. Very, very similar to the list that we've seen before, but this time we've got only 2 Genkai's Guidance.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Only 1 Airship, 1 Knots Flash, so a much more reserved list. This is a much more traditional UniVersus list, and that makes sense because Nathan DeWalt has been doing really well since MHA 1, since the rebrand and everything like that. So very, very interesting stuff, but a lot more of the same. The biggest thing here is we are rocking the Breaker 3. We are going for the timely counterattack. So if the opponents can't deal with that Breaker 3, Nathan DeWalt is going to have a lot of stopping power.
Yeah, and of course we see some of the staple foundations that we've been seeing in a lot of these lists. The Botcher Arrives, the Armor-Clad Faith, even the Ruthless Guardian. This is what I expected out of a Rodan list. Is, obviously he brings his own spice to the list, but this is close to, as you stated, what a UniVersus list for the symbol is.
Yeah, pressured by All For One, probably going to be the biggest difference here. Nathan's going to have some late game pressure that he can really stack up by sacrificing his stage away to get that damage pump that maybe the other versions don't get. But yeah, definitely a Rodan list of all time.
All right, and then here we have Ryan Levine, which we already talked about, with that Armored All Might. Again, still running the Team Hero even after the errata, but only running it at a 2-up. And as I said before, the benefit in running it in this list is getting access to that Battle Holds the Answer. I watched him, again, as I stated, helping him play tests, seeing all these different iterations, and standing across from him, doing my darnest to chain block for him to play, Queen of the Monster, Census Ho, just continue to rebuild his stage, right? Have more and more access, being able to play more and more attacks, and then also being able to cheat in that guaranteed 6 check that he puts on top of the deck. I think that even though this is the only Armored All Might we see in the top 8, I still believe that this list has a very good shot at winning. It's also running 4 of what I think is the best foundation to come out of the Reign of Kaiju set, that Godzilla versus Biollante. Basically, that card says, my opponent cannot go into deadlock. If you do, I'm just going to win.
I would love to have a discussion about that later, because I've heard Godzilla versus Biollante is a win the game deadlock, and it's a really good one, but it's not quite under the threshold, and I think we'll get to see it, because I don't think Andrew Porat's going to be afraid to go into deadlock at all. And you will have to navigate around those Batchers, because that'll be the real answer, I believe, is it'll come down to whether or not Batcher Arrives is out. Otherwise, stuff in the card pool on every single attack could be incredibly potent. But the thing that I wanted to talk about was the Sword Get Longer in a 6-hander. Typically, we only see this in 5-handers because that's where you get the maximum build. But a 6 difficulty, 6 mid 6 that builds you 2 foundations in a character that wants to sacrifice them is pretty spicy. So I would love to see or get Ryan's thoughts maybe after the tournament on how much that one performed.
Yeah,
because that is not a card that you just put in a deck lightly and try it out.
Well,
so
he's also only running it as a singleton, and I can tell you, we were playtesting the night before the main event, and on his very first turn, he checks it and goes, "Oh no, my tech piece!"
Right,
so,
exactly. Revealing that secret spicy tech. But
yeah.
hey, maybe we'll see the Desperation 4 come into play, because a 4 difficulty 6 mid 6 is pretty solid as well. So Rodan, of course, is our top seed. So Andrew Porat will be going first, which just makes Ryan's job exponentially harder. But hopefully we'll get to see a good game. That's what I want from these players. I just want to see a good game where both decks get the opportunity to do what they want to do to get their game plans online. But that is basically Rodan's game plan, is to prevent that. So
yeah.
we,
And I think that's going to be the key. Even though Ryan listed his deck as being aggressive, I think in this situation it is going to have to be patient, measured, and the way he'll find success is by finding those openings.
yeah, traditionally a lot of the time being aggressive, getting on top of the opponent before they get established is how you beat the hyper defensive decks. But I don't know if that's really the case anymore. I think now you really need like a more combo specific kill rather than just stringing together super aggressive lines, unless you're something like a pony.
All right, Andrew going first, getting a strong, nice 4 build. Getting those Aaron side steps, getting that Mikasa defeats the female Titan, that Armor-Clad Faith, and that Supersonic Flight. There's that Battle Holds the Answer I was talking about earlier.
Okay, and then Wide Awake is going to be a great answer if we do get into that deadlock situation.
Absolutely.
Canceling one activation of Godzilla versus Biollante is not that impressive if it's not also going to seal it to prevent future activations. So that'll be very, very interesting. But a 4 build from both players. We're going to get Andrew's second turn here. And Andrew's deck a little action heavy. That might be why he's not getting the greatest build off. And we'll see how we go here, because it looks like...
Yeah, I think this is going. I think the Rodan players want to set up. I don't think Andrew is the type. Maybe throw 1 poke, but I don't think we're going to see a string here. I anticipate. I don't even know if I see many attacks in hand right now. So
yeah, you'd have to get something pretty valuable out of a poke, and just not something. Oh, double combination salvo checks here. Now we do have 2 assets coming down. So again, the foundation build is a little weird in Rodan decks. A lot of the times, the way that Rodans lose is they don't get a good build at all, because they're playing all these tech pieces, whether it's Cape, whether it's Genkai's, whether it's filled without. So it'll be interesting to see. But military airship has also just been a really powerful defensive piece, as it turns out. And here's another 3-diff. We're fighting for the 3-diff slot so much. We even checked a 3-diff to play a 3-diff. So very, very expensive lineup here, but if there's any deck that can afford it, it is Rodan.
yeah, and of course, Andrew checking this combination salvo. You saw Ryan pick it up, read it. It is one of the newest cards in the game.
Yeah, that powerful 4 is pretty scary. Pumps its own speed, gets to a big damage pretty quickly, and it recurs some attacks, which is very important.
Yep.
So
definitely a nice setup piece for when you are ready to go in and go far.
all right, so this is typically the pivotal turn for a lot of 6-hand size aggro decks, but that might not be Ryan's approach. He might not view this as an aggro deck. He might view it more as a typical mid-range, more balanced sort of a deck. So it'll be interesting to see what we can accomplish on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Ryan have success in the past with that Hawks deck where he did play it very mid-range to late game, making sure that he set up. I mean, he's no stranger to playing out, a 35, 40, 45-minute game 1. Although, here we go with the destructive heat ray to start it off.
Yep, and this one's pretty good, because even though it might not deal damage, getting these power tokens stacked up has been one of the things that Rodan players were very afraid of. One of the reasons I don't think you saw a lot of it at Chicago instead of Mothra was because Mothra is not quite as weak to the power tokens as long as you have the E-commit ready to go. But now that Titan of Terror is not out there generating 1 million power tokens every game, switching back to the Rodan has been the move for a lot of these control players. So we do see the easy block coming down. Destructive Heat Ray, realistically, probably was never going to deal damage. I think its job was to flip that Botons and get those power tokens.
I think he flipped the Armor-Clad Faith, and I think that was the...
Oh, he did. I'm sorry.
I think that was the intention. I think he values not just the token generation. That's not why that card is in this deck, I believe. I think it's mostly in there as a, control piece on offense to just flip down. a foundation that you were concerned about later.
Yeah, getting that staging area control. Sorry, that's what we used to call it. It's not really called the staging area anymore. The stage.
Yeah.
Getting that stage control is super important. I've talked about it a lot. Pretty much any successful deck in UniVersus has a way to interact with the rival's stage, and you can typically tell which symbols are powerful in UniVersus by how easily they can access ways to interrupt the rival's stage. So destructive heat ray being one of the best newest ones.
Yeah, and of course we've got that tri-gravity beam coming out right now.
Yeah, tri-gravity opener, not what you typically see. So I think Andrew just wants to. Oh, we're popping the supersonic here. I was gonna say I think he just wants to enter an enhanced step and maybe get some card flow going, maybe get some different options out of his hand. But it looks like we are going to be testing All Might's defense here, seeing if he's playing honest. Maybe we can just force this one through with double supersonic. Yeah, now we see the Rodan commit. He's going to look at the top two. Essentially, he's looking for which of the two cards on top of his deck that he wants to draw once he activates the supersonic, or once he activates Rodan and then draws off supersonic. So we're going to get the foundation that we wanted off the top, and now we know that we're checking a 5. And this is now a 10 high for 10.
Mm-hmm. And with no speed resets on Ryan's side, this is going to be pretty difficult to block with anything higher than a 1 high block.
Yep. Now we are going to get to activate the team hero, but that moment of normalcy will come in committed. Do we have any way to ready it? No refreshing blend combo here.
Well, the beauty of the moment of normalcy and even building it now is that it will ready on his turn. When you're going up against a deck like Rodan that has that speed manipulation, that speed reduction, there are opportunities where if you do have a slight opening, you know, it makes it that much easier to get over the top by resetting that speed.
Yep, and now we're going to see the 10 damage come down, chunking a third of All Might's health away, getting Andrew that momentum, which we talked about, combination salvo and Ice Sword execution being very, very potent ways to cash out momentum. So we'll see if there's a follow-up, but I don't assume so. Yeah. I assume that we have done our job, and
did a great job too, getting 10 damage in on that. Of course, Ryan choosing to use the All Might response to build in a Hercules Red Riot.
Yep, and that's, you know, I try to tell a lot of my newer players all the time, if you deal damage with your first attack, you are so much more incentivized to just take the money and run.
Yes. Yep.
Take what you got essentially for free. Obviously, we had to sack a foundation and things like that, but we did replace it via drawing a card and things like that. So take what you can get. Don't overextend. Don't take any more risk. And I'm not even sure if Andrew had another attack, but that was a well thought out, well planned poke, you know, understanding where the resources are, because if Ryan did want to attempt to block that and potentially commit all the way out, it could have spelled disaster.
Yeah. I think Ryan's going to open up with this Hunter's Ally.
Ooh, and unfortunately checking a 3, but Battle Hold's answer makes that not too big of a deal. Committing a card that it will become a 6-check later can effectively feel like a refund, especially if we do want to chain together a Queen of the Monsters after this. But we are going to get that Mondo Gecko. Ooh, is that a top 4 or a top 8 Mondo Gecko?
I believe it's a top 8.
That is a nice looking Mondo Gecko. I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Yeah, I love the top cut Mondo Geckos. I've got a couple top 16s that I got off of off of somebody. I value this backup quite a bit, actually. When this backup first came out, I thought it was fine, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But lately, both the offensive and defensive capabilities of it, I think that this backup is one of the most undervalued backup in the game right now.
I love Mondo Gecko, do not get me wrong, but I have spent way too much time in air symbol mirrors and void symbol matchups where we are just animus shotting our Mondo Geckos.
Yes.
So, or the other option is both players get a Mondo Gecko out and we just handshake to never activate it.
Correct.
So my bias on Mondo Gecko is purely from personal experience that I started to take it out of my deck because I got tired of animus shot hitting it. But
all right, it looks like this one did hit for 7 damage.
Yeah, that's probably the most surprising thing of all, is that Andrew Porat's going to take that damage, but he probably recognizes that there's a few more potent high attacks that could potentially be coming through. And, you know, like we talked about that patience, he doesn't have to necessarily respond to this attack while we're at full health. However, we did just also take a third of our health on the opening attack. So both of these decks with some very potent offenses, threatening the rival very early on.
All right, of course, it's Electric Moth coming in to, help Cycle find more attacks or maybe find more foundations. It did seem like Ryan's hand was pretty attack heavy. I know I saw Queen of the Monsters in there.
Yeah, and I believe that's a Fateful Decision getting activated. So potentially a Breaker 1 being added to this block. And it will be a partial, it looks like.
He does have the Mikasa defeats the female Titan on his stage, so if he chooses, this will do no damage.
Yep, there's the Breaker 1. It looks like we're thinking about activating the Mikasa.
All right.
And this one will deal no damage. So luckily in Top Cuts, Andrew Porat knowing whether or not he has to worry about throws coming out of Ryan's deck. So probably not the hardest decision to make, but typically you want to save Mikasa defeats for really, really high damage throws. But Students of Tung Fu Ru coming down. This is one of my favorite cards from the KOF Challenger Series decks, if only because it's so unassuming. It's a neat little unique that doesn't necessarily seem like it should be a 2-diff as far as like players who started playing with MHA, they're used to their +1/-1 sacrifice of foundation being in that 1-diff slot, but the once per turn to gain a health really does add up over these long games. So even though All Might took 10 damage early on turn 2, if this game goes 10 more turns, he could get that all back.
Yeah, at this point they've both taken equivalent of a third of their health, right? So we are basically at the start of the match though, even in health percentages.
Yeah, a very good build out from Ryan here. However, both players on the precipice of deadlock, so it'll be interesting to see if we can get that Godzilla versus Biollante in stage, because Andrew doesn't have a Batra arrives yet. So that would be a completely active deadlock, and I do think it would be one of those win the game scenarios if you can freely activate it.
Yeah.
Even though Rodan is so good at chain blocking, if we get 2 Godzilla versus Biollante out, that might not be enough to keep up.
Yeah, I do wonder if he's got one in this card right now, if there's a consideration for Team Hero to go ahead and build that in on this turn, and basically telling him, if you want to build into deadlock further, like if you want to build into deadlock this turn, this is what you're gonna have to deal with.
Yeah, Godzilla versus Biollante, probably the biggest deadlock threat in the deck, so that would be the main concern, but you definitely have to play a card here.
Yes.
And I don't know if Andrew has attacks that he wants to throw out, but that could be a mistake.
Yeah, I think this is the smart call. I'm just going in, not letting him get, like as I said, anything that you're concerned about off that Team Hero on his turn, forcing him to use it, or on your own turn, forcing him to use it on his turn will come in committed.
Yep, and now the Aaron side steps are coming down, so we're going to have 3 of those in the stage. When you completely block an attack, you will get to draw a card and a Team Hero of his own. So Batra will be arriving very soon, I have to assume.
And then another Armorclad Faith. We got rid of the one earlier, but here it is again.
Yeah, and this is really the crux of the issue. When you talk about Rodan compared to any other defensive deck, I really truly believe the difference is card advantage.
Yeah.
The ability to remove King Ghidorah Unleashed, the ability to remove Supersonic Flight just adds to what this character can do. And then not a ton of characters get to play things like Botan's coaching and Aaron's sidestep and activate Science Bros. So really Rodan just has everything going for him. And then we also see I always want to call it Malicious Assault. It's Battle for Dominance.
Yeah.
The remove a card from the card pool. So clearing our progressive and drawing a card defensively. These are all things that Rodan does better than most.
All right, we see another Destructive Heat Ray come out.
Yep, this time we're going to be able to flip a 3-diff if we'd like. But we're going to flip the Scales of Juno, maybe telegraphing here a Queen of the Monster play follow-up. Scales of Juno, of course, has that response flip, cancel an ability that would cause a card to leave your rival's card pool. Queen of the Monsters, of course, it's what it does best. Building a card from your card pool to your stage would cause the card to leave, so Scales of Juno getting flipped makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, and it does appear that Ryan has a very attack-heavy hand right now.
Okay, so we're going for the incubating over the Batra. So not seeing anything that Andrew really cares about canceling at the moment. Not really worried about anything being repeatedly used, like that Students of Tung Fu, and also potentially recognizing that we still have that wide awake. So wide awake meaning that all you will get is that cancel effect.
Right.
So repeatable enhances will still be able to be used throughout the turn, and soon we'll have that incubating online, which I talked about being a huge part of that card advantage with King Ghidorah Unleashed with Supersonic Flight.
Again, currently on Andrew's side of the stage, a super wide stage, a ton of speed reduction on those 3 Aaron side steps, not to mention the effect of Rodan itself. Of course, having that cape and overturn. Ryan's hand being as attack heavy as it is, I do wonder how far he pushes this.
Yeah, this could be one of those turns I was talking about where you look at your hand and you think, wow, I've got 6 attacks.
Yeah.
Does it get any better than this? And unfortunately it can. Unfortunately the hard choices are typically when things look too good to be true, and that can often be the case against these void decks. But it looks like we're actually going to be spending the momentum here to build in a foundation.
And it is that Godzilla versus Biollante that I mentioned earlier. So that effect is going to be
all right. Let's see if we win the game. It might not be this turn because we built it on the second attack, but this is definitely going to be something that Andrew Porrett has to really think about throughout the rest of the game.
Yeah.
We get the battle for dominance, so to clear this first one. However, that's only 1 activation on the flip, whereas Godzilla versus Biollante is repeatable on every single enhance.
I wonder if there's any consideration for a, like, I guess at this point it's already happened as that first enhance, so there's no reason to cape and overturn this one because that effect has already happened. But I wonder if the cape comes out on the next one to kind of just, or if Ryan just says every single first enhance is going to be pressing that button.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that's going to be his first enhance every time. Almost no reason not to do it.
Right.
I also feel like Andrew would definitely be saving the cape for an attack that he specifically can't block, not just to prevent like a tempo play, but tempo cape is a very strong consideration, and a lot of games are win and lost by choosing not to do it.
That Aaron Science up coming out for that -2 speed, and of course, if it's fully blocked, which it will be here with that Team Hero, Andrew will get to draw another card.
All right, round 1, fight.
I mean, this is just what we were talking about earlier, right? Is Andrew's already got his wide stage established. He is able to just chain block over and over again, which is something that Armored All Might, can struggle with. And we see Ryan saying, I hope you have to have more highs, and throwing out the Electric Moth once again.
Yeah, Ryan's stage still very healthy here, and this Electric Moth is going to be discard 1, draw 3. So when we're talking about trying to fuel up the gas tank, draw 3 cards feels pretty good, and we're discarding a Mondo Gecko that would be a little redundant anyway. So this is looking to be a very powerful turn. However, we still have to get through Military Airship, Cape of No Return, Aaron Sidestep, 2 potential Botan Straws, and Armorclad Faith is going to shut down any sort of keyword style offense. But it looks like we did not do we did the Electric Moth first. So not the Godzilla versus Biollante deadlock, but it's not going to matter because, again, I don't think the tempo cape is really the call here.
Yeah.
It's really that break glass in case of emergency button.
And yeah, you mentioned all these pieces that Andrew has on his side of the stage. At some point, you have to get through them if you're Ryan, right?
Right.
So going now, trying to get there, even if it doesn't result in the win on this turn, at least it gets you set up for a future turn.
Yeah, that is an underrated play style. I think players got really comfortable in the Vast Hybrid Chimera Kraken era where they got very comfortable not playing through the board and just answering everything that the rival does. And Ryan is basically stacking more and more stats via card pool clogging.
Yeah.
And he's attempting to just play through the board. Of course, the Destructive Heat Ray does give him a little bit of agency over what the rival has and doesn't have. But it looks like, for the most part, we are just trying to plow through these resources. And the more of these foundations that get flipped face down in Andrew Porrat's stage, the better chance Ryan's gonna have on later turns.
And I talked about this in our round 1 yesterday. The good thing about Armored All Might is he just puts stats on these attacks and wears them so well. So all of these attacks that are coming at Andrew will be for close to, if not his half his health or more.
Yeah, I mean, 14 could easily be done with a single attack in this deck, and it's certainly, I think 7 is like the lowest damage Ryan is really going to present. So 3 attacks is all it's going to take to kill the Rodan in this deck, and we've already hit him with 1. Double team hero block, though, is really solid, and that's going to cause Ryan to reevaluate where we're going. This is perfect. This is a great example of looking at a hand and thinking, does it get better than this? And Ryan understands that it does. We got through some resources, the battle for dominance being one of the ways to kind of fight back against the Godzilla versus Biollante deadlock, and now that's out of the way. So Andrew doesn't have too much of an answer for that Godzilla versus Biollante deadlock. He doesn't have a lot of ways to sacrifice foundations, and he's going to need multiple Batra arrives, not only to fight through the multiple Godzilla versus Biollantes, but also the Wide Awake, protecting them from being sealed.
Yeah, Ryan now having 2 of those Godzilla versus Biollantes on his side. And then, of course, Dumbfounded, which we've seen throughout the weekend, just helping have a wider, more consistent build.
Yeah, if only he could have 2 Mondo Geckos. If he could have 2 Mondo Geckos, I'd feel a lot better about his chances. Getting double the speed pump. But yeah, at some point, you know, Rodan is not a deck that you can really just wear out the hand. It draws too many cards. It gets selective draw a little too much. So stacking up these ways to essentially add extra speed, you know, scaling speed with the deadlock is going to be really important. Now Andrew has a different economic evaluation here as far as how valuable is each of these attacks, and looks like we're gonna start with that Tri-Gravity Beam. Is Ryan in deadlock?
Ryan is in deadlock. Ryan is at 12 foundations. Again, this is one of those cards that you mentioned earlier, usually not used as an opener, but because of the deadlock situation and not having deadlock stun
3. Yeah, deadlock stun 3, very similar in the Godzilla versus Biollante, where I would say it's 90% of a deadlock win the game, but I've just seen too many really broken deadlock effects to put him in the upper echelon. But deadlock stun 3 is definitely something that has bamboozled quite a few players in the past, and it's really unexpected. You really don't see it activated that much because the other ability is, you know, so game winning on its own before you get to deadlock.
All right, Ryan using the other enhance on Godzilla vs. Biollante to draw a card. Of course, that one says you can clear face down from your card pool. However, that's not a cost, so you can always just turn it sideways to draw a card.
The real question is how many players who play Tri-Gravity remember it has deadlock stun 3? Because we have not snapped that off yet.
Yeah, correct. He has not pressed the button.
These are the tense moments.
Unless I missed... What was this face down that he flipped? Did he have something to remove the stun 3?
Oh, he might have he had his own armor clad.
That's what it was. Yes.
He might have had his own armor clad Faith. At least that's the only Earth card that comes to mind.
Yes. I think he did. I think he did.
Yeah, a lot of UniVersus action happening pretty quickly here.
Yeah, and he full blocks. With that tech piece, the sword to get longer that we talked about earlier.
All right, King Ghidorah Unleashed. This is a free attack, essentially. We were able to remove it from our discard pile, play it from the remove from game pile.
All right, Andrew using the military airship to pick up that Tri-Gravity Beam. Which, of course, is probably the perfect way to kind of play out that turn. You know your opponent isn't deadlock. You know he has that Armor Faith. You know that he can, erase that deadlock stun. Being able to lead up with it, force out that Armor-Clad Faith, and then potentially play it later when you actually meet the condition for its other effect. Super smart, super heads-up play.
Yeah, this is starting to look really inky for Ryan here, because he's not necessarily in a bad position, but it looks like it could become a bad position with one more stun 3. So
well, Ryan actually using, I think, Armored All Might's effect and using the students, or maybe he used Students of Tung Fu on the last turn and we missed it, and using it this time. Of course, sacrificing 1 foundation to give this attack -1 speed. He is back out of deadlock now, I believe.
Well, he was at 12 before, right?
Yes, I think he used it on the last attack, used it on this attack. So
we've had 2 attacks, right?
Yes,
yeah.
Yes.
Sorry, I was looking at the updated results. We've got Nathan DeWalt actually coming from the lower seed, winning the Rodan Mirror against Jet Kaufman. So I overheard Nate saying that he got to win game 1 going second, which is an absolutely huge tempo swing. And when it comes to those Rodan mirrors, one of the things I love about control mirrors is they're typically faster than aggro mirrors. Typically, one deck just builds a bunch more than the other, and then you get to bully the other deck because you know pretty much what they're doing.
Yes.
And as long as you're in the better position, those games end up being faster than especially with the lower health totals. You only have to deal the 21. But now, instead of seeing the Trigrav, we do see the Ice Sword execution, because like you said, we smartly got out of deadlock, which is what Ryan was counting. So we don't have the stun 3, but we are probably going to see the Trigrav come in and rip a card out of Ryan's hand. So even if Andrew doesn't win on this turn, that'll slow down Ryan's offense for next turn, which is one of the main reasons that Trigrav is so good in these control decks.
Yes, absolutely. And of course, turning that Moment of Normalcy sideways. And I believe Andrew does have 1 momentum, so if he wanted to, he could pump this up and give and freeze that Moment of Normalcy.
Yeah, I'm so curious what the rest of Andrew's hand is, because this is one of those hands where it could very easily win the game here, or it could very much be that we are on a road to nowhere.
I believe we know that he has that Tri-Gravity Beam that he picked back up earlier, and I believe he also has the Combination Salvo, that new attack from...
he's got the Combination Salvo. Yes. I gotta believe he's got it locked up here. We did not see a Filled Without or any kind of really, really potent hand trap from Ryan's deck, so it's not looking great if you're an All Might fan.
Okay, Armored All Might, Ryan down to 7 health. Here comes that Combination Salvo we were just talking about. Of course, he does have, more than 5. He has 5. He meets the condition for 5 or more cards in his remove pile. That attack is going to get 3 speed.
Yeah, Combination Salvo over the Trigrav. Andrew Porrat, not one to mess around. He said, I know where my bread is buttered.
It's currently an 8 high for 12.
Yeah, this one is almost lethal on a partial. We're going to get the Science Bros trigger here, and I believe we can incubate 1 more. Oh, he's just... Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
He showed him I've got the double follow-up. He knows about 1 Trigrav. He's got 2 more. He's like, even if you somehow commit out to block this, there's absolutely no shot you're going to stop these Trigravs. And that's about what we expected from the game where Rodan goes first.
Yes.
However, Armored All Might is incredibly potent on turn 2 offense. If he gets a good solid build going first, I could easily see this going to a game 3, because we saw Ryan had the stats to get in there. We saw Ryan has the technology to get in there. It's just one turn too late. I really feel like if it went back to Ryan with the double Godzilla versus Biollante in stage and no Batra and no way to interact with him, I got to feel like it was going to be a deadlock wins me the game sort of situation. But Andrew recognized that pressure, recognized now was the turn to pop off, and truly his hand was stacked.
His hand was stacked, yes.
He had everything he could possibly want, from the deadlock stun to open, from the military airship to recycle that, and then, of course, the combination salvo with the ISO execution being two insanely potent pieces together. I mean, was there an attack that you'd rather have at all throughout that turn? I don't think so.
No, I think it was the perfect hand to draw at that moment, especially with your stage as wide as it is, knowing that all of them are guaranteed.
Yeah, even the free King Ghidorah Unleashed just there to kind of get a feeler out to see if this is the turn to go in, and of course it was. So Andrew Porat playing that pretty much perfectly, and I don't think Ryan really made any mistakes.
Right.
I don't think I would have done anything different myself. So going into the sideboards now, is there anything that is very Rodan specific here?
I mean, we do have that filled without in the sideboard, which is something that we mentioned earlier, not seeing it.
Yeah. It looks like he's passing up the filled without. And I don't know how much filled without does buy me in this matchup. Typically filled without is really good at stopping those macro plays, things like Queen of the Monsters. But it's also good at stopping the powerful moves, you know, preventing attacks from buffing themselves super duper high. So it'll be interesting to see. I like filled without when I'm playing damage reduction, because then I don't have to also block the attack. And so Rodan making the attack really fast means that filled without does lose a little bit of value, I think, or isn't typically what you want to see. But I could easily see after that game wanting the filled without to prevent the tri-grabs, to prevent the ice swords, to prevent the powerful fours of the world.
Yeah, I mean, I think going first this time, I think getting a wide build and being able to turn two has probably the highest success rate that Ryan could potentially ask for, and it's probably what he's looking for. I think the sideboard is, and he already got that potential in his main deck. I think the sideboard is, if that plan doesn't come to fruition, how do I deal with exactly what happened, you know, playing the long game.
Yeah, but getting the sideboard situated here, going to get a good shuffle going. Now we're going to see game two.
I mean, as you stated, I think that last match shows exactly what we were talking about earlier, where this Rodan, especially Andrew in particular, is just going to go wide. He's going to be patient, you know, not overextend. I mean, every single time it got passed over to Ryan's turn, Andrew still had 85% of his stage up and ready.
Right. Yeah, again, I really feel like the margins were really slim there. If Andrew didn't win, he was going to be in a pretty big pickle the next turn. So I do think this Armored All Might deck has the potential. He's never gone into a fight expecting to lose. So this, I don't expect this to be any different.
Yeah. Again, we are in 90-minute rounds, so there's still 57 minutes left in the round, so plenty of time.
Getting a little bit of a shuffling ASMR. That's what we really need. We really need the tables mic'd up, not so we can hear the players, but so we can hear the flicking of the cards and the shuffling.
Sure. I was just thinking I would love to know what they're talking about right now, what they're discussing.
That's low key. If there was ever like a I don't know what you call it, like a behind the scenes or like an extended cut of a regional.
Yeah.
Having the table talk would be pretty cool. However, I know a lot of these players and you can't trust them. You can't trust the sailor mouths, so they'd have to be heavily edited because a lot of these players will not abide by the idea that they're on the microphone. But at the same time, the table talk is definitely something a lot of people have have yearned for. And really, that might be a space where UniVersus is lacking in the content field. I know Trading Post has done a lot of really nice videos, with people playing actually face to face across from each other, and you get to hear the whole game be played out. But yeah, we're finally done shuffling. We're going into the opening hands, looking for mulligans. Ryan's gonna mulligan.
Yeah,
I think he drew into a 3 build.
I think he drew into a 3 build, and one of them being an asset. And I think his last hand was also a 3 build, one of them being an asset or a backup. And so, unfortunately, doesn't quite fit into what our what we expect to be the game plan of trying to get in there as fast as possible.
Yeah, those turn 1 builds, they really set the pace for the rest of the game, especially in a matchup where getting some poke damage in, getting a momentum turn 2 can be a huge deciding factor, because we saw with Porat there, he got that momentum on turn 2 with a big heavy poke and then converted it into essentially the lethal damage or the lethal threat, that would allow him to win. So getting
Andrew, what I think with brand new sleeves after presenting his deck for the cut, moved the deck back over and it just spilled over. Yeah.
That that happened to me. I found out that the way I shuffle accidentally marks the sleeves, but luckily it was all of my sleeves, so the judges knew that it wasn't me cheating, and I had just bought brand new sleeves, so they made me re-sleeve the deck, and then I'm sitting there with brand new sleeves. So all day I was shuffling brand new sleeves, and they were slipping, and then for day 2 they made me get brand new sleeves again. So that was was rough.
All your opponents in all future retro events now, after hearing that, are gonna make sure to double check your sleeves.
They should. You really should. I didn't know it was the way that I shuffled. The corner hits the back of the sleeve, and it's actually more common than I thought.
Ryan needing a little assistance from I think it's Barrett over there because of how slippery these sleeves are.
That's what I'm saying. I think we even had a player in Top Cut today who, they had to re-sleeve their deck just because of the way they shuffle. So. Gotta figure out a new method, because the mass shuffle was nicking the back of the sleeves. So, but again, if it's all uniform on every sleeve, it's just a shuffling problem. So,
all right, as we stated earlier, Ryan getting that 3 build, one of them being the asset, being that team hero, which 2.5 weeks ago, not the worst thing ever. It would be an actual 3 build.
I mean, a Hunter's Ally could turn this around pretty quick, right?
Yeah, sure.
Get a Mondo Gecko into the stage.
And again, if you're gonna have a small stage like that, one of them being that battle holds the answer, is a good one to have. Being able to guarantee that 6 check. I don't anticipate Ryan going too deep on a string on that stage, but sometimes you draw nothing but gas and have to put your foot to the pedal.
Yeah.
All right, we see that code edits coming from the sideboard on the side of Andrew. With Batra Rise, what we expect.
Yeah. Batra being in this stage is very different from game 1. Big difference in the contour of the game. Going to attempt this one on 6 because we can commit Rodan. Seeing the priority of the code edits and the incubating makes a lot of sense.
Yes.
Not wanting to risk the moment of normalcy, going for the guaranteed 1 div. Love the decision making here. You can see Porat trying to keep the relevant cards in the discard pile set aside there, and also not knock over his deck.
Yeah.
I can't stand the new sleeves. I almost always try to bring old, mucked up sleeves, but having to shuffle brand new sleeves would be so nerve-wracking for me in a Top Cut environment.
Oh, playing the Destructive Heat Ray checks that battle holds the answer, which of course is a 6 check.
Yeah, now which one are we going to flip? It's got to be incubating, right?
I mean, yeah.
We saw the priority on it.
You just don't want, the fact that it is just consistent, repeatable.
We might actually be flipping the code edits to protect the incubating. My incubating or destructive heat ray managed to flip a 3 div without even using a power token, without needing a single power token. When your 3 diff protects your 1 diff, that's more important, is pretty crazy. But here we are.
And of course, Andrew bringing that in from the sideboard, seeing the destructive heat rays come out, multiple times on the side of Ryan in that last game. that incubating that we tried to flip going to work. On a 5, checks a 5.
Ooh, unfortunate.
I wonder if his hand is still too aggressive, and we have to place Electric Moth just to be able to draw some foundations.
It has to be, because there's no reason to play this
Correct.
into a breaker, right?
Yep.
The risk is so high, and going from a game 1 that felt so close, even when you went second, to now where we're at on this game, gotta be a little heartbreaking, because this looks much worse than game 1 for Ryan. However, we can still stack a 6 on top if we need to play another 4 diff, but we know this one's going to get blocked, and Rodan's not the most aggressive deck, so this could be a moment where Ryan isn't necessarily punished for this, but he wanted to play a lot more cards that turn.
Yeah, and then popping that Team Hero to build in that Weapon Clash.
So now we have Rodan's turn 2. Last game, we had a supersonic flight and we dealt 10 damage, but we were going first, and now we don't have a supersonic flight. So I'll be very interested to see if Porat tries to get a little bit of damage in now while Ryan is relatively defenseless. I shouldn't say defenseless, because there is the Armorclad Faith, and there are some pretty good block mods. But we are going to send out the King Ghidorah Unleashed. Give it the 3 speed. Seven high for 4. Not exactly the biggest threat in the world, but this is almost certainly, there's a very good chance that this is the only attack that gets played this turn.
Yeah.
So attempting to block it would be pretty beneficial if we can.
And as you stated, I mean, this is, Armored All Might is currently in a vulnerable spot with most of his stage being turned sideways, getting in some poke. 32 health, while in the grand scheme of our game, is not a lot, but it's not nothing. Right. And so just being able to get some of that chip in, whittle away a little bit, I believe there's value in that.
Yeah. Porat reducing the speed of his own King Ghidorah Unleashed for the express purpose of playing another King Ghidorah Unleashed off of that incubating. So he's deciding he wants to get a little bit of damage in when it's relatively free. Gonna remove for 3 speed here again.
Yeah, and
or
then
2 speed this time, sorry.
And then of course both of these hit. Even though they're 4 damage apiece, that's 8 damage. That's a fourth of Armored All Might's health.
And more importantly, it could be momentum, right?
We saw the Ice Sword executions in there.
Now,
and we saw the combination salvo.
Yeah, for the King Ghidorah Unleashed, if it leaves your card pool, you do have to remove it. So at the end of the turn, you won't get to add this one to momentum, but we will get one from the first one.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify that. I don't think we can't get the momentum
second one, but we will get the
one
momentum. Yes.
Right, Pale Rider coming in as a block, functioning as just an extra review here.
All right. Armored All Might down to 24 health now. I have to imagine we just get it built out now. Yeah, the Bachelor arrives.
Yep, just getting us down to a much more manageable health total. 24, a lot easier to deal than 32. And this is what I was talking about earlier. Rodan not exactly punishing Ryan for committing out and for checking bad, but again, can't feel great for where Ryan's at. I think he would have really rather built a lot more foundations.
Yeah, absolutely.
Getting up to, ahead of Rodan. Because right now it doesn't really look like Ryan went first.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. It looks, at the end of this turn, it's going to look like Andrew went first just from the staging areas and from the health totals. So.
All right. Andrew building in that Battle for Dominance. Now a Supersonic Flight. Yep. Failing that one.
Checks a 4, chooses to fail, which is a good problem because having Supersonic Flight on the top of your discard pile as Rodan feels pretty good.
Yeah.
A lot of times we'll even intentionally fail that one.
And then, interesting enough, seeing how important military airship was for Andrew last turn, being able to pick that attack back up and kind of guarantee his kill string, choosing not to build it, kind of valuing that high block, I think, against something like Queen of the Monsters.
Yeah, yeah, recognizing that a lot of these attacks are the high zone.
Well, it's not high zone. This destructive heat ray.
Yeah, destructive heat ray is going to come in. We're going to flip that incubating, but -4 speed and draw card feels pretty good. And it looks like we're going to add breaker to our first block of the turn, forcing Ryan to continue checking bad essentially, and double breaker. So breaker one, effectively a breaker 2. And now playing a queen does not look very, very possible.
All right, breaker on a 3, checks the 3 after that breaker 2.
Yep, wide awake, maybe fighting back against one of the Badger arrives, but getting the airship down could be huge for later. And this is the build.
Yes, this is exactly what Ryan wanted, what he needed. Is it too little, too late? I mean, but this is what we expected.
Yeah, this is what Ryan wanted. Turn 1 and turn 2 for sure. Yeah. Finally getting that stage up to snuff, but one thing I don't think we've seen is I don't think we've seen him sacrificing the foundations to get the extra All Might build. If he's even been, activating the All Might,
for the extra draw,
the All Might draw. Although I don't think we've really seen too much of the activate on the build either.
Yeah, I think we saw it one time in the last game where he built in that Hercules Red Riot.
Yeah. Yeah, not a ton of armored foundations to really pull from. So,
let me ask you something. What are your thoughts on Dumbfounded?
I was not a believer at first. I'll be honest. I saw it and I knew that it was going to have its spot in like certain decks, but the more I see it, the more it does feel like it's very general use.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to be like a little more hyper specific, if only because we were getting to a point in the metagame where playing zeros that have no text didn't feel that great.
Right.
But I really underestimated how potent the ignoring progressive difficulty could be on not only turn 1, but also just on turns where you get card pull stuffed or you get breakered or you end up having to play cards basically out of order.
Yep.
I also got to play it in 8-hand size Mothra, and that card is broken in 8-handers. That card is absolutely busted when you can build 7 turn 1. So
yeah, I think I was the same exact way. Didn't value it that highly. And
it doesn't click till you play it.
And now, or until you sit across from it. Now I sit across from it, and I'm like, I hate this card.
Yeah. Yeah, like I thought it was going to be hyper specific 60 card, like aggro decks only. I've now seen it in other stuff, but it is still like better in multiples. But we got the Tri-Gravity opener coming out. Not in deadlock just yet.
All right, Andrew looking at the top 2 cards in his deck. The only other attack I saw in Andrew's hand is a combination salvo. So I do think you would rather open. Oh no, looks like he's a lie. He's got Ice Sword Execution in there as well.
Yeah, still a little interesting to open with the Tri-Grav with double Tri-Grav here. Okay.
Again, playing the second Tri-Grav still doesn't trigger its effect to rip a card out of Ryan's hand.
Yeah, Ryan choosing to block the first Tri-Grav, recognizing it as maybe a little momentum feeler, a little poke like that. But now we've got the damage from the second Tri-Grav coming in. We're going to build that Red Riot, Hercules Red Riot.
Yep.
And now, do we have a third Tri-Grav? Now we could maybe activate the juicy part of it. $17, not unapproachable with 1 momentum and combination salvo. However, very difficult.
All right,
very high difficulty.
Choosing instead to just build out, get that military airship that we saw in his hand earlier. That scales with Juno.
Yeah, and I think now with 2 momentum and a military airship next turn, we're essentially in the reverse position from last game where Ryan's got to recognize the threat that he's under.
Yep.
Similar to Andrew from game 1 where the double deadlock was out. And this is going to be an essential turn. This is going to be a very pivotal turn in this matchup. And it looks like Ryan's got some heat.
Yep. We've got that Hunter's Ally coming out. Checks the 3. Not the biggest deal in the world. We still have that Battle Holds the Answer, which I was gonna say is why isn't he committing that? But he committed that. So of course that has a tenacious effect on your turn. You can stack that on top of your deck. Guaranteed 6 check. And this Hunter's Ally that we've just seen across the weekend in many, many decks. Being able to tutor in an ally card.
Yep, and we are going to get Cammy, the Covert Chameleon. Not quite as good in the long strings as Mondo Gecko. I like to get the repeated speed over and over, but against Rodan, I don't think that's the call. I think Cammy to flip a piece permanently
Correct.
is much better than trying to fight Rodan on the speed. I tell people all the time, it's enticing and it makes sense to try and like invest resources to get the speed back, but if you're only going to get the speed back to like 2 or maybe 3, you really don't want to fight back on that. So yeah, choosing to flip a Scales of Juno makes perfect sense here for this deck.
Yeah, you have to imagine he's setting up for, you know, those Queen of the Monster string.
Yes.
And getting that Scales of Juno out of the way right now is exactly why he led with his Hunter Ally and grabbed that Cammy.
Yeah, Ryan has the potential to do probably the most powerful offensive play I've seen since Reign of Kaiju dropped, which is Queen of the Monsters, build an attack down, and then use military airship on the 3rd attack to pick up the Queen.
And we see it happen right now. Here's the Queen of the Monsters. And then, of course, Andrew did take that last hit, so Renan is down to 14 health.
Yep. And now Ryan just needs a good old-fashioned Queen train.
Yeah, I mean, as the when we showed up this matchup and we had the listed and the attributes of each of these decks, this was listed. Ryan did describe this deck as a combo deck. You're seeing it happen right now.
All right, too high for 10. Not difficult to block, but it feels like you must. Batra canceling, I believe, Students of Tongue. No, what did we? The only thing I can think of that we activated was Students of Tongue. Oh, he tried to activate Battle Holds the Answer and he canceled it, attempting to seal it, but then Wide Awake got sealed instead. But we're not activating the second Batra, which could cancel and seal Battle Holds the Answer. I guess he's going to make him play it again. He's going to make him play the Enhance on a different attack. So I did not see a Foundation get sacrificed, and I believe the normalcy was the check. So, all right, here comes Census Who. This has been a very unassuming all-star for a lot of decks. I don't think people were as hyped on this card as they should have been until it started getting played and started seeing Queen get revealed.
Yes.
Once Queen of the Monsters got revealed, that's when Census Who really picked up steam. But this was one of my favorite attacks previewed from the KOF Challenger decks, just because there's so many cute little things you can do. There's so many different modular ways you can play this attack, and Andrew Porat says, I'd prefer it if you didn't.
Yeah. Census Ho, of course, acting as a pseudo, with Queen of the Monster acting as a pseudo military airship, right? That card's going to go back down. You get to pick it back up. You get that recursion.
And you get to build a card from your hand, which, you know, hitting your opponent with a recycled Foundation is good. Hitting them with a Foundation they weren't expecting at all is even better. And so Andrew's going to say, you're going to need to find another move if you want to airship this Queen of the Monsters back. But Porat can also airship the Genkais. Oh, all right. Hunter's Ally on a 6. We're going to check a 5, commit 1. But I have to imagine we're going to get an Ally Foundation now. Potentially the Mondo Gecko. Maybe the stage is getting small enough that he wants to fight back on the speed now. But
it appears that is going to be the case.
Yeah, but Ryan's stage is shrinking just a little bit. We're half committed out. I would expect to see the Battle Holds the Answer come out fairly soon here, but the Batra Arrives is still looming. So activate my Battle Holds the Answer to make you stun one feels pretty good, to be honest.
Oh, choosing to battle for dominance to clear that Genkai's instead of picking it up with the military airship.
Yeah, going for the card draw.
Saying, I do not want to, if I live through this turn, I don't want to go into my next wing with only 2 foundations.
Yeah, just being super far behind, trying to rebuild is rough.
All right. Andrew deciding that, you know, this is a high block. I can just pick this up with the military airship. Although this is now a 6-high 4-7 with only 2 ready foundations. Of course, one of them being the moment of normalcy. I think Ryan not pushing the button on the battle holds the answer, waiting until Porat commits that Batra arrives.
Well, yeah, because now we don't have the Wide Awake to protect it from getting sealed, so we can't really flex playing it on a later attack if it does get battered. So yeah, gonna see if we can maybe get Rodan to commit some cards to block here.
Yes, I think that's exactly what is happening.
Doing a little bit of the table math.
Yeah, expecting, I think, the Queen of the Monster to come back next. Haven't checked it on a 6.
Yeah, Porat realizing just kind of how deep in it he is.
Oh, so Ryan did push the battle holds, just forcing him to use that Batra arrives now, which does result in him committing one, which basically is essentially 1 more speed on this attack.
Yeah, effectively a free stun 1.
Yeah.
You know, a playable while committed, costless stun 1 is pretty nice.
And then using that other students to sacrifice foundation to give 1 more speed. All right, now a little bit too fast, I think, for Andrew to block.
Yeah,
so
now
Rodan is going down 7.
And he knows he's got the queen, right? So any high block is being reserved for a bigger move. Recognizing that, you know, now we've got the Mondo and the students of Tung Furu and the 1 speed from All Might being able to actually fight back and keep things at printed. You know, effectively being able to cancel out Rodan's speed hate is very, very potent. So I'll be interested to see how good can Rodan block while committed out. Historically, very well, but offenses are built a little different now.
All right, this is going to be a 4-high for 10. So I believe we have a 2-high block. All right, checks the 5. Only has to commit 1.
Still have a moment of normalcy here. And now Ryan's going to be looking to refill that hand with Electric Mod. Porat's still going to have to play some pretty perfect defense here. Now we get into the footsies of the enhanced step because of this reset. Porat might have to wait until Ryan adds speed to this attack to really care about it. But Ryan can just opt not to press the Mondo Gecko button, pass his own enhance, and then send the Moth for potentially higher than printed. But
yeah, I mean, this is currently going to be a 1-high 4-7. So, and then getting that speed back from the Mondo Gecko. So it is a 3-high.
Yep, I think we can still activate students of Tung Furu here. Because we gave it -3 plus 1 and 2, so there should still be students.
Yes, Andrew choosing to set it to print it damage, and then Ryan going, oh, I have these 2 power tokens over here. Andrew going, all right, that's enough. That is lethal.
All right, we're going to get the game 3.
So that one was very interesting because that was a situation where Ryan was patient. Not by choice. I mean, his hand dictated in that first 2, in that first mulligan.
They certainly didn't look great on the first couple turns.
Yes, and then with the power of Dumbfound and being able to have such a wide build, what was that, turn 3 that he was able to restabilize, and just waiting and waiting, finding his opening, and being able to throw 5, 6 attacks on that 1 string. And again,
it ain't over till it's over.
And when you only have 21 health, it only takes a few of these.
Yeah, really the big recipe for success is just the fact that All Might puts 3 damage on everything.
Yes. Yep.
You know, that one speed did come into play. He was finally able to fight back on the speed pump, which was really nice to see. But the fact that everything swings for like a third of Rodan's health at minimum is pretty strong. So these Rodan decks are incredibly potent, very difficult to defeat. But as people like to say, they typically got to play really tight defense, really perfect defense. And now Andrew's going to get to go first again, though, and Ryan's going to have his work cut out for him. Luckily, the sideboards are already into the main. We've already decided on what our tech pieces we want to bring in are, so should just need a good little shuffle here.
Well, Andrew's saying, I'm going to shuffle this deck, you know, in parts so that it doesn't slip all over the place again.
I mean, at some point you gotta combine and shuffle the whole thing, but yeah.
So it's funny. You said that you're very much I have worn sleeves.
I hate using new sleeves.
Yeah.
I can't stand it.
Yeah.
If it wasn't like other people touching them, I'd buy pre-used sleeves. You know, like if it wasn't for the fact that I can't trust other people's hygiene, I'd probably use like pre-owned sleeves if I could.
Wow.
Just have them like pre-shuffled.
There's a market out there, I guess, for weathered sleeves.
I hope not. Again, because I can't trust other people.
Yeah.
I've seen some pretty beat up, some pretty bad sleeves before. You know, I don't want to get too gross on the stream, but everyone knows that one guy at the local with the spots all over their sleeves.
Yes.
There's always one guy who just won't buy new sleeves.
I know that Ryan is on the opposite end of the spectrum. He's
he's
very much new sleeve every event, like, you know, and actually was kind of surprised when coming over to this game and playing this game, that not being the general culture here, right? You don't see a long line at the vendors to buy new sleeves and everybody's setting up their decks that day of.
I will say a part of that is the type of sleeves that people buy, right? There are some sleeves out there that back in the day, because I started using matte sleeves almost exclusively for the shuffle feel.
Yes.
But there are some sleeves that are not matte that aren't quite as slippery, but they just don't feel sticky to shuffle.
Yeah.
And I will say that when I say new sleeves, I usually try to buy my sleeves the week before.
Okay.
And like break them in.
Sure.
So they are like new sleeves, but they're not brand new box fresh sleeves. So the couple of times I've used the box fresh sleeves, I've definitely had issues with knocking a card off the top of my deck, and it usually has to get removed from the game or whatever. But yeah, I'm not trying to use old sleeves. That's the other end of the spectrum. I'm not trying to use like beat up sleeves. So
Andrew deciding to mulligan his hand. I think the biggest risk with that is spilling over this deck again when he goes to shuffle it.
Yeah, exactly. That's the worst. And luckily we've evolved. Back when I first started playing UniVersus, something like knocking off the top 2 cards of your deck could have been seen as a game loss, you know, because you couldn't repair the game state from there. So we had a lot of really ridiculous, really like no wiggle room rules. So we've definitely come a long way from just assuming everyone is bumping cards maliciously, but
see, there's a reason I'm sitting here and not at this top 8 table, right? And part of it is, I think if I was in Andrew's shoes right now and I'm having this much difficulty just with the shuffling, from the mental standpoint, I would just be frustrated right out of the gate.
You know what, though? He deserves it for playing a 90-card Rodan deck.
True.
He absolutely deserves it.
I'm pretty sure I saw him carrying his deck in with a strap to the deck box around his shoulder and back, just so he could bring it in here.
Yeah. We've also seen the 110 Carson Panos deck of legend.
Yes, of course.
You know, the deck that needed 3 hands to shuffle it.
Was that like a Mineta deck or?
I want to say it was Todoroki.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think it was Todoroki because Todoroki gets scaling based on your discard pile. So the idea is if you have 80 cards in your discard pile, you get like plus 10 damage.
All right, Andrew only with a 3 build, but I mean, if you're only going to build 3, I think Batra Arrives, that Armorclad Faith, and that Mikasa defeats the female Titan are really good ones. All right.
Yeah, solid for a 3 build, but you never want to have the caveat at the end of the sentence. You know, it's a good build, but
yes. Okay, and then
Here comes the dumbfounded for free. Easy 5 build.
One of those being the team hero. I don't anticipate Andrew entering the enhanced step on this.
Yeah, it would be a little surprising.
Yep.
There are some pretty good pokes out there. I just don't know if now is the time to lay him down. For the most part, allowing your rival to build with the team hero is a huge consideration these days.
Yep.
One thing I'll always tell people, one thing that is a hallmark of a good character is, you know, there's characters that punish you for attacking.
Yeah.
But then there's characters and or decks that advance their own game plan when you attack them. And those are two different things.
All right, here we go. We're going to see a violent animus shot.
Okay. So we are going to enter the enhanced step, and Violent Animus is a pretty good one. On turn 2, one of the things about your rival's hand is they tried to build all the cards that they can.
Yep.
Most likely what's left in their hand are attacks.
Yep.
So if you can attack the hand on turn 2, that is one of the hidden benefits. Not only do you try to get on top of your rival before they've sculpted, before they get a bunch of resources, but you're also going to probably prey on them having attacks that they don't want to block with. And Violent Animus shot is going to guarantee that at least one card comes out of this hand.
Yeah. And Ryan pressing the team hero button to build in that Godzilla versus Violante.
Yeah, very much. Maybe the most important foundation in his deck in general, but maybe the most important foundation in this matchup.
All right, Ryan does take that. He only had one card after filling the block, and I really, really like him filling the block here, actually, because he filled the block with that Hercules Red Riot, which once it fails, goes into that discard pile, and then Armored All Might can turn sideways and go ahead and build that in. And so if you're going to lose a card anyway, and you might as well get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, he's ramped 2 extra foundations here. We went from 4 foundations to 6 on the rival's turn, so that is movement. However, losing the destructive heat ray is not ideal.
Yes.
That has been a pretty nice piece in this game, and now with no cards in hand, Tri-Gravity Beam is going to be a free 7 damage.
Yeah, I think Ryan's saying, well, I do have a low block, but it's the card I would want to keep,
Right.
I might as well just get something out of it with this Hercules Red Riot.
Also, if you just lose the 50-50 anyways,
Sure.
right? If the heat ray gets ripped out and you're just stuck
Right.
with that card, feels pretty bad.
Yep. All right, we have the Supersonic Flight coming after those 2 attacks.
Yep, so this has been the tail of the tape. Both games, Andrew gets in pretty early on turn 2, knocks Armored All Might down to 20-ish, and makes it a much more manageable health total. But with 6 foundations going into turn 2 for Ryan, and the way that this deck can build on the fly, Andrew Porat's going to have to be a little afraid of some really good lines.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Right now, he checked the 3 on the 4. Had to decide between which of those 3 foundations to commit to pass the check. All 3 of those being Super Strong, Bachelor Arrives, Armorclad Faith, and that Mikasa defeats the female Titan. Valuing the Armorclad Faith and the Bachelor Arrives over that Mikasa defeats the female Titan.
Yeah, it looks like we got an update here. It looks like Justin Martin has fallen to a King Ghidorah. So
we're not going to have a back-to-back.
Yeah, that is not super official. That is my speculation from overhearing Justin Martin saying that he should have put Scanlan's hand in his sideboard to beat Ghidorah. So it sounds like Ghidorah won that matchup.
Right.
And now I'm getting the heads up from production. Yeah, getting the thumbs up. So yeah, no Scanlan's hand to be seen. That card's one of my favorites. I can't believe people are not even citing that one, especially when you get so much free momentum. Anyways,
Ryan showing the flexibility of this Queen of the Monsters. I don't think Ryan's hand was super aggressive. However, he was able to lead off with that military airship, play the Queen of the Monsters, snap that military airship back down.
Yeah, super good play. And now we've got the once per turn from All Might to draw a couple of additional cards, see where we go. We got a little double queen action, but
I think a Census Ho?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a Census Ho, this hand looks much better. I was gonna say I don't know if there's a supporting cast for these lead singers here, but
all right, Andrew just taking it.
Yeah, and Ryan choosing
10 damage.
Ryan choosing not to draw with Godzilla versus Violante does tell me that he's got something going.
Yeah.
Oh, Andrew taking that 10 is very surprising. It's probably a little bit of a bait. It's probably a little bit of a, feeling out process, seeing if there's something better that he wants to do. But Ryan might just take the karma and dip.
I would not be surprised if Ryan just builds out a little bit farther.
Yeah, and Ryan has shown that he likes to spend the momentum to build the Godzilla versus Violante with Queen of the Monsters, which could be very much the recipe to success in a late game scenario. And Rodan has this really great ability to push a game later than you expect it to go. And we had one in hand. So if we get 3 Godzilla versus Biolantes out, I will consider that deadlock a win the game deadlock for sure.
Yeah.
I will, you know, in multiples for sure.
All right. I think Ryan's just deciding, you know, how many blocks he has to hold. Andrew did get 10 health or 12 health off of Armored All Might.
Yeah. Yeah, both of these decks are swinging huge chunks, really. And both players taking it out of respect for the follow-up.
Yep.
Well, Ryan, I guess, didn't have too much of a choice.
Yeah, sure. No cards in hand.
Yeah,
but we'll say respect. It was respect.
The quick animus, but yeah.
All right. Building another Armor-Clad Faith.
All right, so both players very similar to game 1. Turn 2, deal a huge chunk of damage, get a momentum. Board states are pretty even. However, Andrew does have to be a little careful about shooting into deadlock here.
All right, Andrew reviewing that Genkai's guidance.
Yep.
I know he has combination salvo. I think he ripped either King Ghidorah Unleashed or Tri-Gravity Beam. I can't quite
I saw Ghidorah Unleashed. I've seen the salvo.
And is that another violent enemy shot in his hand?
We will almost certainly find out soon. Ryan's stage doesn't look super impressive just yet. However, double battle holds the answer. It's going to make his lines incredibly clean. Military airship is, of course, a huge threat. And what's really potent about it is it's almost certainly going to limit how much Andrew can build. So yeah, there's that anima shot you were talking about. It's going to be the opener. It's going to guarantee one of these cards comes out of Ryan's hand. However, Armored All Might can draw some cards pretty easily. So
and then while we do need these ready foundations in order to block any potential attacks with this speed that Rodan is giving to these attacks, we do have 2 more draw potentials off of the Godzilla vs. Biolantes if needed.
Yeah.
But I do think that looking at Andrew's hand, I do think that there is the potential for Andrew to go in on this one. Ryan taking it, going down to 15, building in another Hercules Red Riot. Hey, if you're gonna get one randomly, I think that's the one you want to get.
Oh my goodness. Just hating on these Reign of Kaiju ultra rares. Absolutely dunking on these cards. What a rip. My goodness. Andrew Porrett, the Beyblade professional. Absolutely ripping it.
All right, we see another violent enemy shot coming out.
Oh no. If the first one hit, might as well spin the second one, and we still have Supersonic. This is looking tough. You can see the posture from both players. Porrett tentative, but confident. Ryan a little uneasy.
I think Andrew's gonna just look and try to see, you know, because he has such a attack heavy hand right now, just making sure that he can pass these checks, getting that knowledge of how far, how deep he can go. Because I do think that, you know, Ryan stage, while 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 foundations up, normally would be a healthy stage against this Rodan deck and all the speed that it's adding. It's
one block.
One block, yes.
Yeah, that's maybe one block. So tough stuff here. Ryan recognizes just how bad this situation is, and maybe he just doesn't have a high block at all. Maybe he's letting these cards get ripped out because he can always draw back up with Godzilla versus Biollante. We do have 2 E-commit draws.
I also think that if you're going to let something hit you, it's going to be the 4 damage attacks.
Yeah, the 4 or 5 damage moves. Yeah, I think that's really what it is. I think what we have to do is we have to let these hit us while we don't have high blocks in our hand. Then once the combination salvos come out, once the ice swords come out, then we try to draw into the high block. And this is another reason to kind of wait and use those Biollantes later, because Trigrav would theoretically rip the last card of our hand out, which is insane that we went lose a card from hand, lose a card from hand, lose a card from hand on all of our attacks this turn. But because of Godzilla versus Biollante, Ryan's still going to have an opportunity to play some defense here. And we do see he did not have the high block anyways. So committing out to still take damage and lose a card was definitely not the play.
Yeah. And we've talked about, the different ways that control decks can work, right? We saw people stunning their opponent's stage all the way down and freezing it. We saw, that Shin Godzilla yesterday destroying the stage. Another way of control is just rip those cards out of their hand.
Yeah, we do see Ryan pulled another queen off the top of the deck, but that is a low block, and the Supersonic Flight's going to make this a high just to try and make this lethal, I believe. But he did pull a high block on the second draw. The question now, though, is will Ryan pass the check? Because this is now going to be a 10 high for, I believe, 10. Students of Tung Fu going to bring it back down to 9. This is looking doable. 5. If we check a 5 plus the 5 in our stage, we can pass it on a 10. But this is, I believe, going to be on a 12.
So Ryan actually used the other ability of
students
to gain 1 health.
So he didn't have to block it.
Yes.
But now Combination Salvo doesn't even need the powerful. Base 4 speed, 3 from itself, 3 from Rodan, another 10 speed move, another -1 from Tung Fu Ru.
Yeah, so it's going to be...
I don't think he can pass a 12. This is going to look like it's game. Is it doable?
I mean, he does have 6 checks on the deck.
Oh, no.
He's going to be 1 short.
He's going to be just short,
Yep.
and that's going to be Andrew Porat taking it in top 8. But, man, how close was that?
Yep.
If Ryan Levine is not making you a believer, we are not watching the same game. We are not watching the same game at all. But Porat on that comfort pick, on that Rodan that he has been so well acquainted with and has found so much success with, now with the new tools from the Challenger Series deck, is going to take it down and move on to the top 4. Congratulations to him. But what a run with the brand new character that Ryan Levine had.
Yeah, I mean, and both those players, I think, played excellent. I don't think either of them necessarily made a mistake that cost them game. Both of them being patient, seeing where their openings were, taking advantage of those openings, and both showing off what their decks are capable of.
And there's really only so much you can do when you're staring down double Violent Animus Shot with no high blocks in hand. Ryan, I believe, played that pretty much perfectly as well as he could. He just couldn't keep up with the speed control from Rodan, couldn't draw the right block modifier really at the end of it.
Yeah.
And it's a little heartbreaking to see, I know, but we are going to have a winner's interview for you in just a few moments. Hopefully we got a couple of updates. Like I mentioned, King Ghidorah taking down the Pumat Soul, Nate DeWalt winning the Rodan Mirror, and we now have Cole Hyatt. So both Ghidorahs and both Rodans converting. My goodness, This is not what I was expecting our top cuts to look like.
I mean, the Kaiju are reigning here at Dallas at Round 3 Regional.
Indeed. This is what Chicago should have looked like. It should have been all Kaiju everywhere. So very interesting that we have the same matchup twice, but we've got different symbols on the Ghidorahs. So it'll be very interesting to see how that turns out. But we could very well have mirror. We could have 2 different mirror matches in in grand finals, or it'll be a repeat matchup in grand finals, which is kind of wild to think about. But the Armored All Might, the Pumat Soul, the Z-Gager Beast Titan, all eliminated by these Kaiju in top 8. But very cool decks nonetheless.
Absolutely, and us having the same matchups in these top 4 makes me feel a little bit better because I'm actually stepping away. I'm not going to be able to cast this next one, but I'll still get to cast a King Ghidorah versus Rodan matchup.
Yeah, we are going to be bringing you both semifinal matchups here. So we're going to have Andrew Porat and Gavin on stream, and we're going to have Cole Hyatt and Nathan DeWalt on stream. So you guys will get all of that top cut action. Very, very cool stuff. So if you had to pick from now, who do you think's going to pull it out? Do you think Nate's got it? Do you think Andrew's got it after seeing him win top 8? Or do you think one of these 2 King Ghidorah players can actually reverse fortune here?
I mean, I do think that King Ghidorah, I'm a believer in King Ghidorah now after this weekend, right?
Okay.
I've seen the way that it stays alive. I've seen its kill potential. And again, those King Ghidorahs running that, close combat tackle, right? Having the throws, seeing what kind of answers. I mean, we did see Andrew having the Mikasa defeats the female Titan, but how many times can you answer a throw? I think
Yeah.
it's going to dictate whether or not those King Ghidorahs get through these Rodans.
And unlike Jet Kaufman's build, how many of those Rodan decks have an answer to the King Ghidorah, right? I
Yes.
overheard Justin Martin saying, oh, I should have had Scanlan's hand so I can actually kill a Ghidorah.
Right. Yep.
And it looks like they don't have the Megalomanias that Jet had. So in a very cruel twist of fate, the best Rodan, the Rodan that might have had the best chance of beating a Ghidorah could have been Jet Kaufman's build.
Yep.
And yet we're going to see the other two Rodans move on. So this could have been one of those things where if the Rodans all got together and conspired, they might have decided, to send a different one through. But this is not a team-based game. Teams was on Friday. This is singles and standard. And we now have your singles standard winner here. They're getting ready with the interview.
Yeah.
So
and I will say, speaking of Andrew, who we're going to hear from now, as much of a believer as I am in King Ghidorah, it's really difficult to kind of, bet against Andrew. Again, with his
it's difficult to bet against Rodan.
Yeah.
I mean, in general, this character has been insane since the drop.
Yeah.
And I think King Ghidorah, like I said, he needed some of that top heavy pressure to get alleviated for him to be a contender. But that's where we're at now. You know, he's really playing with the big boys. But it looks like we've got our interview set up, so we're gonna swing it over to Tam in just a minute. Tam was ready.
Yeah.
but we're gonna get things ready in just a moment for you. I'm so excited to hear from Andrew on this deck because he's played this deck so many times in so many different ways in so many different formats. I mean, over a year apart, right? And I would love to hear how the deck has evolved over time for him because a lot of the pieces have stayed the same since Critical Role. The Trigrabs, the Eyeswords, all that stuff. So I would love to see how the deck has evolved because the Critical Role pieces have stayed the same, but we've also added the Armor-Clad Faith and the combination salvo now.
Oh, and I mean, I also want to know what kind of impact the erratas had to like Reiner, which Reiner might have pushed, some of these Rodan players off of it. But I think we're gonna hear from them now.
What's up, everybody? We are back here with undeniably the most consistent player in the game. 3 back-to-back regional tops. Only 2 other players had the chance to, and they scrubbed out. Andrew, how you feeling, man?
Feeling good going into. I get to go first the rest of the event.
The whole day.
Yeah. So feels good.
That's dope. Well, we know the bracket. On the other half,
I haven't seen it yet.
we've got Cole on King Ghidorah.
Okay.
Versus Nate on Void Rodan.
Okay.
And then your matchup
Is
Gavin on All
Okay.
Ghidorah. It is Rodan, Ghidorah, Rodan as our
All
top
Godzilla.
4. All Godzilla, all the way down. Obviously, you're going to win the next match, duh. From the other side of the bracket, who are you looking to try and fight? Do you want the Ghidorah repeat? Do you want the Void Mirror and prove that you truly are the best Void Rodan?
I think for the purposes of the fans, let's hope it's a Rodan mirror because I played Cole
Sure.
and milled him out, unfortunately.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The Ghidorah 2 is not a good matchup against Rodan.
Okay,
Yeah.
speaking of, let's talk
Yeah.
about this list. How many cards is it?
94 cards.
94
I trimmed it
cards.
down. I trimmed it down.
And I, who have to make the bracket or the deck list, appreciate that. Tell me the technology. Why Void Rodan going into this event? What changes to the errata list or let us into the mind of the most consistent player in the game.
Thank you. Yeah. So, obviously the first 2 events, I did well. I came in top 4. But I didn't feel like I did my best, to be honest. And so I kind of locked in for this event on Reiner. 60-card Reiner list.
Ooh.
Week before, I'm on vacation, and I get messages, Reiner's banned. And I'm just like, plan B. We're going back to Void Rodan. I don't have enough time to play anything. I'm on vacation.
That's fair.
So went here. Combination salvo came out. Nobody else was playing that one for some reason, but I was killing people all day with it.
Yeah, it's got what? Powerful 4?
Powerful 4, and it's like 10 speed.
That's
so
crazy.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, I love that. It feels very reminiscent to whenever you played
Ascend to
last
Battle.
year.
Yeah,
Ascend to Battle, yeah. Very fast move. Gets unbelievably
Yeah.
big based on previous turns. with that said, though, man, we're gonna get the next match
Absolutely.
rocking because hey, you're gonna be here all day. With that said, any last shout outs we get before we shoot it back to the casters?
Shout out to the Let's Talk UVS team. Shout out to Marvin and the Cabal. And shout out to my locals for having to deal with me playing all these meta decks while they're playing Kurama and Yusuke.
I love it.
you.
Well, hey, congrats, man, again. I'm very excited to see you perform again in your top 4 match. With that said, you guys, don't go anywhere. We're going to shoot it back to the casters and get this next top 4 match going just as quick as we can.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Porat showing off, talking about, how he was getting ready and was testing Reiner, especially how powerful Reiner has been in the past, and then that errata coming in and him going back to his comfort pick. Also, big respect to him shouting out his locals and thanking them for putting up with him playing these meta decks over and over and over again while he tests.
And there's nothing wrong with playing Kurama and Yusuke, okay?
No, absolutely not. But I felt that personally in my heart, considering that, my locals is filled with people like Brian Levine, Calvin Tahan, Wub, Barlow. And so I felt that one deep in here.
Yeah, that is a killer's row of a local. So it's no secret that, the pressure builds breeds success. You know, when you've got like very competent players at your locals, it's certainly going to bring the skill level of everyone up. But we're going to take a very quick break. We're going to come back with some top 4 action very soon for you. So please don't go anywhere.
Can't wait.
Welcome back, UniVersus players around the world. I'm Barrett Bryant, joined for the first time today with Sam Tate as we are preparing to jump into our first top 4 matchup. That's right, first, because we are going to be covering both of them before we head into our finals so that we get the entire full story. And speaking of full stories, I'm glad you guys got to commentate on that, but I went ahead and, sat next to them. I was the offhand screen,
we saw you
screen
on the camera, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So watching that game was intense, and seeing how Andrew navigates through with this very large deck with all these different answers, and just kind of really good at showcasing the potential that he can do no matter what his deck can show him. But we're gonna hop on the other side of the bracket, I think, this time.
Yes, we're gonna be looking at Nathan DeWalt versus Cole Hyatt, which you've gotten to see Cole play in the teams event. His team won. We also saw him actually in singles playing the same King Ghidorah deck, 3-headed monster. This time it's on the death symbol, though. We also got to see Kevin on all, which you'll get to see a little bit later. So Nate DeWalt, I don't know. Did you guys cast Nate on day 1?
No, we didn't.
No.
It was already another Rodan deck. But for the context for his top 8 match, he got paired into Jet on the other side, the Rodan mirror,
Right.
and broke serve, going second. So definitely playing out of his mind this weekend. He is very excited with the level that he is playing, and I'm excited to see him go into that matchup. But beforehand, we, of course, have to give the people what they want. That's right. We've got some more reveals for Tekken 8, and no longer will we be looking at ultra rares. It's time to look at these alternate secret rares. Now, of course, Zeus Unlimited we already have a promo version of, but here is the alternate version that you can open up within the set itself.
Very nice stuff. And, of course, Sacred Dismantle Spark is probably going to be my favorite secret rare from the set, just because it looks so amazing both in-game, and I can't wait to see this one in person in the trading card game because it looks fantastic with the lightning and the moon everywhere. I mean, I'm just a big lightning fan, and both of these cards have lightning everywhere. So Tam picked these specifically for me, but these look absolutely amazing. Love the colored treatments on them. Love the lightning effects, everything going on. And I really like the font being like this silver, almost kind of metallic-y looking feel. So very cool stuff.
Absolutely. And if you want to be able to try and open up some of these alternate secret rares, of course, you can get your hands on Tekken on August 14th, and of course the pre-release happening the weekend before that. And of course, if you're in Gen Con at the end of this month, the first weekend of August, you can go into the super pre-release that is happening at that event. I will be there, so I hope that you can all say hello, and hopefully we'll open up some cool Tekken cards. But here's that bracket. Of course, we're going to be on the bottom half now with Cole Hyatt versus Nathan DeWalt, but we know that Andrew Porat, who we just saw on stream, is going against that all version, and Gavin Kale. And for context for everybody as well, Gavin Kale also had to break serve because he actually had a game loss going into that first one due to some sleeve disruption.
Okay.
So we got that replaced and had to win 2 games in a row against Justin Martin, your previous regional winner.
Yeah, unfortunately, Justin had mentioned that he didn't have the kill condition because he had no answer to the Ghidorah character itself. And that is something that I believe Nathan DeWalt and Andrew Porat also don't have compared to Jet Kaufman's build. So in a very weird twist of fate, Jet might have been the perfect pick to go into these semifinals because he does have the Megalomania in the main board and some in the sideboard. But we're going to have to take a look at these deck lists and see if maybe there is an answer I didn't expect or maybe something I'm missing. But without an answer to the King Ghidorah character, dealing with those King Ghidorah counters is going to be pretty difficult.
The iconic defensive control deck versus an aggro combo deck. 5 hand size versus 7 hand size, and Ghidorah is going to be able to go first with that higher seed. I'm excited to see these deck lists. Let's hop right into it.
Yeah, it's pretty rare to see the Rodans on the bottom side of the bracket, but King Ghidorah going first is definitely going to be a big advantage here. Now we see the King Ghidorah deck list again. The Acidic Sludge, the Quenma's tasks are going to be absolutely huge in this one, but also those 3 close combat tackles is really going to put pressure on Nate to find the throw hate, because we were seeing those things deal 8+ damage through a block earlier in the tournament. So and then on top of that, the extra tension, the roaming cancel is going to double up on that King Ghidorah style effect.
I'm actually excited too to see if we're gonna unlock the Koenma's tasks to not only have like answers to action cards, things like Genkai's Guidance that Nate could be playing, of course, but if we can unlock them and then steal away some of that aggressive combat, aggressive potential on these attack cards, and they're right here, Genkai's Guidance, 2 of them main boarded, so.
Yep, and we do see Nate actually does have the Megalomania in the sideboard.
Yeah.
So post sideboard, we are going to have answers to that Ghidorah potentially, keep him off momentum and things like that. So that could become a very, very crucial part of this matchup. Also, 2 Mikasa defeats the female Titan in the side, 2 in the main. So Nate does have the interaction for these matchups post sideboard, but he's going second game 1. It's going to be a little tough to break serve, I think, but if he can, he's going to be in a huge position to take this matchup 2-0.
I think the biggest thing I will applaud for Nate, and I think what he is succeeding with in this tournament so far, is he has leaned into more aggressive pieces into his deck. Having played Rodan before, having to try and be a little bit better with attacking and doing more damage, especially in a defensive character like Rodan. But a build 2 from Cole going first here, not the greatest of starts.
Yeah, unfortunately, a very typical start for a 5-hander.
Yeah,
a
true.
big reason why 5-handers are not popular. A big reason why 5-handers like Zeke Yeager, Beast Titan get to search their deck for a backup to start the game with an extra card, make their life a little bit easier. And on the flip side, Nate DeWalt with a classic 5 build from Rodan.
He would have gotten the 6 build, but he checked a 4 instead of a 5, so we just couldn't commit Rodan. But Earthbreaker is going to be the first attack of this game, and I believe I heard you say that Earthbreaker is that kind of iconic start here for King Ghidorah because of the extra bonus damage you can give your moves once you start activating Ghidorah's ability with that draw.
Yeah, it's one of those things. I asked Cole, what is the attack that you want to search for the most with Koenma's task? And Acidic Sludge is the 4 of attack that he typically wants to get a bunch of copies of. However, if he can start the turn with Koenma's task, he said getting multiple Earthbreakers into the card pool and getting that stun 4 is a great thing to search for as well. So Earthbreaker being an absolutely great thing to start off with because it's only going to compound the speed via the stun and compound the damage via the response. Because whenever you draw a card while Earthbreaker is in the card pool, you can respond to give this attack +1 damage. And we see a Koenma's task getting removed already. Talked about King Ghidorah being one of the best activators of Koenma's task.
Yeah, and I would be a little scared for Nate here because the 2 foundations we committed was the Batra Arrives and the Moment of Normalcy. The Batra Arrives makes sense because there's nothing you're dealing with right now, but we better have this low block like we are showing right now because if not, you would lose one of those key foundations once the response effect from Earthbreaker. But it's going to be a full block here, no extra committed resources, but now we've got a tension move coming on the side for Cole with At the Ready.
Yeah, At the Ready, just a cheap little attack. It's got a lot of speed on it. Ghidorah loves to stack the damage on there, but against Rodan, you might even just put more speed on top of this thing to try and get a second momentum to make sure that the Roman cancel does have a defensive application. But I also wouldn't be that surprised to see Roman cancels turned into freezing more often than trying to be damage reduction in this matchup. Freezing a Batra Rise, freezing a Moment of Normalcy could be a way bigger tempo swing than just being able to soak one extra move from a Rodan deck.
Already incredibly fast, though. Getting a bunch of damage on it. There's the minus speed finally coming through. -4 from that supersonic flight, and now is probably the best time that you would need it on this 5 base speed move. But we're going to go ahead and also peek at the top 2 with Rodan. Looks like some 2 good checks here, and that's exactly what Nate's looking for. 3 speed, 1 card in our card pool. Also, Botan's coaching, pitching another. Yep, going to take that mid block off the top. 2 mid, right, on a 6.
Yep.
Checks off the top, and we're good to go.
Incubating with the supersonic flight after the Rodan peak meant that we were able to go get the mid block that we wanted, and we made it very easy to pass. But try Gravity Beam, turn 2, off 2 foundations. We're going to sacrifice an I'm With You, which will respond for an extra 2 damage. Now we're going to get to look. We're going to remove we're going to remove, is that King Ghidorah Unleashed?
Yeah, which means we can respond with it, I guess, if we want to half block this.
Is King Ghidorah, I thought
No, it's only as a cost. Yes,
yeah.
you're right. This is the effect of it.
Trigrav going to remove that. We're going to leave Nate with, I believe, a +3 low. Rodan still can theoretically block this, but it looks like it would only be for half if we did.
We're going to go ahead and actually seal, we're both going to seal a card. And he's gonna choose to seal the Roman cancel token. Doesn't want one of his foundations probably getting frozen here.
Interesting, yeah.
But instead, he just loses the last foundation that he has, which is that incubating. But if Nate wasn't already going to block this, yes, this is going to probably do a ton of damage. But if this is the only move that you eat at this most volatile point in the game, I'm sure Nate's going to be pretty happy with that. Oh, and even then, -3 speed coming through. It's only a 1 mid, so this partial could come in here pretty easily.
Yeah.
1, 4, 5, 6.
+8 damage. So this is for 13, which means on a partial, we're still going to take 7.
7 damage is
So
better than 14.
Yeah, it's a third of our life instead of 2/3.
Yeah. Knocking him down to 14, and can only imagine maybe not another attack afterwards. And that is the case. 2 fateful decisions getting built down. Some speed, hate, and or breaker. We saw how powerful these were pretty good against Ryan last round, as you know, we were also playing them in Andrew Porat's Rodan list. But we're gonna pass it back to Nate, still keeping all of his foundations pretty healthy. No freeze there, as that Roman cancel got sealed, and now as long as you don't get an opportunity for Cole to use it defensively, it will have just been wasted essentially.
Yep, and now we got the military airship coming in. Batra arrives, gonna have to commit 1 for that. Supersonic flight, man, these Rodan decks love their 3 divs.
Yeah, they do.
They just play all the high difficulty stuff, and it makes sense because usually the decks are really big, the attack ratios are lower than other decks, and you're just not that interested in attacking. So one of the big issues with playing a bunch of 3 divs is if you try to play a couple of attacks before it, it gets exponentially harder to try and build out. But got that Earthbreaker starting things off again. Rodan should be at 14, I believe. And so this will be a little more threatening than if he was still at full.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, but luckily Nate's stage is a little bit better off. Again, committing one of those Batra arrives because there's just nothing really important to deal with on the opponent's foundations. Kind of almost like a liability in this matchup because it's like it's a 3 difficulty foundation that you want to be building, but there's not really anything that you're going to be messing with, especially not on defense against 2 fateful decisions, you know.
Right.
Coming in for the speed once again. A nice 2-2 because we got the extra from the draw. And then we're going to go ahead and reset with a moment of normalcy. Just commit for -2 speed, which is theoretically just -1, right?
Right.
And then the Rodan enhance right afterwards.
Yeah, 2 difficulty E commit -2 speed doesn't feel great, but not taking any chances here is Nate. Going for the breaker 3, actually.
Which means this is still going... Or no, sorry, with the Mikasa defeats, so not going to deal, which is good, because I was a little afraid we were going to lose one of these very valuable in foundations.
Lose a moment of normalcy, yeah.
But breaker 3 is a pretty big deal. We're going to weave in this foundation on a 2, checks a 0.
Yikes. Uh-oh. The timely counterattack was timely indeed there, putting a stop to Cole's shenanigans. And we're only going to get a 2 build off. And now it's going to come back to Nate. We're going to see quite a few orange cards. Probably a little more than he wants to see, but not bad ones.
And when you're staring across, you know, 3 copies of the same card in your opponent's stage, you know, this Ice Sword execution that is now coming down is, I think, pretty easily going to pick the Stun 2 option. Although the Invincible Body is, you know, the better card, you know, I actually think there's a second Ice Sword in Nate's hand. So if he wanted, he could just fully commit out Cole's board here. But with no momentum, these are really only for 5 damage apiece. But there is the +3 from the Rodan Enhance. We do, of course, have that Supersonic Flight if we wanted to give +2, +3 ourselves. But we're going to go ahead and just use the Rodan effect. Leave them exactly where they are. Saw that World's Weakest Hunter as the second card. Not sure exactly what's on top. Connects. Taking 5.
Yep. Easy momentum. Typically now is the time to cut and run, but we do have a Trigrab and at least 1 more attack, maybe 2 in hand. I think there's an Animus shot all the way at the end.
Yeah, I think I see another timely. Yep,
And
there's
the
that Animus. Yep. Going to help get maybe some of these nice cards out of Cole's hand. So yeah, 4 high for 5 on this Violent Animus shot. If it connects, of course, we get a random card out of Cole's.
Ooh, the airship coming back.
Picking up the Ice Sword. I think knowing that... I think Nate doesn't want to push for that Tri-Gravity Beam this turn. Instead, wants to save that double Ice Sword for next turn, even though he already used 1 of them. Connects again for another 5. Going to get a random card out of Cole's hand. Roll the die. Last one it is. Ooh, getting that Acidic Sludge out of the hand.
Yeah, I think they were all attacks too. I think Nate had the read that Cole really wanted to go in last turn. The Breaker 3 stopped him, and so the likelihood that these were all attacks were going to be pretty good.
We knew that World Kiss was coming, so Nate's fine committing the one foundation there. Just to build one asset and a foundation and pass. But the Science Pros is a big deal, especially with the incubating. Oh, got a Galactic Monster. That feels good. On a 5, though. Checking a 3. Going to need to tap 2 more.
Yep, a little risky, especially since Cole's been showing that they're willing to choose the speed mode.
Yeah.
A lot of times with King Ghidorah 3-head monster, you're just picking damage every time, and you're trying to exhaust the rival's hand, but you know, that strategy against Rodan is just not that potent with the amount of card draw he has, but fighting him back on the speed is usually not that good either unless you get multiple repeatable speed pumps. But here we've got at the ready, little 3 difficulty attack, checks a 3, everything's fine. We're going to get our Roman cancel, and now we're going to start using combined firepower.
The classic checks a combined fire on the combined firepower, which means as soon as we find one of these extra effects that can remove cards, but of course, we still have our character accessible.
We've not Ghidorah'd yet this attack.
I was going to say, I think at the ready is probably the perfect one that Nate wants to see. Mill 3 here, Knott's Flask. Does get an extra boost counter. We get to pick the order of which these go into our discard pile. But the reason why is because I think if we had that time of the counter attack, you know, that means we get to full block and still do the Breaker 3, but it doesn't feel good when you're looking at these other 3 difficulty attacks. And of course, you've seen Cole, you know, not being afraid, obviously, to weave in a foundation in between.
Yeah, looks like Cole's hand's still pretty angry. He does have momentum for those acidic sludges. It's funny, I'm getting these weird flashbacks to like pre-Chicago, trying to work on a King Ghidorah list with, or pre-Vegas actually, with one of my locals. Which I'd also worked with someone else on a Ghidorah list actually pre-Chicago. But I was trying to convince him so much to play Acidic Sludge with tension moves. You know, that Acidic Sludge was really good in this character, and that tension was a great way to fuel it because they didn't have any other snap momentum. And they didn't want to believe me. And now here we are. So every time I'm seeing the at the ready with the Acidic Sludge combo, I'm just remembering like how good that was a month ago and how much better it is now that Team Hero has been errated and that Reiner's not in the format as much anymore, because Reiner did do a great job at reducing your ability to play cards in this really aggressive 5-hander.
When we played the second combined firepower, we did check that wonderful zero-to foundation that I can never remember the name.
Hostile Introduction.
Thank you. Yeah. So
I don't
actually,
think that one removes, does it?
We removed one from hand with Ghidorah.
Oh, that was a Ghidorah.
But we did mill one. So knocked Nate down to 13. And although it looked like this attack got reduced by its damage from that Knott's Flask, Nate was only going to take 3 from that at the ready, and now here comes
Acidic
Sludge,
the Alter
Art.
Yep, this is on a 5. We check a 5. Everything is good. We are rocking in the free world.
And we did hit another combined firepower off of that combined firepower. Was actually the only damage that we got from it, hence why Nate was only able to take 3. But so there is a potential where this one can also get a little more damage onto it. But of course, that momentum spend, getting to stack 2 cards on top of our deck.
We stacked a Tri-Gravity Beam and a 6-check. So
pretty good.
Yeah, I think we're going to save our combined firepowers for the Tri-Gravity Beam. But at the same time, Nate could just pull out a Breaker 3 block again, and that 6-check doesn't look like it'll be enough. So this could still be pretty rough for Cole here, even though it looks like the game plan is online. It looks like everything that we want to see happening as Ghidorah is happening. That could all be thrown out the window by a very timely Breaker.
Yeah, and even with the Tri-Gravity Beam, if it were played and being able to snipe out a card out of Nate's hand, I mean, you're still staring across from that moment of normalcy. So if you give any of these extra stats to that Tri-Gravity Beam, it can just be reset back. Feels like there's going to have to be something else here on the side of Cole. There's another -3 speed coming through. We're also going to get a draw off of it. Nate looking for potentially probably a better card to block with here. We did draw a low block if we wanted to take no damage and instead save the Breaker. But like you said, I could only imagine if the Tri-Gravity Beam gets played, that timely counterattack, if we don't block with it, we're going to take it out of our hand. There's a low block. There it is.
Yeah, protecting the life total, maybe recognizing that even if he rips out the Breaker block, the Trigrav will still deal no damage if we have double mid block, and
Yeah.
Nate DeWalt valuing that health total that is left because it's down to 10.
Yes.
It's not the healthiest life total, so I can definitely understand not wanting to partial a 10 damage acidic sludge.
And we do have. I guess I was wrong on the
I know,
time
it's a
counter attack.
Tri-Gravity
It was a
beam.
Tri-Grav, which is that one mid block as well. So if we don't have that a second mid block, and I don't know what the glare was on the other card in
Yeah,
his
the
hand.
fourth card was, it could have been a counterattack with the glare, we don't know.
Yeah.
But it did look like Nate's hand was kind of stacked for next turn. He
Yeah.
did have a couple of attacks to go with that Tri-Gravity beam, but
It's an attack of some sort. -3 speed coming in here.
yeah, it would be crazy to not take out the Breaker 3 mid.
Yeah.
And take out the +1 mid.
So with this Tri-Gravity Beam, getting the extra bonus damage from Ghidorah, and then also from itself. This is for lethal exactly right now.
Yeah, however, we can incubating a Supersonic, I believe.
Draws an extra random card, maybe looking for another mid. 0 mid for 10. Combined Firepower coming through. Ooh, another. Now you only got to do 9.
Yep, just chipping away, chipping away, chipping away.
Top 4. 1, 2, and another burn. 8 damage to deal. 2 more on top. And that 4th Combined Firepower has now hit the discard pile. Must block scenario. It's okay to half. We know Nate was fishing for something. Oh my gosh, did he draw a 3rd Ice Sword Execution? Or am I just like getting mesmerized by the hand shuffling? No, I was right. He drew a 3rd one.
3rd Ice Sword.
But we have to block this. Resetting. Okay, now we do not have to block it.
Yeah.
But being left at 3 is pretty scary.
I think the last, I was about to say, I think the last card in the hand was a
Unleashed.
King Ghidorah Unleashed, which
Yeah.
we're still gonna partial this one. So we reset it to printed damage and
Took 3.
partialed, so we're down to 5.
Will there be another attack? I think I saw an at the ready in Cole's hand, but with no extra cards in hand, we're just gonna pass. Bluffing a card, non-blocks back in the game.
I mean, a card that Ghidorah can wheel away.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, exactly.
But yes.
There's always, of course, these combined firepowers in our discard pile, so mid attacks are never great, but with only a few resources on Cole's side to actually use to block, Ice Sword Execution, here it comes.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because Rodan used to play combined firepower just for the free mid as well, and so Tri-Gravity Beam was not that potent against either of these characters, but now both of them playing it again, and really it's Ghidorah who still has access to that combined firepower. However, Fateful Decision going to get committed out by the Ice Sword Execution, meaning that most of Cole's defense is now gone aside from the King Ghidorah counters.
And remember, Cole knows that these 2 are coming. What he doesn't know is that there's a 3rd one in hand, but because that was drawn after that Tri-Gravity Beam effect.
Right.
But yeah, Cole for sure knew that these were going to come his way. With the Science Bros also now on the board, these are actually going to be doing a little bit more damage. Also picking these King Ghidorah Unleashed means that we'll have extra bonus attacks if Nate needs some extra juice to get through. Because remember, that was the hardest part we were talking about for this game 1 for Nate, is breaking through these head counters, and Cole has yet to use any of them.
Right. Yeah, typically people wait till they're down to like 12-ish, because once you hit 9 health, you can't actually use all of the counters.
Yep.
But we've also seen a lot of times where using them early can be a lot more beneficial, especially if your rival does happen to have things like Scalen's Hand or Megalomania that can surprise you.
Getting that Invincible Body committed here with the 2nd Ice Sword Execution. So this one as well is going to be more lethal. Probably going to get back up to that 7 damage. And then we'll make a decision if Nate wants to give it even more. We, of course, used that Knott's Flask on the last one. So that's why I got up to 10, and we did get a head counter use. 7 damage. Is that what's worth it here for Cole? Does he think things will get bigger than that? Also, for everybody at home, Nate does have some Judge proxies. That's why you see that Foundation written Genkai's guidance on it. It's because we couldn't find any more in the hall that were not as there was a lot of pringling that was going on.
Oh,
so
I see.
that was something that we had to replace. So for everybody at home,
Oh.
that is why you
I
see
thought
that.
he just had like a friend sign something. I couldn't read it.
No. It is a
Oh, that was a friendship card.
yeah, it is a Genkai's guidance. They were a little too pringled. Judge is doing a great job this tournament. Just making sure that we hold up for integrity. So that is why that's in there.
Man, I've never been to a tournament that would let me proxy like that. I once saw a guy mid round 9 of a Star Wars Unlimited planetary qualifier have to go borrow an Avenger, like the most expensive card at the time, because he got judge called for having a curled one and like 2 flat ones, and he had to go find a flat one, and they would not proxy it.
A lot of games do the judge proxies, so I think it's the most reasonable thing to do.
That's cool. I didn't know
because,
that games did that.
You never know. Yeah, we're at the mercy of who has what, and
I think the only time I've heard of something like that was I think a Magic tournament where someone actually just dropped their card and then stepped on it by accident, like
gotcha.
while they were trying to pick it up, and they felt really bad for them. But it was also like not official, it was like a third party. So
Here is the third Ice Sword execution, committing that last Foundation of Coal, because we had 3 Ice Swords and only 3 uniquely named foundations on Coal's side, so they're all tapped out. And with the speed of Rodan, it just means that I can only assume everything is going to be unblockable for Cole here from here on out. Going to get that Supersonic Flight getting popped here, and then we're also going to use the remove with Rodan to give it +4 speed, and then the 1/1 also with Science Bros, and then of course we'll be able to draw a card. And this is after Nate has already peeked at the top cards of his deck, so that he rearranged them in whatever order he wants. So whatever is on there is probably something that's going to hopefully help him close this game out here. Still has 2 more heads to get through. Can only imagine 1 will get used here, permitting Cole to 14. And also,
now that we've spent the momentum, for sure.
yeah, +5 more damage, and we're going to freeze this invincible body.
Yeah, Nate going a little hard here, considering we were able to get a head counter out of the attack before this. I wouldn't have expected him to utilize all of these resources just to get the head counter, but maybe he knows something I don't know.
Yeah, it's just going to be very hard. You have to get through 1 more head counter, which means you have to threaten 2 very powerful attacks.
Like, I feel like if we had just used the supersonic, we probably could have gotten the head counter, but at the same time, I don't remember off the top of my head from his deck list how many momentum outlets he has. He's not playing the combination salvo, right?
Yeah.
So the powerful move, not exactly a momentum dump. So maybe that was the thought process, because at some point you knew you wanted to get the freeze out.
Yes. I would agree. It would have been better if you did it after there were 0 heads left, but of course helps you also threaten to get one of those head counters gone.
Right, and we're going to get the momentum back for later turns because we
all
dealt
3 of
damage.
these.
Yeah, so yeah, just a little interesting. Maybe he really wanted the card draw off the supersonic flight, There could be a multitude of reasons.
Also remember that Roman Cancel did get used as well inside of Cole, so we had basically like a bonus head this turn. Hence why all of these have only really done 3 damage.
Right.
We do, of course, still have these 2 King Ghidorah Unleashed, and I think that's where Nate is sitting here trying to decide what to do. 4, 5, 6, 7, 5, 6, 7, as he was already preemptively getting those Batra arrives ready to commit. But this is just telling me that those King Ghidorah Unleashed are getting that Coenma's task removed. Of course, that is where you want one of them to be ended up anyway.
I think it's his second one removed, though. I think that we removed one on like the first attack turn.
Oh, okay. I did miss that one.
Yeah, so +4 speed, +1 damage. We're going to get 2 from itself. This one's going to swing for 7. Puts you down to 7. I think you can conserve the head counter there, but there's only so much you can really do. Oh.
Now for 9. We did incubating aggressively. Of course, with that Science Bros, makes it pretty free. So maybe Nate is still trying to threaten it. Takes the head, goes down. King Ghidorah Unleashed is not enough, even with all of the pumps. So it looks like that's going to be it for Nate's aggressive turn, leaving Ghidorah at 11 with 0 heads remaining.
Yeah, so now just a true 11 health 5-hander with only 3 foundations that are going to ready next turn. Not going to have access to that damage reset as well because of the freeze. So, everything's looking really good for Nate, except for the fact that Nate's at 5 health.
Yeah, of course, we're going to play this King Ghidorah Unleashed. We did check a 5 on it, but I assumed it was just to put it back into our discard pile to have a bonus one back. That other one is removed, and now removed for the entirety of the game. Until the future, when people like Kazuya exist. Acidic Sludge off of a fresh 5 draw here for Cole.
Ooh,
That's
but
pretty
that
good.
3 check is going to be pretty rough.
Especially with the frozen one that we had already.
Yep. I'm going to spend this momentum. I would not be surprised at all to see an attack and a 6 check stacked on top again.
Throw on the close
Oh,
counter.
maybe we're just getting 2 throws. Maybe we have an item menu. Okay, it is a 6 check and a throw. Imagine we stacked 2 throws and removed item menu and just drew them.
Oh, yeah.
That would have been
Slick.
devastating. Because Nate does have armor clad fate, so he can survive 1 throw. He
Yes.
can remove 1 throw. This one is big because we spent the momentum. It'll get 2 damage from itself. It gets 3 from Ghidorah. Not going to fight over the speed on this one. Just going to say you have to have the low because you can't partial this.
Which we do. Checks. Attack successfully survived. Close combat tackle here on a 4. Checks. It's going to lose that throw keyword just like
immediately.
you said. Just how you spelled it out. Like you wrote the script yourself, Sam.
Yep. Oh.
Draws 8. I'm with you. But there is that second close combat tackle. So not only did we remove throw, but we have to have another low block.
Yeah, that's true. You can get rid of throw, but if you partial block it,
What'd you
it
do?
doesn't
You didn't do
matter,
anything.
right?
Yeah.
Which would be a devastating way to lose game 1. Nate digging with the Science Bros, maybe tipping off that he doesn't have the low block. I think we drew one, though. I think we drew a heat tackle, which heat tackle is insane in this matchup.
Yeah.
Not only would it block low to keep us alive, but it cancels the King Ghidorah enhance.
Yep, and here it is. Going to be blocking with it. Checks the last 3 in Nate's deck. Very small deck to have here as well. Hyper aggressively removing stuff. And remember, this was the slowest move of all time. So -4 speed. So we're going to remove 10 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 79, and 10. And remember, on that incubating, we did remove a King Ghidorah Unleashed as well. So he does have access to a high block if needed. Looking at the remove from game pile. For Cole, is there a chance that he has another low? Another answer to a throw?
If we have a Koenma's and discard it, I believe we could form.
Yeah, that won't help. I guess it would help if he thinks he can find one. On a 3, 4, 5. Checks the 6.
Feels pretty good.
Nate doesn't have an answer to the throw, but like you said, with that heat tackle,
It's an answer to the damage pump.
but he didn't use it.
Uh-oh.
Jumping the gun. Yeah, I think just not giving enough time.
Yeah, just immediately went for the remove and draw. Unfortunate.
Yeah, because he has an answer to it. Of course, the heat tackle seals itself to do so, so it can only happen once.
There's a weird... Okay, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out.
Okay.
There's a weird argument where Cole doesn't have to remove that. There's a weird argument. Hear me out.
Oh, do we just leave it on top?
You leave it on top because in top cuts, it's open deck list. Theoretically, both players could know... would perfect information to deduce what the last card in the deck is. Whether or not no one's actually doing that by counting through, but theoretically everyone at this table would and should know that Earthbreaker was the last card there.
Yeah.
Theoretically,
Still
So.
a little quick though.
still not still gotta wait for the
Nate
cancel.
has to basically doesn't have to reduce the damage there, but like has to stop damage going onto this throw because he's at 5.
Yes, but theoretically they didn't have to make him remove it and cycle from his hand and everything.
Yeah.
Theoretically, you could have made the argument that Nate knows every card in my deck. All of my cards are public information. I have nothing face down. I guess actually no. Nate couldn't know because of the one hidden card in hand. That's actually not true. I take it back.
Yeah, but
Nate
only Cole
couldn't
would.
know. Only Cole would have known. I take it back. They actually do have to do it that way. That sucks.
But surviving regardless.
I'm always trying to find a way that you don't have to repair the game save you can. But actually, that's not true. Nate doesn't know the one card left in Cole's hand. So, but we were really close to having a perfect game information moment.
Yeah, yeah. And regardless, though, stopping the draw, no matter what it is. So the heat tackle coming through, showcasing enough damage to get through with the momentum, getting that Roman cancel token. Game 1, going to Nathan DeWalt, breaking serve once again.
So close.
Very close.
So close. I mean, if Nate doesn't cancel the damage from Ghidorah, he loses there.
Well, it only goes up to 7, right? And we were at 5 still? Am I wrong? Was I wrong?
No,
on
I
the math?
thought. Oh yeah, close combat tackle starts at 4. That's right.
Yeah,
you're
4.
Right. That's true.
5,
That's
6,
true.
7.
That's true.
Half. So he would have lived at 1.
Yeah, he would have lived at 1. You're
Which
right,
again, but the point I think is stopping the
We were
draw.
one sh- yeah,
we have
we
to
were
stop
one
the
short.
draw.
Which yeah, he would have drawn an Earthbreaker too and could have potentially
Passed it on a 5. Yeah.
played it. So yeah, just getting kerfluffled there at the end, going a little too fast. But yeah, immediately as soon as Nate drew the heat tackle, I immediately had the read on canceling the Ghidorah draw enhance to also prevent the damage.
That is game 1, though, as our players are going to sideboard up here. And like you said, Nate has an easier time typically when in his deck because of those sideboarded Megalomanias having an answer to the actual character of King Ghidorah, 3-headed monster. So at least if we play like that again, already having gone second, there are just now more tools in Nate's deck to answer what this King Ghidorah deck is doing.
Yeah, I could easily see Nate trying to get a couple of pokes, get like 1 or 2 momentum, and then playing that same string out, only instead of using Ice Sword to commit everything, using Ice Sword with the damage pump from momentum. Maybe that's still a component, but it looks like he's siding out the Ice Swords for Megalos.
The third Ice Sword was just like extra gas, right? Like, I agree with you. If you just turned one of those into the Megalomania to lead with,
right,
then all of those are doing 7 damage. And then even though the Fateful Decision still exists, he had plenty of foundations to play with if things like Breaker or Speed Hate came through. And instead, a massive Ice Sword execution. Remember, one of them he used a Supersonic Flight onto it. You would have done 2/3 of Ghidorah's health on 2 attacks alone. So I definitely would have think it would have been an easier time. And remember, he still had those King Ghidorah Unleashed that were only going to be very low on the damage. So I think it very much spells a easier time for his deck. But on the other side of the conversation, what is Cole going to do now? He has to win 2 games in a row.
Build 5. We're going to build 5 going first.
Going first, that's hard with a 5-hander, like you said.
It is. But that's my read is Cole's going to have an amazing turn 1 build. He's going to have an amazing turn 2, and he might not win on turn 2, but he's going to put Nate on the back foot for the rest of this game because I want to see a game 3. I always want more UniVersus action.
That's why I was when I was over at the table for the last one, I said we got a match, and that's all I care about. I always just want a good match. I want people to showcase what their decks can do, and I do think that we got that in that top 8 match, of course. Showcasing, Ryan being the best All Might in the room. Obviously now eliminated from the tournament, but the Earth deck really speaking to be doing better than the good version.
He was so close.
Yeah,
he was really so close. I mean, both of these, so far that first match, pretty much every game was close, but especially the final one and the first one.
Post game 1, he told himself, he said out loud, he goes, "I think I lost when I chose to flip the Armor-Clad Faith because he thought he needed Echo to win the game eventually, when if he had picked the Botan's coaching, he could have finally used those Battle Holds the Answers because it was just going to get shoved into his hand."
On commentary, I immediately, said, he's going to flip the Botan, and I think he flipped the Armor-Clad, and Tito had to, correct me, so that was, my brain zero, But sitting at the table, I don't know if Botan is what I'm thinking of on turn 2, right?
It was a, turns and turns later, he goes, that Botan's is why I couldn't use Battle Hold the Answer.
In UniVersus, oftentimes the mistake you make is never on the turn you lose.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's almost a quote-unquote mistake that you made turns and turns ago that you didn't know was a mistake yet,
Speaking of mistakes, and maybe a mistake for Nate here if we don't have a low block for this Acidic Sludge. The first attack of this game for Cole.
Yep. Right now it's a 2 low for 7, but we're going to stuff a card in the rival's card pool. So we're going to make it just a little tiny bit harder to block.
How about a timely counterattack instead? Partial here and Breaker 3, and we're going to take none because that Mikasa defeats that we built on turn 1 with that build 5 from Nate.
Yeah, we already checked 1-3 to play this. So if we check another 3 here, okay, good. We did not get absolutely dunked by our own deck, but that beautiful Rebel Frontier timely counterattack. What a wonderful alt art of a great defensive piece.
I just think the foiling that we do nowadays for UniVersus is just
So
so
good,
good. It's
yeah.
so good. And then, of course, the art is always good. I think all the art that we have for this game is fantastic. Hitch doing a phenomenal job. Kicking things off here, World's Weakest Hunter. This one for sure will not use up probably a head counter because this one's already for 3. And that, of course, that's if it connects.
But we could see a sick deflect play.
Yeah.
My actual favorite thing to see is to see World's Weakest Hunter, specifically this card, get deflected to 0. I love seeing this card be like 9 speed for 3 and then deal nothing.
We are battling back and forth, though. We are actually using speed hate and then blocking with the combined firepower. Easily checks on that 3.
Yeah, we had the long way putting that down to 0 speed, but now the heat tackle is going to come in. Heat tackle can, of course, like we mentioned, cancel Ghidorah, cancel the filter. It's also going to give us a Roman cancel. And with our stats, it's going to be a 5 low 6, it looks like.
Our players are playing so fast, I can't even pull up the cards quickly enough.
We should get a voice activated thing where it just shows up any card we say by name.
And then it would be flipping so fast every time we talk about a new card into a new card into a combo into a combo.
And then, yeah, I get bringing up Boomer retro cards. It pulls up like something not relevant at all.
Or just like phrases we say that are actually just names of cards, right?
That's true too. There's a lot of card names in this game that are just everyday phrases. All right, so 4 high. Sorry, I think I said this was low earlier because I always think of it as a block.
Low block, yeah.
I always think of it as a block because I always prefer to block with heat tackle rather than attack with it. But 4 high for 6, it looks like. Cole gonna take this one, go down to 27. And now it's up to Nate to push his luck, or are we just going to build? We're going to build a Batra. And a Supersonic pushing our luck a bit here.
6 of 3.
Ooh, yucky.
Probably not worth it. So we're going to let it go. And, of course, it sits on top of our discard pile, though.
Great card to fail.
Or no, it doesn't. Sorry, because our World's Weakest did not connect. So
we can incubate that.
You're right.
We can solve that.
You're right.
That's the crazy thing about Rodan. Anytime you think he has bad luck, there's a solution.
There is a solution. That's what it's all about. Manipulating that discard pile.
Yep. Every time you think that the RNG is against Rodan, he's got a fix for it.
Earthbreaker coming back, though, from Cole. Stun 2 is going to be pretty relevant unless we used an Armor Clad and I missed it.
We'll know in a minute.
Yeah. As we are going straight into the draw, as I would probably already assume as I was pulling the card up. Our players are very, very much playing their decks quite quickly. Very well versed in the game, of course. That's why they're sitting here. That's why they're doing well. Cole already going home with a team's belt from Friday.
Yep, very cool stuff. Team Cole winning the team's event.
There's
Got
that
to watch that. Yep, and here's the heat tackle block, which hopefully now Cole remembers. But you just got to wait for Nate to say if he wants to cancel the Ghidorah Enhance or not. And I don't imagine there's a reason for Nate not to. I don't know.
Yeah, it's use it or lose it, right?
Yeah,
it just seals itself. It doesn't like remove from the game or anything, but pays costs. Getting Cole to remove an attack out of his hand and then still stopping the effect for the Chivalrous Charge.
Yeah.
Incubating for -1, getting rid of this Galactic Monster can be built down later. Battle for Dominance. Removing the heat tackle from the card pool, drawing a card off the top. Timely counterattack coming again for this partial Breaker 3, and then we're going to take 4.
I was going to say, I do think we have to take the damage this time. I can't tell if that is a Mikasa's on the 2-diff or not.
No, it's an Aaron Sights.
Aaron Sights. I get those two mixed up all the time before they both became like meta 4X staples of these Rodan decks. But for the longest time before these cards were really getting played, I got them mixed up all the time.
And for everyone right there, Cole did go for the Acidic Sludge on a 6, but we checked a 0 due to the Breaker 3. So it was tap your entire board out for that Acidic Sludge, and that is probably not worth it. Cole then ends his turn.
Yeah,
going back to Nate.
Committing King Ghidorah would make it just a little too easy for Nate.
Yep.
And if he did commit out, I'd have to assume Cole is Nate DeWalt's biggest fan at that point.
Yeah, Nate has been gripping this Megalomania since last turn, so at any point when he chooses to go in, he can do so. But it looks like we're just going to go in with this King Ghidorah Unleashed just to swing with it right now.
Yeah, the big thing about the Megalomania is you got to make sure that you actually have the damage pump to back it up, right? That's why
Yeah.
I thought siding out, if we did side out all of the Ice Swords, I thought that'd be a little weird just because I don't know if Nate has another really big dunk in the deck, right? He doesn't
Yeah.
have a big, powerful 3 move. So having a little bit of a momentum outlet to put some big damage is how you want to combine with that Megalomania. But this is just a really annoying attack that I don't think Cole wants to even bother with, but
Especially not that it's only for 4. 3 high for 4 due to the incubating ourselves. Or yeah.
looks like Cole was asking the judge about deflect. And he's just going to choose to deflect instead of block, which makes sense.
Yeah. Deflect 4 on that one, by the way, so 0 damage.
Yep.
Try gravity beam. Attacking the backup.
Okay. Nate going after the resources in play.
Then checks that galactic monster. So Nate even has another foundation that he can build from his remove from game pile because of the galactic monster from the turn before. Looks like this one's going to go straight to the discard pile. Igris, right? Is that the one that it is?
I believe so. Yeah.
Igris. And then
It's
looks
the
like
chivalrous,
yeah.
chivalrous charge back up. It's the one where I believe you can add it to his hand on his next turn, but while it was committed, we were not able to do so.
Yeah. Goes for the galactic monster. Checks pretty poorly, so we're going to let that one fail, but it's another card that we could reuse.
All right. Things are not looking too bad for either player here, really. I know Cole would love to have a momentum or two here, but he's got a little bit of damage in. He's got an okay stage. We just got to be able to put together a big string, and these breakers and these heat tackles have been shutting that down.
Yeah, and also, Nate's obviously probably holding on to as many low blocks as he can, but building another Mikasa defeats the female Titan means that he's allowed another sort of partial into a breaker or anything else that he can have access to him. But as we kind of saw from the last game, I do think Nate has a pretty big clock for himself because of how aggressively he removes a lot of cards from his deck. So we saw that, of course, that he cycled, and it was just enough to draw enough attacks to close the game out. But the longer and longer it takes for Nate to get to that point, there is just an opportunity where Nate will just lose to deck out, because both of these characters are removing cards, right?
Yes, yeah, both of them. It's a big part of the void and the all sort
shared
of
pool.
rain of kaiju sort of symbol identity.
Heat tackle again being used as a block on this low attack. Cole being probably a little frustrated on that, but now it means Earthbreaker going as a second attack.
Yeah, very interesting sequencing there. Maybe we drew that off the acidic sludge to begin with. Maybe he wanted to bait out a low block so he could deal damage with the Earthbreaker to get the destruction effect, but that destruction effect is certainly only going to hit a low attack there. And it looks like we get to do the blitz to draw a card because Nate's going to save the heat tackle to cancel the Ghidorah potentially.
Yeah. Very unlikely for this to deal damage at all, though, because of that Mikasa defeats, even if we don't have a low block. Incubating. Down to 2 speed. To even press the button is called, but the problem is that it will still be there as we remove. 80% power. Stopping the effect again. Cole throwing an attack away, saying, I can't pass all these.
Yeah. Yeah, the 80% power, one of the only ways for evil and death to touch the right, and also, actually, these are all Ghidorah symbols. One of the only ways for these symbols to really deal with rival foundations, but giving them 2 back feels bad, and having to pass it on a 5 feels bad. So here's a close combat tackle.
Which is good for Nate, because he saved that...
Mikasa defeats.
That's right, because we had that low block on the Battle for Dominance. I'm wondering how much damage Cole plans on throwing into this.
Three low for 8.
Maybe more. We have combined firepowers. They would be on 4s, so checking 3s on them makes it scary. But Nate actually just going to take it straight to the face. Says that, yeah, this isn't lethal yet. I got to save this when I need it.
Except maybe this is the lowest damage move.
On a 5, checks. Hold 1, build 1, pass, take a momentum for the side of call. Back to Nate's turn. Hopefully Nate gets some sculpting done. Still holding on to that Megalomania.
I'm very surprised we actually got that damage in, but yeah, maybe we're just holding on to a really, really good hand or some really, really good cards. But it looks like this is going to be a build turn for Nate. That Megalomania does not have the supporting cast it needs. And another Batra, pretty much not letting Cole ever activate anything in his stage, it looks like. I don't think we're going to be able to activate any of these foundations. There's just not enough playables to fight through it.
Yeah, it finally gets a Moment of Normalcy built down. Galactic Monster here on a 5. Checks. I think we had an Armor-Clad Faith. Although it is a high block, when you have the Unleashed in your discard pile, I think the effect of the Armor-Clad Faith is going to keep you alive a little bit more. Nate, I think, recognizing that. Checks. Build 5, pass. Going into Deadlock. As we pass back to Cole.
All right, Cole, this is your moment. This is your chance. You can fight through the triple Batra. That's not a problem. The Mikasa defeats. Yeah, the Mikasa defeats might be annoying, but this is your chance
as we
build an optimal form.
Which we already have it too. So
man, we don't have Koima's form online yet.
Now we have 2 in our hand. I don't think we have one removed, and we didn't have an attack to where we probably could have gotten there.
Oh, okay. Because this time I think we checked one early. But now we don't have one removed, and we didn't have an. Oh, that's so heartbreaking. He's so close.
Yeah,
he's so close. Koenma's is genuinely one of my favorite things to pull off. In
oh
the game,
yeah, for sure. But Nathan as well, not drawing more attacks, but 2 more Mikasa defeats. Yeah. I do know he sides the extra ones, right?
Right, he had two main 2-sided. So yeah, we went up to 4. Here's at the Ray. Now we're gonna see if we can get the K-Task train going.
Kills off tension, though, for Nate. Says, I can't let you have any more momentum.
Get the Eggway going.
I'm trying to think if there exists an answer to the Koenmas, but I don't think Nate
It would be something weird, like if a rival would remove your card, you know?
Yeah, or just like an action cancel from hand, but again, we're not doing that thing.
It would have to be, that's what I'm saying. Like, I don't think he has any action-specific cancels, but it would have to be something that cancels a card leaving the game. Oh, I guess we still
don't have it, or didn't, or choosing not to. Oh no, we got rid of it.
Okay, well now we know there's Koenma's online if we draw one.
Yeah,
but
I think they're all gone now.
Yeah, I think they're all gone now. Unfortunate. Well, Cole just running it out with the Botons here.
Megalomania in hand. It's finally coming down. Blitz to seal rival's character unless they could discard enough momentum. Cannot.
Yeah, I don't know how exactly to phrase it, but I think Cole kind of not giving up, but not recognizing how risky of a play that was, because the Megalomania now says you don't have defense. The Batra say you can't draw with Botons. Heat Tackle potentially could cancel those as well, right? So I think Cole is way more vulnerable than he realized doing that. But you can also tell from the posture that this game is just not going his way. He's about to cycle. He didn't get to do his really cool Koenma's, modes. And Nate is thinking about doing the Batra, and I don't see a reason not to.
Yeah.
I don't see a reason not to leave my rival on no cards in hand.
I think his only fear is that currently he can only give the damage with the pressure by all for one, which is happening right now because of that extra committed foundation. And it only works for certain keyworded attacks.
Yeah.
So
it's ranged or weapon.
Ranged or weapon, yeah. So as long as everything fits that category that Nate plans on playing this turn, that's good. But I think Nate
tackle does not. Yeah, tackle is charge punch.
Yeah, so I think maybe he's afraid. He's like, I need to still be able to do enough damage. But with that first one showing it, and then Nate very excited, winning 2-0 in his top 4 match, taking down King Ghidorah, moving his way to finals.
Yeah, Nate showing him, look, I can cancel everything you do. I've got the 15. So Nate is going to move on to a grand finals for the first time, I believe, in 2 years.
It's been a long time.
It's been a while, but Nate has been in grand finals before with the best blocking character in the format before, and it was against an aggressive 5-hander that he already beat in semifinals. So this could be a nightmare scenario. As happy as I am for Nate, we could see a repeat of history where he beat Ochako 2, the aggressive 5-hander, earlier in Top Cuts, and then has to fight one again in Grand Finals where the script gets flipped on him. So Nate,
it's hard, I think, on both sides, Sam. The opposite side of the bracket is the same two characters.
Right.
So regardless, and remember, Nate had to already beat a Rodan in top 4,
Correct,
or sorry, top
yeah,
8,
top
when
8.
he had to beat Jet breaking serve as well. So no matter the winner of that side, there is a repeat matchup
Right.
for Nathan. The only real difference is that the Ghidorah on the other side of the table, or other side of the bracket, is a different symbol.
Right. It's the all symbol. It's got a few different tricks up its sleeve, a couple of different things that you have to play around. But for the most part, if Nate plays as good as he did there, he's going to have absolutely no problem with a Ghidorah in the finals. However, as far as the Rodan matchup goes, that one is definitely more of a toss-up. However, I'd have to take a look at Porat's deck list again, but I don't think Porat has Megalomania in the sideboard, whereas Nate does.
Yeah.
And I think that could be absolutely huge in the Rodan mirror. But that is a question for a future Sam Tate in Grand Finals.
That's true.
Not for the Sam Tate of right now.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think. Like, I think, and I'll be honest with you, this is me giving my honest opinion, having watched Andrew play in that top 8 and watching the rest of this match. But of course, those two players are still playing, or have yet to play. We're going to be covering that match as well, so we'll have the full story. But I'll be honest with you, man. I'm going to give you a strong opinion here on Andrew's deck. I don't think I'm a fan of the 94 card pile, and it's not that he's playing great. Andrew has so much.
But it's
history.
so proven.
I understand, and the character is consistent. But what I'm afraid is that Nate's version is a quicker, faster. I can find the ones I'm looking for a little bit sooner. Whereas Andrew wants to find. It says I'm going to be able to beat you with any pieces that my deck gives me at a given time, and I think that's a tale of two stories.
However, I did talk to Andrew before Top 8 started, and his take on it was that he has a massive advantage because he has a bigger deck. He said that
for sure.
He said that because my deck is bigger than the other Rodans, I have an advantage in that matchup. So, I don't know. I've never been a fan of the huge piles myself.
Yeah.
But I've also never been a fan of Slim 60. I've always been
Same.
In the middle kind of a guy. UniVersus is one of the only games where going above the minimum is really viable without being a total gimmick. So
That's actually exactly what he said. He said, I like never playing the minimum because you're allowed to in this game.
Right, because it's not like actually trolling.
Yes, exactly. It's really not. And again, he's proving it because you having those options in your deck, having the tools for you to do so, being able to win the fatigue matchups in your character that already is removing a bunch of cards, which is exactly what we're seeing with Nathan's deck today. But we can probably hear from the man himself. So we've got our interview getting lined up, ready to go. And
he's working on it.
He's working on it. So we're gonna vamp a little bit more.
We'll know.
But I wonder how it's going to go. But again, I mean, Nathan is playing out of his mind this tournament, and so he's making a good run. But of course, we are gonna be able to see the entire matchup from the other side of the bracket to see who his opponent will be when we eventually get to it.
Let me ask you, what would you rather see? Would you rather see Ghidorah versus Rodan again, or would you rather see the Rodan mirror?
I think I want to see Nate have to take down 2 Ghidorahs to do it.
I think I'd rather see the Ghidorah as well. So I think I'd rather see how the 2 different Ghidorah symbols really match up against each other. But we do finally have the interview set up for you. So here is your semifinal winner, Nathan DeWalt with Tam Cardwell.
Missing a lot of top cuts and finally making a deep run feels really good.
I love your tenacity because you're on a team. You have your voice out in the community, and you have constantly over and over and over again said, guys, I'm playing Void Rodan. And then we're gonna be like, Nate, you should change your deck. You should play something that's not Void Rodan. You go, no, I'm gonna play Void Rodan. It'll work. And it hasn't, and it hasn't, and it hasn't, and it has. What about this Rodan list or this event was the key factor?
I think it was within the deck building decisions that I decided to make.
Okay.
It truly has come down to that. I'm playing the card that seals anything, the but a character card in a main board. and 3 of, and that card has done wonders this entire weekend.
I love that. I love that. As well as, I mean, we saw in the last match, Megalomania and the sideboard, something that some Rodans are opting to do. You are opting to do. Some are not deciding to do that, right?
Yes.
We're going to see in our next match a Rodan who has chosen not to do that, which was like key for finding that second game victory pretty quick. Give me your thoughts on not just the Ghidorah matchup, but as we head into the next round, which would you rather fight, second Ghidorah or Andrew Porat, one of the best Void Rodans to do it, in the mirror?
It's probably the Ghidorah. I think that matchup is a lot more fun as well. Like, it's also probably a little bit favored, but the Void Rodan mirror just isn't as fun to play. But I think my deck is better.
I love that. And I love the call out. With that said, Nate, I'm going to let you go relax after a grueling match. We got to get these other two started. Any shout outs you want to give before we send it back to our cast?
Shout out to the Trading Post. Shout out Coping with Cardboard. All of you guys, thank you so much.
All right. Well, congrats, dude. We'll send it back to our casters as we get prepped for our top 4B.
He says his deck is better. So that, I think, answers the question that you asked me a little bit beforehand, Sam. He says his deck is just better. So not afraid of Andrew Porat and wants to see the Ghidorah mirror or the Ghidorah match again, even because it's more fun and it's a little more back and forth and that kind of stuff. I'm excited. Congrats to Nathan making on finals. Again, I think he said 3 years. We said 2 years. Who knows how long? It's been a long time. Very well deserved, but he's still got to get it. He's still got to win it. But with that, we are going to prepare for our next top 4 here. I'm going to say goodbye to you, Sam, as you've got a finals to prepare for, and I am going to.
I'm going to go watch Retro. That's what I'm going to do.
Oh, that's fair.
I'm not going to prepare for nothing. I've already cast this matchup, so
that is true. I get the pleasure of doing it 2 times and 1 more time with Tito himself. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back for more UniVersus Top Cut action. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Bear Bryant, joined for the last time with you guys today, at least for the main event, as we plan on trying to get a little bit more action after the main event has concluded. I'm joined by Tito for the first time today.
Yep.
And, wow, we are on a journey. We are on a journey, mainly of the Godzilla characters, Rodan versus King Ghidorah, three-headed monster, on the match that we just saw on top 4. And boy, howdy, we've got another one. On a slightly different symbol and a very different Rodan deck, even though they're on the same symbol, of course. Much larger, and our Swiss champ, right? Basically, Andrew Porat, of course, known to be good on this deck, on this player. What do you think of that? What do you think is going to win it?
I mean, I talked about this earlier. I am a King Ghidorah believer now after this weekend 300 Monster has shown out. I was not expecting that going into this event. I think myself and pretty much everybody else expected Rodan to have the presence that he had at this event. And while I am a believer, again, it's really, really hard to bet against Andrew on this deck that he knows so well inside and out.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly why he picked it. I mean, from what I heard, he planned on playing Reiner Braun, but of course with the errata coming home, he's like, well, I'm just gonna go back to what I know, what I trust, what he believes in, and he said this was the slim version after going back down to this 94 card list. So I'm excited to see how it does.
Yeah.
We've talked about already. Sam and I, we were prefacing the difficulties of his deck versus like what Nate was playing in his for this King Ghidorah matchup. And then on the other side of that, Gavin is just playing a different deck, right? So there are different things that you have to be concerned about. But before we get into that, we've got some secret rares for you all. Of course, as promised, alternate art secret rares for the upcoming Tekken 8 set. Of course, we've got Impenetrable Defense and Devastate. And now, of course, this Impenetrable Defense, our players are playing for cool versions of this as well. But this is the one that you can open up inside of the booster box itself. And, of course, the Devastate action card as well, basically being a weird version of like a board wipe.
Yeah, having that first form remove all face-up foundations and play with the difficulty 1 or less, draw X cards. I just want to point out, as much as I love the art we've gotten in past sets and kind of the busyness of some of them. I mean, as good as the Critical Role art is, a lot of them are kind of busy.
Yeah.
I really, really like this aesthetic of these really, really clean images and this contrast between the monochrome and the hues in the background. I love these. I love how these look.
And although they don't form the same picture, you can tell these two are staring right at each other, right?
Absolutely.
Devil Gene versions. Right, Jin and Kazuya, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that is exactly, that main big fight that you go into, especially when you start up the game. But Impenetrable Defense, I think, is going to be a very good card.
Yeah, and of course, we got the good symbol against the evil symbol, as it's meant to be. And so,
yeah, so of course you can check these out and get your hands on these at the official Tekken 8 release on August 14th. Make sure you get to hit up your local game store so you can get some of that product, as well as it will be legal for play in our tournaments. Of course, we have round 4 LCs that we want to look at as well after that. But let's go back to our bracket. Let's talk about what we were already, spoiling. Nathan DeWalt winning on the bottom side of that bracket, taking down one of these King Ghidorah three-headed monsters. And now we watched Andrew Porat pilot incredibly against Ryan Levine on that Earth Armored All Might, but now he must also prove that he can take down the King Ghidorah three-headed monster.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a situation where one of two things are going to happen. We're going to have a mirror match in the finals, or we are going to have the same matchup that we're watching now and that we watched before, although with different lists. So I'm excited either way.
Absolutely. And, Nathan, in that post-game interview, he said, I think my deck is just better than Andrew's, but that doesn't mean that Andrew's isn't still good enough to take down this deck. But Gavin is playing very well this weekend as well, and we had the privilege of actually looking at his list and having him on stream yesterday. But Andrew, of course, being our Swiss champ, is going to be going first here. Defensive control, Void. Once again, aggressive combo deck, but on the all symbol this time. So we're going to go ahead and look at these deck lists. And, of course, Andrews is going to take up the entire screen for everybody at home.
Yeah. I actually think that currently the biggest danger to Rodan are the cards falling off of the table.
Yeah, luckily I think he's spent some time in between these matches right now of
sanding down the sleeves so they're not as slippery.
Yes, yeah. So yeah, exactly. You gotta warm up the sleeves, right? You gotta rough out the edges just a little bit. So, but our players getting ready for that. But here is that Rodan list. Of course, I think the big thing we want to talk about is this combination salvo. I think although we do not have answers to King Ghidorah, the head counters in the main board and also the sideboard, we do, however, have giant bombs that we can sling as soon as we you know, take down those head counters at some capacity.
Yeah, and it's also watching him play against Ryan in that first round, just seeing the power of the Violent Enemy Shot, the Tri-Gravity Beam, just ripping those cards one after another to set up for something like the Combination Salvo with all of that damage. It truly is a devastating.
Absolutely. But, of course, we want to check out the new version of Three-Headed Monster on the Gavin side. We have his deck list now for the first time, at least on stream, instead of just us, you know, talking about his deck. Lots of 4-ofs, lots of bread and butter, making this deck work like the well-oiled machine that it is. Still, of course, instead of having things like throws and close combat tackles, which it was something that, you know, we were, that was being played, at least in the last version for Side of Cole, we instead have things like Mikasa's Fatal Cleave and board control. But instead, Bloodsucking Universe, one of the big reasons why we can play the all symbol and gain some more life as well as generate that tension token.
I talked about it earlier. I think that King Ghidorah's key to victory against a Rodan is going to be these throws and having access to 4 more throws or playing 4 more throws in the last list we saw. I think it's going to come down to that. It's so funny seeing this image after the other image.
Yeah.
The other one, Andrew's list is a novel and we're getting cliff notes right here. Gavin deciding that he knows what cards he wants. He wants to see these cards and playing a lot of 4-ofs.
But here we've got our action kicking things off here. Our second top 4 match here in Dallas. Going for a solid build 4 here. Love these 3 difficulty foundations, of course, that we've talked about on, you know, all these Rodan decks.
Yes.
Love to play. Science Bros right off the bat, paired with an incubating, though, is going to be a big deal. And this is a guaranteed 4 build, even by checking that King Ghidorah Unleash, which is exactly where he wants it.
I was talking about how I think that this matchup's going to come down to and how strong I think the throws are going to be. And immediately you see Andrew building down that Mikasa defeats the female Titan, having an answer on turn 1 for any potential throw shenanigans.
But some extra help on Gavin's side as well. Dark Ward hitting the stage. Godzilla versus Gigan, right? I think is that one?
Yeah.
So also getting a solid build 5 here, going second as a 5-hander.
I was going to say, which one of these is a 7-hander?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy, but going second is I think that
Yeah.
benefit of what you can do in these 5-hand size characters. Whereas, like, I think one of the hardest parts about when we saw Cole playing is he went first both of those games, and it was a build 2 in the first game and then a build 3 in the second game. It's just like you're so reliant on what you get on that mulligan. That, you know, it's different when you get that going second sort of, I'm going to call it a buff, although some people would disagree.
Yeah. Andrew building out, just getting that really wide stage is, you know, kind of what he is part of the game plan and what he wants to do. Although earlier in round 1, we did see him sling a couple of attacks on turn 2, just chipping away at these health totals. So I don't know if his hand just didn't have any or if, you know, he just values getting this wider build. Again, I do think that it's going to be super important to try to get some of these head counters as early as possible. But decided just for a wide build.
Andrew's not afraid to take the game as long as possible.
Yes,
and remember,
correct.
He will win the deck out game, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Although both of these characters remove cards from their discard piles
Yeah.
and from their hands, they create a large remove from game pile. Gavin's deck is not as big as Andrew's is, and that is
Andrew's
just
slim deck.
Yes, this is the slimmed version. Yes, of course, the slimmed version. So that alone is going to be a big reason why Andrew has absolutely no problem just trying to take 0 damage probably across this entire game. You know, having these early defensive pieces already, then Mikasa defeats, having an answer to an early Bloodsucking Universe is going to be a big deal. But Earthbreaker being the first decision here, and I would only probably assume this Armor-Clad Faith might be stopping a stun potentially here, but with checking a 3, maybe Andrew feels pretty safe here of no more like attacks coming quickly afterwards.
Yeah, checking the 3 is pretty rough. I mean, we got to peek into Gavin's hand. I'm pretty sure that currently it's the only attack. We're gonna get to see what he drew off the top. Checking the 3 is pretty rough, but he does have that battle holds the answer, which I've talked about, you know, earlier today. And so if he does want to go deep and he feels like he has to go deep, he can just hit that on top because that effect is tenacious.
Here's the stun coming through, so we've tapped the treasure hunting. We'll get one more committed here. Tapping the female or Mikasa defeats is pretty big, only in the sense if Gavin finds things like a Bloodsucking Universe right now.
Yeah, or that close combat tackle.
But of course, that Armor-Clad Faith, because we did save it, could also remove
Correct.
the throw keyword or attention up to Andrew's decision. Item menu getting removed here, but is able to say no to the effect of that foundation. It is still a foundation card when you do the thing, so does cancel the bonus draw.
And of course, on that draw, getting some damage pump from Earthbreaker's ability.
Yep, choosing speed for Gavin, but here comes the Rodan ability for -3 speed, and we did use the Science Bros to also draw a bonus card off the top. So a pretty simple block here for Andrew on this 2-speed low. But we did commit quite a few foundations here, not just from the stun, but from our own effects as well.
I wasn't able to see what was in Andrew's hand, and I have to assume with that many cards, he does have a low block here.
We definitely do. It's the Guilty Gear 1 div.
Okay.
That I'm struggling. Void Air, Void something. It's a good one. It was actually the card that.
Oh, is it
It's the one that Ryan
Scales
was.
of Juno?
Yeah, Scales of Juno.
Thank you.
Yeah, Scales of Juno was the one that Ryan was constantly like worried about having to play around for what his deck is doing, which has a low block.
Yes.
So it feels very good.
Yeah, the best answer I think to Queen of the Monsters in the game right now.
Yeah, yeah.
Which, now that I've mentioned Queen of the Monsters, I don't know if you saw, but if we were still keeping count today, Ryan was doing me justice in getting a lot of those.
He
Queen
was
of the Monsters.
trying as the only Queen of the Monsters deck that was in top 8. But we did get the low block here also from that combination salvo. So full block there for Andrew Porat, but Gavin is going to play a World's Weakest Hunter. And this one is already very fast, so it's just about if it connects, we can potentially draw more cards here for Gavin. But of course, Andrew, I think, is going to try and stop that as much as he can, but also not as much damage. Only for 5 right now.
Yeah, and this one having the effect of being able to draw based on how many removed from game piles. So I think currently he has 2 in his remove, so he would draw 2.
Yeah, a very slow accumulation here for Gavin. Of course, it's just every time you press the King Ghidorah button.
Yeah.
But remember, it has that ability where you are also allowed to remove a bonus one if you want.
Correct.
Not that anyone typically does
yeah,
that.
right.
But we are immediately getting the airship use here to pick up that low block again of the combination salvo, which is not going to help us necessarily right now, right here. But if we have a mid block of some sort, it also still clears the progressive.
Yeah, it clears the progressive, and it gets you that combination salvo back in your hand for the next turn. I mean, I see no reason not to here.
No. We'll see resetting the speed back to 5. Considering, I would imagine probably an incubating here on the combination salvo to get to the higher block modifier. So yeah, incubating first, and then the Rodan enhanced for the minus speed, going for down to 1 mid for 5. As long as Andrew has a mid block, should feel pretty good about it. But we don't. It's gonna be a partial, and because we tapped that Mikasa defeats earlier on. We are still going to take 3 damage, which means Gavin is going to be able to get this effect after it deals damage. All right. Damage goes through. He's going to draw 2 cards, making the decision if we wanted to remove an extra one. But he said, no, I'm okay. Draws 2. Feels pretty good there.
I do believe that he pulled a Bloodsucking Universe off the top, so he will have that for next turn.
Yeah, but sadly, if we wave this full turn cycle, which is going to occur right now if we build these foundations, Andrew's going to be able to ready up all of these tools that he has to survive against a card like the Bloodsucking Universe. And it will just be up to Gavin on how he wants to sequence it and then still also break through those defenses. Build 4 coming out of Gavin afterwards. Everyone has picked up
every single person.
It's new. It's new. Obviously, no one's getting upset about that, but like... Andrew did say in his interview that he's like kind of surprised that nobody else is playing that card because it gets so incredibly fast and it has power for 4 on it, and it still gives you hand advantage because it grabs the attack that you spent from the momentum, right? So I understand why Andrew is probably guessing that, but the fact that everyone is picking up and reading it shows me that not everyone has been necessarily been testing out the cards in the card pool so far.
No, absolutely. In game 1, I brought the card up on the screen because Ryan did immediately reach over, grab it, and take a little bit of reading what its effects were.
I was sitting next to them when they were reading deck lists, and and Ryan says, combination salvo, that's like the ultra rare from this deck, right? And then Andrew very kindly was like describing what the card did for him. Not that you have to do that, right?
Yeah.
But then the first time it got checked, he's like, I'm going to pick that one up just to double check. And so... Yeah.
I also love that it was on top. He goes to grab it to read it, and then another one
checks
ended
another
up on top.
one, yeah.
And so he's like, okay, this is fine.
King Ghidorah Unleashed coming through here for Andrew Porat. A nice, easy poke to play in this deck because even if it goes to your momentum, if it doesn't, you don't really care where it ends up because the true power of this card is when you can remove it and get a second use out of it, whether you use it as a high block or as another attack. And of course, with this Science Bros and incubating in our stage, it's going to feel like a good attack to Sling no matter what, because we're going to get some extra damage on it on top of the very fast speed. And we're also going to go ahead and very quickly draw a bonus card from Science Bros. That tells me that this is the only attack of the turn.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. And you know, we need to start taking away, at least attempting to, you know, get some of these head counters away. Although King Ghidorah is sideways right now.
Oh, to pass a check?
Yeah, I think so, to have that wide build.
Yeah, that would make sense. So Andrew can also kind of take advantage. We were talking about things within Andrew's deck and main board, sideboard that can deal with the character card. But I guess, you know, if you just commit the character,
then you don't have to worry about it.
You don't have to worry about it. So that one is going to connect. But instead, the bread and butter of Andrew Porat, I feel like I see him play this card no matter what deck he is playing. Tri-Gravity Beam coming through here.
Yeah. I've actually, the interesting thing too is he's been playing it. Obviously, its most powerful effect is after playing it as your third attack or greater, because then you have the trigger. You trigger the enhance or meet the conditions for the enhance to rip a card out. However, he's played it first, second, third, doesn't matter. Yeah, he's just going to throw it.
Yeah, it because of this board that he's developed,
Yep.
right? The Science Bros. Now it is committed, of course, but it gets 2 damage on its own. You already give a bunch of speed. He's not afraid to just play this 4 difficulty attack that is never actually a 4 mid for 5, which is already good stats for a 4 difficulty move. But because it gives itself 2 more damage, and because your character gives it so much speed, in this example, it's an 8 mid for 7.
Also in a situation where Gavin is a little bit vulnerable, so taking advantage of that as much as he can on this turn.
Gonna take it straight to the face, though, going down to 20, which is still a safe spot for the 3-headed monster, of course. What you don't want to do is go below 9 with all 3 heads, because then it feels like you've wasted it. But remember, Gavin, I don't think, is afraid to take damage because of things like the blood-sucking universe. Now, of course, you have to, you know, be able to still have those head counters to get the full effect of drawing or of gaining the 4. So maybe that's exactly why Gavin is leveraging his health total here. Second Mikasa defeats, though, coming down here is pretty bad for Gavin, but checking poorly for Andrew means he's actually going to go ahead and commit one of them. And then there's Team Hero 15, as well as a Botans.
And then, again, if I remember, Andrew's saying that errata on Team Hero doesn't bother me all that much, still playing it as a 4 of in his deck list.
He did, however, say at the table, he goes, the card is worse. And then as he blocked with it twice. It's got a good block mod, though, and like you said, it can also help you get some extra damage as long as you can get rid of some foundations in your stage. Passing back to Gavin, very large stage to look at, but 4 foundations committed. Remember that airship is gone, but you're still staring across 6 valuable foundations for Andrew, and all of them interact with what you're trying to do. The Mikasa Fatal Cleave coming down here, though, on a 4, and it does check.
All right, and peeking at Gavin's hand again, actually, he does not have a Bloodsucking Universe. I think this is the only attack currently he has in his hand. Obviously, he has the ability to dig for more.
Correct. And this is obviously another one that's going to be like low zone checking Andrew, which we saw that he was able to successfully do against Ryan because also meaningful low attacks. But this is one you want to block because selective destruction is a big deal. I will say, though, I would be very surprised if we ever see the full effect of that Blitz ever come through this game because of how large Andrew's deck is.
Correct.
Team Hero coming through. Going to pick something. Batra arrives, going to come in as well, valuing answers to the board, of course. Not for now, but for later.
I mean, I do think that, again, if your stage is this large, right, and you're running Team Hero, then it coming in committed is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Right?
I do want to count foundations, though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That is our 10th foundation. These are the Need for Destructions, right?
Yes.
Which is repeatable stats, and these are, I think, really going to help Gavin out, and that's why Andrew is immediately targeting them with these Batra arrives so that we can stop the speed increase. Gavin giving speed to his moves, I think, is the key and why I think he's had success this weekend, because it's not just the Need for Destructions, but it's also this new 1 difficulty foundation with the Evil Attune that allows you to give more speed as well. And he's not afraid to still give speed using King Ghidorah's effect because he has these powerful on-hit effects like Mikasa's Fatal Cleave and even Blood-Sucking Universe, right?
Yeah, just giving him the ability in a matchup like this where Rodan usually controls the speed game, being able to play that footsies back and forth and be able to go toe-to-toe on that particular stat.
Yeah, 3 speed still on a move here for Gavin is higher than Andrew is probably actually
Yeah.
used to be honest. But remember, we know that he still has that combination salvo that he picked back up due to the military airship, and we didn't see it get played last
Right.
turn.
And again, this is a situation where these aggressive decks going into a Rodan, especially Andrews, this many turns into the game, it really is a situation where like you have to be patient, you have to pick your spots, you have to wait for, either an overextend or just a misstep and take advantage of it. Again, seeing the world's weakest hunter coming out, trying to hopefully get that responsibility and be able to dig for some more cards.
It worked last time.
It did.
It does have EX.
Yeah. Also, it's just a little bit of damage.
Item menu also coming through here for the Ghidorah ability, so it's actually drawing 2 instead of the 1. And I would imagine Gavin might be picking speed again.
Yep.
Yep, there it is. 7 mid for 3.
I think that's a consideration with playing against the world's weakest hunter a lot of times. It's like, yeah, I don't want my opponent to draw a ton of cards. I don't want them to find what they need. But also, do I really want to commit to blocking a 6-speed move at this point that only does 3 damage?
Yeah. But it's hand advantage, and I do know Andrew very much values trying to stay above his opponent. Again, context because I was sitting next to the table, but like when Andrew played the Genkai's guidance and blew up 3 foundations, it was already during the game that Ryan was going first in top 8. Andrew visibly like audibly says out loud, well, now you went super first because I just debuilt 3, right? So maintaining not just hand advantage but board advantage.
Yep.
I mean, these are constant things that, of course, high-level players are always thinking about when it comes to the exchange of resources in our game, because that is literally the name of this game. Once you are exhausted of resources, once you run out of things to use, you are giving your opponent the opportunity to reduce your life total.
Yep.
But this one is going to connect only for 3 damage, but it will draw 3 more cards for Gavin. And we'll see if Andrew can actually do anything about that if Gavin decides to really blow up the sides of his stage. Because currently, no real deadlock threats on the side of Andrew's board. But here comes an Earthbreaker coming in as the 3rd attack.
Honest Evan checks a 5, deciding, I have 2 battle holds the answers. Let me commit those.
Yeah. Battle holds the answers means that 6 checks galore for Gavin at some point.
And then Andrew responding with the Armor-Clad Faith, I assume to take the Sun 2 away.
Yeah. It's the only actual keyword
ability.
ability.
Yep.
I think you are allowed to take away other keywords.
Right.
But
yeah, this is no longer a punch.
Yes. Which you never know.
Yeah.
But all the other abilities on here, that's one tool, though, that Andrew has to survive against things like Bloodsucking Universe.
Yep.
We know that Gavin has one
Yep.
from earlier. So now Gavin just is staring across the board from that Mikasa defeats, and we've already connected some damage this turn. So Gavin is probably feeling pretty happy about what's going on so far.
Yeah, and still with 3 head counters. So even if this is a situation where this one doesn't hit, if he wants, he could potentially just go to a really wide stage.
Yeah.
And then hold on to that Bloodsucking Universe for the next turn.
Godzilla vs. Guy game, because it gets removed, you get a power token, so that's going to help also. That's actually what we've seen. Sorry, got a message from production. It was important. Because he has these throws, and we saw him have success with this yesterday. Like, there is this real game plan in Gavin's deck where, against these 7 hand-sized characters, once you can get through the actual tools of the resets, the throw hate, all these other abilities, you can dump all these power tokens onto those throws.
Yeah, and currently on Andrew's side, he does have that Moment of Normalcy and that Mikasa defeats the female Titan. But at some point, if you're Gavin, you have to force him to use those tools, right?
Yes, and that's what we're doing, I think, very slowly. The armor clad has now come through. That was also an answer, right? So that one's a flip. So it's just trying to get rid of these other flip effects like the Mikasa defeats, but like the Batra arrives are already gone. So you now can use these battle holds the answers, which was something that you would have to play around, but because you had other meaningful foundations that Andrew wanted to target with the Batra arrives, we had avenues to get through it. But this one low block from the Violent Animus shot with a Breaker 1 as well is going to be an option for us. And it looks like we're going to leave it through. Superfly Stomp on a 4, 5, 6, 7, checking a 5. 6, 7. And we did have a Dark Ward where we could have stopped that, but saving it for a more valuable response, I think, instead for later. Superfly Stomp coming in here. Remember, we do have a momentum for its other ability as well.
See, this is a situation where, as the aggressive deck, throwing out these 4 attacks over and over, this is the power of Rodan, actually. You know, just being able to chain block, having the resets. Again, I think at the end of the day, unless you get out to a quick, you know, going first turn 2 build, I think patience and finding the spots are going to be key to actually taking this down.
We have to also remember Frenzy on the Superfly Stomp is why it came in with this 2/2 for everybody. And the fact is now we got this loss of consciousness into our discard pile from the Superfly Stomp. We literally searched for a loss of consciousness to target seal this moment of normalcy, which is setting up again, I think, for this situation where it's asking Andrew to have, once again, another low block, and I'm going to make you use more resources to deal with the Superfly Stomp first, spinning the momentum, making Andrew lose his momentum, although it is that Unleash that was dealt earlier, and he's going to lose a Foundation. Currently still a 6 low for 6. We do still have King Ghidorah's ability. Removing this, we can still pick speed as well.
So it looks like Gavin opting for the damage.
Saying that we can get, or remember, this is just a draw from the Earthbreaker damage.
Oh, you're right.
So because we drew a card, now that Earthbreaker is in the card pool, things are getting even scarier. But we did pick the 2 speed, 8 low for 7 as the 4th attack here. It's getting scarier for Andrew. Not only do we have to worry about potentially blocking this and using resources and having to commit pieces, but if that Mikasa defeats the female Titan also gets dealt with, this could be GG for game 1 here. Of course, on Gavin, only 4 more readied foundations on his board. We do still have that Battle Holds the Answer.
Which he hasn't stacked yet. But
because we now have used Ghidorah's ability. No more draw coming in here. We still have a need for destruction. We still have +1 speed. You don't have to worry about the speed resets anymore. You're just allowed to keep pushing the buttons. We also have +2 more speed on a flip foundation. There's the need for destruction. 1 more speed. 9 low for 7. Andrew does not like how fast this one is.
Not used to it.
Not used to these moves having this much speed. But we have yet to use the Rodan Enhance. Here comes the stack.
At least for the moment, posturing that we have another attack in hand.
And then we're taking it 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8, 9. But then it might still be too slow. We haven't dealt with the Mikasas.
Correct.
So, a second Superfly Stomp is pretty scary as well.
And that one's only going to be on an 8. Checks the 6. Only having to commit 2 here.
Does commit the +2 speed and our seal. Oh, I forgot about this one. We actually could have kept up the other one. I actually wonder if the Bloodsucking Universe would have been the better call, and we could have just made it too fast for it to matter for the Mikasa defeats. Although the damage wouldn't still get there. Comes in with the 2/2 because of the Frenzy. No momentum here, but this could also spell that we can send another card from our deck to our discard pile if we had something like another Loss of Consciousness. It could even be something like an I'm With You for extra damage that would push this Superfly Stomp over 7 to be on that 8 threshold. What is it going to be? Sending a Bloodsucking Universe. Gavin sees a different line. He says, I need to not check a 3. Sends one of those 3s to the discard pile.
And again, does still have that power token on his side.
Does still have the power token. That would get this one on top of that threshold as well. Thank you for catching that. We're going to push all these buttons once again. Removes the Lost of Consciousness from hand. If that was in our deck, we could have done what I was talking about. But draws a new card. Gets the damage from the Earthbreaker. Going to pick a stat here. 2 speed or 3 damage. 2 speed it is. It makes sense. -3 speed from Rodan. +1 more speed from the Need of Destruction. Remember, still 2 cards in Andrew's card pool.
So 6 low currently, effectively an 8 low with those 2 cards in the card pool.
Yes. How many more low blocks does Andrew have? Again, it doesn't have to be a low block. It could be a mid block as long as we can keep the Mikasas up. And even still, I guess a partial would keep us alive. But like Andrew doesn't want to go that low because he knows that throws exist inside of this deck.
Gavin, not yet pushing the button on that power token.
Says this one's still pretty blockable. He's afraid. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ready foundations on the side of Andrew's board. 5-6 plus 5. That's 10 minimum for this block, which is still doable. There it is. Power token getting used. We don't have any more ways of increasing the speed. We tapped it. We kept up the Dark Ward instead. We have another one low block. Checking a 5 on it. Tapping the Mikasa defeats, but the Breaker 1 could spell the end of this turn for Gavin.
Becomes a situation with that Breaker 1 also says that it's not guaranteed that he's going to be able to build out any further.
Yeah. But it gets another attack out of Andrew's hand. And from what we do know... Oh, gonna try and play another zero diff. Checks a 5, and with a supersonic flight on top. Gonna help keep the stage a little healthier here for Gavin. Keeping all these other cards in our hand. Knocking Andrew to 8. Successfully surviving, though. Passing back. Gonna throw away this Dark Ward from our hand. Checking a Earthbreaker, which is one that we will not have. But Gavin getting close to a cycle here. Doesn't want to take momentum because we did connect with one of those Superfly Stomps.
And of course, Gavin's board predominantly being sideways now, and the foundations are already blank foundations. But that is the strength. As long as King Dora is up, you still have those 3 head counters.
Yep.
It is still going to take 4 attacks.
Minimum, right?
Yep, minimum
That's
4.
assuming that the last one can get very big. We did, remember, discard a momentum on the side of Andrew's turn last time, so that's one less like momentum for a powerful effect from those combination salvos.
Which we did just see him draw, so he does have that in hand.
Yeah. I think I saw also a Tri-Gravity Beam. So it will be dependent on how many more attacks Andrew has, and again, also how controlled Gavin is when using these head counters or not using them.
Yeah, we also do know that I believe those are 2 King Ghidorah Unleashed in the discard pile for Andrew.
Yes, I actually think there's a third, and it's actually the first card
okay.
we checked. So I actually think there's 3 of them, but remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 foundations. So I mean, yes, we can pass these on a curve, but it's going to be a little difficult.
All right.
Gonna just choose to build instead.
Yeah, feeling pretty confident that with this wide stage, that Gavin's not going to be able to get the job done on this next turn. Gavin did also use both of his Battle Holds the Answers on that last one, so you know,
yeah, that's true.
Not being able to guarantee checks is a big deal.
But on the other side, yes, the Bachelor Arrives will be back, and now the military airship is also back. I'm just still staring at the Mikasa defeats. I even think that the moment of normalcy is less impactful now that you're already at 8.
Yes.
I'm just looking at these throw answers.
And also looking back at Andrew taking the 1 attack, not risking having to commit the other Mikasa defeats the female Titan on that first Superfly Stomp.
Yeah.
That was very, very fast.
Well, no, I think he tapped it on his own turn when he was passing checks, so it went that full turn cycle. But we had that Armorclad Faith. That's what kept us alive from the Stun 2 that would have committed more cards. It was such a long turn, but yeah.
I think he tapped 1 to build the second one. So I
yes,
think
that
still
is
had
correct.
one.
Yeah, it was still sideways.
Yep.
That's why, and then the 2 Bachelors Arrives got committed due to a need for destruction, and then the item menu. That was probably to me like the sketchiest choice was using one of the Bachelor Arrives on that item menu draw. And I think we probably could have paid for it. I think in the long end of that turn when it could have been used for something like that second need for destruction on that board. But now we're kicking things off here with the blood sucking universe, just right off the bat.
Already has the momentum, so if he does get the tension here, he will have what is essentially a 4th head counter.
Yes. Or even remember a on block clear draw.
All right, discarding the Supersonic Flight. I think Andrew's considering. Using the Batros.
Yeah. Did I miss that we just didn't get it Roman canceled? Oh, it was sealed. I'm sorry. I missed it. the attack was sealed by this Nonagon.
Yes.
And we're going to immediately build it right back with that team hero just to have it for the future. So the Nonagon being another great answer here to that Bloodsucking Universe because it doesn't just deal with the tension, but it also deals with the throw.
Yep.
And we have plenty of high blocks because of King Ghidorah Unleashed, which is now getting removed with an incubating. And that was that first one all the way from the beginning of the game. So there are still 2 more in Andrew's discard pile. Pressing the buttons here, trying to get these Batra Arrives out of the way. And like you said, we did stop the Supersonic Flight draw, and we stopped this Need for Destruction, which means there is still a second Need for Destruction. And then the minus speed here also from Rodan. It's just the -1, though. Nonagon's got too good of a block.
Choosing to block with that King Ghidorah Unleashed.
On a 4, and it checks. It will remove itself at the end of the turn. No damage, which means no health gain, no tension. The Casa Fatal Cleave coming in on a 5. I am very quickly thinking that this is going to get very difficult for Gavin.
Yes.
I think we have hit the point where that last turn was like the turn to do it. And I just can't imagine an attack turn, at least until we cycle for sure, being anywhere close to what that turn like had for us. Unless you're just trying to play like the block Yahtzee on trying to be like, hey, how many more low blocks are you holding? How many more of these do you have? Gavin, of course, the high attacks on the Bloodsucking Universe are, also not great because of the King Ghidorah Unleashed that we can constantly use. But I think the best part about what happened for Gavin there is that he got to take another turn right now due to this because of how many attacks we got Andrew to block with.
Yeah.
It was double Violent Animus Shot, that combination salvo or whatever they had. That is successfully doing good aggression against your opponent because it makes it to where your opponent has to fresh draw new attacks, and sometimes that doesn't happen, especially with how large Andrew's deck is and the percentage of attacks that are inside of this deck compared to the rest.
Yeah, and going back to your point about the block Yahtzee, that is less relevant because of those Mikasa defeats the female Titans.
But if you get them used,
correct,
that is what Gavin, I think, wants. And here's that combination salvo again. Getting blocked. Full block there. And I'll be honest with you, if I'm Gavin, I think I stop attacking now. And you let these go to the discard pile / that Unleashed going to the remove from game pile. Again, you're constantly getting these attacks out of Andrew's hand, and that makes me feel safer if I'm Gavin. But instead, he wants to question, do you have another one? But I think this is just going to get the use of the military airship.
Yes, I was about to say that. Actually, we saw it happen earlier where, he plays the block, grabs it back up with the military airship. I was going to agree with you that if he decides to just build out here and not throw another one, they do go to the discard pile. That military airship doesn't get used.
But also maybe Gavin feels better about it being used defensively instead of offensively, and it being another attack that could come his way. But we know that Andrew is still gripping onto a Tri-Gravity Beam, which is probably the way that he plans on wanting to close these games out anyway.
Yep.
Another Gigan versus Godzilla. It's going to give us another power token. We're now back up to 2 of those, which helps for eventually when we want to try and sling an attack for lethal.
And again, I think the difficulty here with, having to keep throwing these attacks is, as we said before, you have to get through some of these resources on the side of Andrew. You have to force him to use the Mikasa defeats the female Titans, forcing him to use the military airship. If you just, sit back and play it too slow, 94 card deck is just going to win that long battle.
Well, and that's exactly what's happening right now, is that Andrew is looking at the discard pile before we cycle here.
Yep.
And Gavin's deck is going to be smaller than the normal person's cycle because of how many cards you're removing due to the ability of Three-Headed Monster.
Correct.
And you have cards in your stage, and he has cards in his hand, and he has cards in his card pool. All of these things are things that are not cards in your discard pile, and we still must remove 10 afterwards.
And again, this is what Rodan does, right? We talked about it earlier today. The only thing you can do is either be hyper aggressive against them or be patient and find your opening. You just cannot wait as long as I think this match has gone on.
Gavin tried, though.
He did.
Last turn I thought was really good.
Yep. Again,
in my head, I'm going to go all the way back to it.
Sure.
We tapped and I just cannot remember the name of this card. Gluttonous. I don't know why I can't remember it.
It's okay. I'll look it up while you.
We tapped that instead of the Dark Ward. What are we afraid of with the Dark Ward? Do we know? Do we know what Gavin was trying to play around? It wasn't Breaker. We didn't even use it for the Breaker.
Gloating.
Gloating. We committed that. Unless I'm missing on the effect of it. I was. We will never be able to use that effect. In this
Correct.
matchup.
We will never have. Yes.
My bad.
Yes.
Normally, you don't play against somebody that can remove as many cards just like as you can.
Yeah.
But Rodan definitely can.
Yes.
Especially with an incubating on the board.
Yeah.
That is actually probably why. But now with the cycle, it is live. Those 10 extra cards are very much going to help us out. Trying to build a couple more foundations. This Need for Destruction is a pretty big deal for Gavin, but we did check a 3 on it, so we're going to have to tap 2 of our foundations to get it. Another gloating, checking another 3, and those are very important attacks that I'm sure Gavin would have rather have had for a future turn, and instead is just going to have to pass with only 2 readied foundations and his character. Of course, the character being the key one. But we know Andrew really just needs to find enough attacks to pressure on those heads. And again, with this Science Bros incubating that has been in his stage since the beginning of the game, it's really just if Andrew draws attacks.
And that, deck on Gavin's side getting smaller and smaller. Of course, we are in 90-minute rounds, so there's not a huge rush to be like, okay, I need to just, scoop this up, go to the next one.
But if you're Gavin and you lose this game 1 here after taking this long to do so, it is going to be hard.
Yep.
But on the other side, when it comes to the sudden death rule, when we do get to time, King Ghidorah, historically, not just the old one, but probably also this one, very good if we can just deal any amount of damage to Rodan when it comes down to total life and then also percentage if they happen to be tied. Yeah, King Ghidorah is pretty good because you can only just take 3. Just bringing it up now because it's something we might have to consider.
Yep.
Build turn from Andrew. And it's just a question of which cards we do build, what blocks we hold, and what we continue to do with. Substitute member, that's a pretty big deal.
Yeah. I do feel like at this point, with stage being as wide as it is, having that many answers, having the Nonagon, having the 2 Mikasa defeats the female Titans, having that moment of normalcy currently, I just think that there are too many answers that there's actually no need for Andrew to press and even risk overextending.
No, 5 cards in hand is the most he will ever probably need against this 5-hander. So it just makes sense. Andrew reshifting his deck and discard pile. Still sticking out that Unleash just so that people are always very aware. He's very good at it, just like making sure, showing his opponent, not just himself, but his opponent.
I mean, and I appreciate it from this standpoint.
Yeah, well, the glare doesn't help.
Yeah.
But yeah. Just going to build for Gavin. I think that is important. At some point, if Gavin is going to try and win this game, he's probably going to have to play a crazy string like he did before.
Correct.
But he has to find those attacks, and you have to have a big enough stage to where you can still do that. And now through triple Battle Arrive, we're going to do some work.
And this is like he has 2 attacks in hand, so he has the luxury because of those King Ghidorah head counters that he can just sit here and sculpt and not use those as blocks.
That's a big deal. He finally got a Cape of No Return in his hand. So even if we don't attack, I am at the point where I think Andrew is just gonna not worry about it. He's never gonna overextend himself just to try and do it.
I think he's recognized that the onus is on Gavin to actually push through and kill him.
Yeah. Because Gavin's on a clock just by playing the game.
Yep.
Yeah, build Cape of No Return, check Supersonic Flight on top of our discard pile, to me is good enough. That one to me is a great way to just press in turn, but also I guess third Mikasa defeats is also pretty good.
Yep.
And we of course can still always grab that Supersonic Flight because of the incubating. I'm going to pull this card away, as I'm not sure the next time we might even get an attack as a form at this point. What do you do, man? What do you do? What do you if you're Gavin, when do we make the decision to go in, or when do we make the decision and try and go to game 2?
I'm gonna be honest. I see that cape and overturn goes down, and I think that's GG go next.
Okay, I think that's a good answer.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's gonna super depend. I think for sure the guarantee is GG go next is if we cycle again
Yeah.
and we remove too many of our attacks that we're trying to play with. We have now entered in what I believe to be play one pass.
Yeah. Gavin does have 3 attacks in hand right now, so it might be a situation where he goes, well, let me just see what I can do if this string here doesn't get it done.
If we can get all 5, play 5 attacks, at least do our best chance. But if that is still the plan, and you're gonna try and play all 5 of these, get the job done. As we are kicking it off now. Again, sorry, the point I was trying to get at is this attempt is going to eat up valuable time in this match if this fails.
Correct.
So I understand wanting to make the choice of let me get 5 cards in my hand, let me get 5 attacks in my hand, or 4 attacks and a thing for me to throw away for Ghidorah. But like, if this fails, you are probably eating up 10 to 15 minutes trying to resolve all of these forms.
Yeah.
And I think that is a big deal.
It is. I mean, and listen, I get it. It's rough when you're standing across from Rodan. He's only got 8 health left, you know, and nobody wants to. I think it's one of the hardest things to do in this game is to recognize and just go, all right, I scoop, let's go next, you know, in this situation.
And that's why I have to talk about it, because it's a real skill for high-level play of knowing when to assess that moment. Because you have to consider the clock. We're not in finals yet. This is top 4.
Right.
This is still timed.
Yep.
And a winner must progress. Pressing some buttons, getting King Ghidorah, probably picking speed here.
Yep. Currently, it's a 2 mid.
Back up to 4. Being careful about our need for destructions, as 1 Batra arrives has been used, and that was to deal with the gloating. Now that I know the name of that card.
Yeah, because at this point, after the
cycle has come
yes,
through, we do have more removed. It's probably still pretty close, but but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew looking over, counting how many cards are left in Gavin's deck right now.
And then also discard pile.
Yeah.
Because that will actually just determine how many physical cards you're allowed to play. And remember, he draws just from his character.
Yeah.
So actually, you're not just checking 1 card. You're basically removing 2 cards per form you play, at least if they're attacks, in Gavin's. And then even this world where we get hunters. There's a world where Andrew just takes the damage from this just to speed up this clock.
I will say I do not think we get another cycle and then the game continues. I think
there it is. These Batra arrives, going for those need for destructions. Makes sense because they're repeatable and you want to just seal it. But maybe that is what Gavin is looking for, because maybe he's just looking for 1 move to connect and then using his newest additions to his stage, rash decisions. It's something decision. I got it. Don't worry. I'm pretty sure it's decision.
Is it come to terms?
Oh, terms. You're right. Maybe you're right. Yeah, come to terms because it deals extra damage. So sacrifice a foundation. If your attack deals damage, your rival loses 1. So again, it's just about connecting that 1 move, and you can get away with winning the game even with things like Moment of Normalcy. That if you reset, but you have these stacked up, as long as the attack is like base 6 or something, or you've whittled them down or whatever.
Yeah.
You can win the game, right? With like a throw that does an extra burn on top of the fact. So maybe that's what he is valuing instead. But remember, I don't think damage is going to be the problem because of these 2 power tokens. Yeah. But maybe it's just about always constantly like threatening the damage.
Sure.
The hardest part is going to be dealing with the fact that your attacks are probably going to have 0 text. At any point, Andrew is allowed to press the cape and no return. Threat of activation. Even though you don't actually get it out, it's always there. We are getting some more uses, though. Resources.
Flipping the, what was it, the air and side sub?
Yes, -2, and if completely blocked. I think we are back to base speed now. 7? Yep, 5, 6, 7.
And then we get the draw off of the air and side
sub. Draws an attack. Beautiful. I think it's another Trigrav. Earthbreaker. Checking a 3. Not great.
Having to commit 3 here. He does have Battle Holds the answer back in his stage again, so I expect that'll be one of the ones he commits.
That is a freebie. And then also these sealed cards over here. Also kind of a freebie.
No, instead.
Spearbee's poo. My question is for Godzilla versus Gigan. Does it just say when it's removed, get a power token? Does it mean if you cycle them, do you get a power token? I always wonder. Or does it say due to a cost? Or I guess I can look while our players determine.
It says after it is removed. Add 1 power token to your stage.
Nice. That's a winner. It is also tenacious, remember?
Yeah.
Drawing a card. Because we have less foundations. That's the blitz. Which means Andrew chose not to Nonagon this. It does have all of its text. Which is a lot of text. But maybe Andrew is just thinking like, yeah, I can survive the first stun too, and then I might just get rid of this. Not wanting to. No, it looks like we're just going to block it. Ooh, drawing a bonus off of the Science Bros. That's kind of exactly what Gavin is looking for. This is the time. This is turning into Gavin's final turn.
Yep.
No more Batra arrives to deal with. Supersonic Flight doesn't really have an effect. Andrew doesn't want to pop it to give 2-3, make it a high, unless he wants to block for sure. But it does still then be ready to go to give -4 speed. It's really just the Nonagon, Cape, Moment of Normalcy, Substitute Member, and triple Mikasa defeats, which is going to help Andrew survive this entire turn.
I still think it's, it's going to be very, very difficult to get through all of those resources and all of those answers.
Things are going to have to go very well for Gavin. It's going to basically, I think, we're even pressing all the coming into turn. This is putting more cards back into our deck, though.
Sure.
So no matter what, I think even if you don't think this is going to connect, this is very smart by Gavin. And the cards that he's blowing up are things like 6 checks. Very good because he is assessing. This is it. And I also think it's probably assessing that it's going to come down to Superfly stomps.
All right. Using that Godzilla vs. Gigan we talked about earlier, that's the reason he committed it, because it is tenacious, can add it to the hand, then can use it for the King Ghidorah effect.
Which is good if he has other good cards in his hand that he wants to keep a hold on. But this move is not very quick. Too low for 7. Not even for lethal. 2, 3, 4. Checks a 3. Gonna make Andrew commit one more.
Ooh.
Interesting.
I mean, it's got to be that Supersonic Flight, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's the only card that is kind of blank, unless Andrew really values maybe making a move high.
Is that 2 Genkais in Andrew's hand?
That is a lot. The Breaker 1. We are finally pulling the trigger on this Dark Ward that we have from Gavin, saying, no, thank you, no Breaker. Moving along, Mikasa's Fatal Cleave on a 4-5-6. Checks a 3. Definitely, that means that we probably lost a 50-50 on that last draw from Gavin with the King Ghidorah in hands. Committing 3 more pieces here. Just remember, we do have 3 sealed foundations that are still readied on Gavin's side.
And that battle holds the answer.
Correct. Yeah, so there are some pretty easy picks here. Look out for this Gigan. Or if there is another one. I don't know if there is. Probably not. I think that was all 4 actually across the game. Yeah, we're good. Superfly Stomp remove though tells me
4 out of the 10 cards removed were attacks. Yeah.
Yeah. So 1.
Oh, I didn't even see that. Yeah, face down sealed.
Yeah, these extra sealed cards over here.
I saw the 2. I didn't see that face down one.
Yeah, yeah.
Still choosing not to tap the battle
holds. Yeah. All right. Andrew Porat has not cycled. So again, this blitz is not happening. Yeah. Meanwhile, Gavin has cycled twice.
Yeah.
As I very much stated that we will never see that blitz resolve in this game. But it does have a powerful on deal. Once again, asking Andrew to deal with this attack. Yeah. But one Mikasa defeat, so it was committed. That was the card we chose to commit for the check on the block. That tells me that Andrew does value the Supersonic Flight for making something a high. Eventually when he runs out of a certain zone.
Yeah. And again, 90-minute round, but we are more than halfway through the round.
Yeah, we are at 41 minutes remaining. Incubating, or that's Rodan because it was on top. Yeah, regardless, it gives the same amount of speed, but we'll see. Rodan, or sorry, Ghidorah, getting rid of a card of our hand, drawing. Gosh, that pile for Gavin's deck is actually probably 5 cards. I think we get to play 2 more attacks, and then the game is over.
3 cards in hand. I do think 2 of them are attacks.
But like, if we only get to play 2 more attacks, and as you stated earlier, 2 Genkai's guidances,
and a Cape and Overturn.
Yeah, it is just actually impossible unless we stop pressing the Ghidorah button.
Yep.
And remember, the Genkai's guidance won't even give us an enhanced step to like use the battle holds the answer. So there's a very real chance, depending on how Gavin checks here, that we could just fail.
Yep.
Right.
And I mean, I think if that happens, then we're just looking at, at that
this
point he'll scoop up.
This game is ending this turn.
Yes.
If not on this form, if not on the next 2 or 3 forms, it will be decided for game 1 on our second side of the bracket for top 4. Uphill battle for Gavin. Andrew playing great defense, proving that this deck doesn't even really need to kill your opponent. It will just whittle them away.
I think Andrew, looking at the resets he has and debating on, what's better. Is it popping this, getting the minus 3 speed?
Rodan. Sorry, everybody. I don't have the Mikasa up. Yeah, it's a 4 low for 4. So we're back to 4 speed. It does have 3 damage. Don't know where that came from. Blowing that foundation up for the coming to turns just makes it lethal. But of course, Andrew, I think, will just start pushing some more buttons to deal with this.
Yeah, I mean, if he didn't have the low block, he still has that Cape and Overturn that he could always,
or these Mikasa.
Or those Mikasas, right?
This is quite fast though, with 3 cards in Andrew's pool. There's still the military airship
that he could, just pick
up the same low block.
Yep, with the breaker.
Yep, and the breaker can't be stopped because there's no more Dark Wards on the side of Gavin.
Yep.
Yeah, we are still just going back and forth. I think Andrew is not really allowed to pass his enhance, because if I'm Gavin, I'll be like, yes, pass, and I'll send this 5 low for lethal. That Andrew is probably going to commit more than he wants to for the block.
Andrew doing the math right now, trying to figure out how much, if he checks bad, it's going to cost him stage-wise.
Yeah, you have to push a button, I think. And the minus speeds buttons have been pressed, unless it's one of these like flip things.
Yeah, the substitute member can still set this to 3.
Yeah,
which looks like that's what he's going to do.
Yeah. So this is a good back and forth for Gavin, getting just actually physically forcing resources out of Andrew because of this. So yeah, this +2 speed here is also a good enhance, because Andrew again has to push a button. And it will be another resource that Gavin's trying to get rid of. Whether it's the moment of normalcy, whether it's the cape, whether it's this military, even that feels fine.
Yep.
Because, yes, it's -1 progressive, but your move is still at 5 speed.
And we know with that block that we're looking at, a 7. So it's going to commit some of these foundations down.
At least 2, right? Not a lot of 6 checks in Andrew's deck. And it could potentially be more. Yeah, if we check a 3 here. Checks a 5, though. So not 100% getting everything that Gavin wanted, but... yeah, finally tapping out Supersonic Flight. At this point, there are just too many resources committed for Andrew to do that sort of make it a high, but give it the stats, give it -4 speed, and then block with like an Unleashed, which he does have on deck. Remember that. But instead, Superfly Stomp on a 4, 5, 6, 7, 3. That's not good. I can only imagine this one is getting Genkaized.
Checks a 3, which was actually a 2 because of the breaker from the violent anima shot. So having turnover 5.
Resources. How many have we already tapped? Or have we? Oh, we did. We did get the 5. Okay.
Yeah,
Still keeping our coming to terms and the need for destruction. The only real cards with text that need to be ready on our board.
And again, I think there is a real consideration to Genkai's this because now he can't press a button on the battle holds the answer.
Which means the turn could just end.
Yep.
Of course, remember you have to blow up your 3 foundations before actually making the check for this. And I cannot think of like a hand trap response to this from Gavin. This is not a Koenma's task symbol for this character and is going to get removed. And checking that 3 is a really big deal now for Gavin if he wants to even try and play another attack. Here it is, Superfly Stomp, 4, 5, 6, 7, 5.
We'll have to tap
6,
down. All right,
7.
Still has that 1 ready foundation.
We're in the same situation.
If Gavin has another attack in hand, I think the first enhance here has to be hitting that battle holds the answer on top before Andrew keeps this.
Yeah, so Andrew has a lot of options, right? It's Genkai's this, not worry about it.
Yep.
Go to the enhanced step, give Gavin an opportunity to use something, even if you non-gon this.
Right.
Because those are all blitz abilities, right? We don't have momentum, but the first 2 are still pretty good. If you let him go to the blitzes, Frenzy, and send something from your deck to your discard pile if you think it's worth it. We don't have any cards in our deck, so probably a bad idea.
Right.
But if it's something like a Loss of Consciousness, it could be absolutely crazy. And it looks like we're going to let this one go to the enhanced step. Blitzes occur. Frenzy. +3/+3 because 3 attacks have been blocked. We are going to look into our deck.
Is that five cards left?
I think it's 5. We are going to look. Is there even a point to this? Is there another copy of like a Loss of Consciousness? We're looking discard. We're looking. We're counting. We're counting how many more attacks we can even possibly play. Remember, you would put a card on top of your deck with the battle hold, so that counts as an extra card in your deck. It looks like he does have something he wants. Oh, there's so many orange cards in there. We're going to check so bad.
World's Weakest Hunter, there's, I believe, a Bloodsucking Universe.
We're going to check so poorly. Yeah, we're just going to send an attack. He's going to cut the deck here. Not that I think this draw matters. So what do you think? Does it have to be battle? Or does it have to be Ghidorah as the only enhance that you get?
I mean, I think if you...
It just has to be battle,
It has to be
right?
battle. I think if you don't battle, you just don't have any...
And we don't even know what this next thing is going to be.
Yes, correct.
And even no matter what it is, there's still a Nonagon, there's still an Incubating, there's still a Moment of Normalcy.
Yep.
There's still 2 copies of Mikasa Defeats the Female Titan on Andrew's side of the board. And he can block with the 1 high block. So
looks like Gavin agrees with us.
That's our first enhance, which means no Ghidorah enhance is coming through here. And Andrew's like, okay. So he's like, okay, well, I'll just block this one. Maybe. Incubating, -1 speed.
I mean, also not saying that, this is necessarily what Andrew's doing, but it is to his benefit to not keep this right away, to push as many buttons as he possibly can, because all that does is take away another resource that Gavin has, which is time.
Right. You're right. Gavin is the one that played the form. We are going to go to the enhanced step, and Andrew is going to still play the game against him.
Yep.
3 low for 9. You got to block it, Andrew. You need a mid block. At least. 3 with 3 cards in pool. So you'd have to pass the check and still keep up with Mikasa. You don't, I guess, again, you're allowed to take half. Like, you don't even have to use it. The coming to terms are committed. Like, this isn't going to deal extra burn to you.
We're just bringing it upstairs.
Well, you know that Gavin's can't press the Ghidorah button.
And he only has, 1 ready foundation and then King Ghidorah itself. So
Moment of Normalcy. Setting the damage back to printed. Pressing the Ghidorah button. We know we're drawing the 6 check. Gives it to... Oh, that's from the Earthbreaker. Choosing to give it damage. Puts it to 8. Then it just get capes, and your check is going to be pretty rough. Can it happen, though? Can it happen? 2 ready foundations, or our foundation and our character.
If he plays a 4 div and checks 8-5 right now, he can still commit. Obviously, we know he's playing 6. I don't know how many left or potentially.
I mean, he knows.
Yes.
He looked at his deck.
Yes.
He definitely knows. If it's a 4 div, sure, but I don't think that's what we've got. I think, oh, we do.
Yep.
4, 5, 6, 7. 5, 6, 7.
And here comes, I think, that second
That
Genkai's
Genkai's
that we saw.
guidance.
And he goes,
and
yeah,
that's
you got
just,
it.
You got
Yep.
it. The Genkai's guidance still being enough because we still had an answer for it for Andrew. Game 1 after an hour-long game.
I mean, this is something that Sam talked about. I can't remember if it was earlier today or yesterday, but there are many ways to play this game. You know? And Andrew's showing that, you know. We talked about, you know, these control decks and all the different resources these characters have. Andrew playing the resource of, you know, my deck is 94 cards. At some point, if you're not going to be able to get through this wall, you are going to deck out. And we're going to take as much time as we need here. And so with only 30 minutes left, Gavin obviously gets to go first, which helps out his aggressive deck. He's going to want to come out and get a hot start. I think that is his, you know, essentially only path to be able to get this game done with enough time to set up, whether it be, you know, the potential to win or, as you talked about earlier, you know, win by the overtime rules.
I think the best thing that Gavin gained from that game for the hour that it took is information.
Yes.
Gavin definitely have the tools in his deck, as we saw from that incredible attack turn that got Andrew all the way down to 8. There was a world, as long as we could have passed another attack, it would have been a world where he could have won. The tools exist in Gavin's deck. They exist in the main board. I think there's a world where Gavin can come back into this and take game 2, obviously going first, and even going all the way back to game 3, we should have enough time for being able for Gavin to have a chance at it. But I think it is entirely dependent on exactly what we just said. How long does it take Gavin to take down this game right here?
Yeah, I mean, actually, we saw Gavin have a better build, you know. Well, obviously, he was going second, so that helps with that. But the ability to have a wide build, wide enough to get in there and get the damage early is possible. And again, I said earlier that I was very high on King Ghidorah for, you know, for the exact reasons that we saw here, is that able to give, you know, stats and pick whether you want it on speed, whether you want it on damage, able to actually play a long string, you know, and the ability to just survive, you know, with those head counters and stuff like that. And yet still wasn't enough because of the defensive Rodan and the patience of Andrew.
Gavin actually talked to me yesterday after we did his match on stream. And he said, "Hey, did you commentate my game?" And I said, I did. He's like, "What did you think?" Because he ended up drawing, right? Remember, it was a draw with Elijah?
Yes.
Is that the one I'm
pretty sure.
I'm trying to recall. And I actually gave him some kind of like feedback note. I was like, "Hey, I think there was just a lot of opportunities in that game where he did choose speed when he didn't have to."
Yeah.
Because sometimes the damage threat mattered a lot more to either even still, because the point of is in that game on stream, at least, my opponent is going to block this no matter what. We're going to play footsies on the speed no matter what.
Yeah.
I want you to put cards in your card pool so the ones later are going to matter. So just make them be a little bit, make them have the right zone. And there were times, what I'm saying is like, then they took half.
Yeah, right.
And you could have done more, right?
Yeah.
You know, or whatever.
Yeah.
And so I gave him that feedback, and I mean, he didn't say anything to it, but I could see it in his eyes.
Yeah.
That he did not agree with what I said.
Sure.
And I'm seeing, obviously, specifically in this Rodan matchup, which is different than the one that we watched on stream yesterday, which is the bread and butter of why this is working is because of how much speed he can give his moves. You know, need for destruction, the gloating, and the versatility of the character, being able to make the choice. But I was saying, like, even on the throws, he was giving his speed.
Oh, interesting.
It worked out for him.
Right,
like,
right,
it was good.
I mean, he's here at top 4, so.
Correct. I'm not saying that's wrong,
Yeah, yeah.
but, like, it was just this idea of I want to see Gavin be better at, or better is the wrong word, when am I going to see him put damage on moves and it not just be like the throws and it be the other things and put Andrew on gotta have it?
Yeah.
Last game, of course, that's a lot harder for you to do because of the tools that ended up on the stage. But this is the game where you're going to force Andrew to find the right tools earlier on, which means you can play that sort of risky gamble of trying to get more damage in early, which puts Andrew on having to play perfect defense earlier on in the game.
Yeah, and adding the damage, forcing him to actually block and not have the consideration of taking these big damage moves does give you pseudo +1 speed with that card pool, clogging effect for your later attacks for the setup. I completely understand what you're saying, and I agree.
But he's the expert.
Sure,
he's the one sitting here. And he is the one that must now win 2 games in a row. Going first here in this game 2, taking a sip of water for both of our players. A marathon that it was, an hour and 5 minutes. Now with 25.5 minutes remaining. Gavin not liking his first hand, putting it back. And we are going to kick off this game 2. Andrew, I don't even think has... Yeah, there we go. The judge finally gave him his deck back. So gonna have the mulligan side for Andrew here. It's going to be a tough one. It's going to be a tough one. Gavin going first, hoping he's going to have a good draw. And then he will hopefully not build 2 or 3 foundations, but that, I think, was the benefit for him in that last game, was that he got to build 5 foundations. And so it's going to be difficult. We're going to wait for Andrew to do his mulligan. I'm going to try and look and see as much information that I can. He, of course, gets the partial Paris. Only drew 1 attack. Maybe 2. 1 attack, though. This is a pretty good, this is a great hand for Andrew. He might even just hold on to that combination salvo to review or keep as a low block. Putting back a couple of 2 divs. Put that substitute member back. Said it's not that big of a deal in this matchup. Puts the 2 back. Gonna shuffle it up. Gavin is stuck with the cards that he has, and he's just gonna go for it. 2, 3, 5. It passes. Wait, I don't know what that was. I don't know what that card was. Build 2, fail for Gavin. Not the best start for a 5-hander. Andrew passing the child over to his opponent to cut, shuffle, and cut. Superfly Stomp, Earthbreaker for Gavin. It's going to be a risky turn 2 if he wants to play that Earthbreaker. Review from Andrew, potentially. There it is. Draws 2, because going second. And we'll see how big of a build this is, because it's going to be a big swing on this game right now for Gavin, only having the 2 foundations. Nonagon, not something Gavin wants to see this early on. Second 3 difficulty from Andrew, and it checks, keeping Rodan up. Treasure hunting. That one's free. That one passes. Botans, guaranteed 4 build at this point because we've already passed the second 3 diff. And then we pass. Guaranteed build 4 after the second one, and also going second, and only 2 foundations for Gavin.
Yeah, not exactly the start that Gavin wanted.
And then this is the Earthbreaker that he kept. Checking a 6, though. It's about where you want to be.
Mm-hmm.
Less foundations than your opponent, going to get the draw. So that always feels good, I guess.
Silver linings on that small
you got to look at something. I mean,
yeah,
that is definitely not... If you were cheering for Gavin, if you were rooting for King Ghidorah 3-headed monster, the build 2 going first is not great. But, of course, that's the thing about those supersonic flights is, like, you don't really want them in your stage. You'd rather hold them in your hand, but you have to get foundations on the board, and that just wasn't the case here for Gavin. He even tried on a 5, and it just didn't work out. Of course, we didn't have an answer to, or we chose not the Nonagon. I'm going to try and save the foundation for Andrew. But so the stun 2 does come through, but the draw effect, obviously, on treasure hunting doesn't matter right now. And the Botans, I don't think, is something you want to necessarily help Gavin find either more foundations or attacks, depending on where you're at.
Yeah, with only 4 foundations, I think the Nonagon is one of those like break class in case of emergency.
Yeah, this is the most vulnerable, but I think I saw in Andrew's opening hand that he chose to keep some. He kept the combination salvo in his hand, so he does have a low block for this, as long as the speed can be something that we can manage with. Oh, even better. The heat tackle. We saw this be the key to success for Nathan in the last top 4 match against Three-Headed Monster. So now Gavin feels like he probably doesn't want to continue attacking because he can't even press his character's button, essentially. But he's going to go for it. This is another throw, isn't it?
Redirecting push. That attack from the TMNT set.
Yeah, with Splinter. But yeah, it is a throw, and it says after you block with it, you actually flip over their blocked attack. So it's one of those ways of like negating a move for your opponent. Because we don't even like take the damage from it. You know, it just gets rid of it. It's got a 3 mid though, so the block effect I think is not really necessarily the thing. Is that it's a 4 difficulty throw, requesting more answers from Andrew, and that I think is going to be a big key here for Gavin to try and get more damage through. There it is. We do remove an Earthbreaker from Gavin's hand for the effect of King Ghidorah, but we are going to respond with that heat tackle, and then now Andrew is going to draw a card off the Science Bros because we gave him -3 more speed to this throw. We're going to go for the block. We are going to take some damage from this. So we're going to take 3. Going down to 18. Damage has been dealt.
Yeah.
Off to a good pace for Gavin and not having to commit any of these foundations so far. But with removing that attack with that Earthbreaker and still not getting the effect of your character, I would imagine foundations are going to come down afterwards.
I do see a Superfly stomp, and
yeah, blocked.
Andrew has blocked
twice,
so...
On a 6, you would tap your character for it, but there's a Nonagon right there on the board. So, but getting rid of a foundation is maybe what Gavin's going for. Checks the 3, gonna commit out for it, not have access to your character. This is exactly kind of scary situation that he put himself into in the first game, remember?
Absolutely.
When he tapped his character, even though he has these counters. But asking Andrew to use a resource, he says no. Frenzy comes in to give +2/+2. This is a 6 low for 6. Won't get any extra stats from King Ghidorah as well, or this Earthbreaker in the card pool.
But at this point, it's a third of Andrew's life total. So if this does connect.
And having only an attack on top of the discard pile means it's that +1. So this is still a 5 low for 6. It does connect, getting extra damage on the board for Gavin.
Yeah, Andrew recognizing that salvo still being...
This is a risky foundation right here. 5, it checks. On a 6, does not check. Very low foundation count, but Gavin is creating some pressure.
Yeah.
9 damage total dealt to Andrew across those 2 attacks. Going to take the momentum. Still only 4 foundations for Andrew. Andrew must still stabilize, and only one of these foundations has real defensive value. I guess the Botans is an answer to battle, so maybe I won't say that that's not a defensive answer, but... Oh, drawing that cape. It's always, every time I see him draw the cape, it is something I know Gavin is not looking to see.
Yeah, even with King Ghidorah sideways right now, Andrew's saying, I'm just going to build out, stabilize, get these defensive tools. Again, the onus is on Gavin to kill him to have a chance to take this match.
18 minutes remaining. Disarming Glance. That's also pretty big. Aaron sidestep, checking incredibly well for Andrew here. Build 2 more foundations and 2 assets. Pass back. Gavin reviews an attack.
And Andrew not having his, as wide of a stage as he normally has after 2 turns. However, Gavin only having 3 foundations, not...
Blood-sucking universe. It checks. This has got to be a Nonagon target, right?
Yeah, I think so. Or do you... I mean, okay. Oh, he's going to pull it and answer the question anyway.
Yeah, okay. There we go. Well, and of course, it comes in with the damage. That's the movie poster Final Wars for everybody. So this Bloodsucking Universe has no text on it because everything on this card is an ability. So they're gone.
Loses the tension, loses the throw. Not that the life gain effect was important at this stage of the game, but loses that as well.
Correct. And my question is, I actually think this is the first time I've seen Andrew not have an Incubating and a King Ghidorah Unleashed ready to go. But we got a good, nice 1 high block, but checks a 3 on this block. So it's on a 5. We're going to have to tap 2. And there they are, passing it back. No committed resources yet for Gavin, and then we did generate a power token,
Oh.
and we got rid of that Nonagon on a 6. Checks a 3, but the battle holds the answer is still going to be maybe an opportunity where we can play another attack, but it's going to be dependent on when Andrew wants to decide to pull the trigger on this cape.
I also think that because Andrew has Air and Sidestep, Rodan effect, and if he wanted instead of cape, he could military airship that great 1 high block that's on Team Hero.
But we're going to be taking damage from this if we let it go to the
Correct.
damage step. Use the King Ghidorah. Gets a second power token. Oh, and now Gavin has to also be careful about not using too many resources before the cape comes through. But now, because we've already used the King Ghidorah ability and the cape is still on the board, Gavin is allowed to now still use the battle holds the answer. And then he can still choose to reinvest more resources to this and maybe threaten Andrew to use it now. Yep, there it is. Stacking a 6 on top. Andrew's not going to like that. Committing, looking at the top 2. Can put them back in any order.
It looks like the Team Hero.
And a Nonagon. Or a Fateful Decision. It's one of those.
Either way, having
Some Rebel
Yeah.
Frontier promo.
Either way, having 2 5 checks on top.
Yep.
I think that's the other thing about Rodan is we talk about the speed manipulation a lot, but having that, being able to just scry top, look at the top 2 cards, oftentimes look at that top 4 cards, just having that perfect knowledge is super, super powerful.
I agree. What do we do now?
What would you do if you were Andrew right here? Do you pull the tab on the cape?
I don't pull the tab on the cape if they don't press like the power tokens.
Yeah.
And so now I think that means he has to pass, and we're going straight to the block step. So 3, 4, 5, 6. Checks that 5 that we know is on top. I think the disarming glance is not that big of a deal.
Right. I think the Aaron side's up.
Yeah. So I think we take the 6 here. No life gain coming through. Of course, Gavin hasn't taken anything. But another 6 onto Andrew, going back down to single health. This is exactly the situation that Gavin got Andrew into last game, but with so few foundations on our board, literally back to 2.
Yep.
But we stack the 6. Mikasa Fatal Cleave. It checks. And the thing is that Gavin doesn't know this, but because we know that Andrew has this combination salvo in his hand,
Yep.
he has a great low block for what's about to happen here. And with the Aaron sidestep on top of the Rodan ability, Andrew is going to get away with basically an extra... Oh, he also has a Battle for Dominance, so we can actually hold the attack because he's going to have so much minus speed here. I would assume Gavin is probably still going to pick speed. These power tokens threaten a potential lethal attack if we want to do so, but this is not going to connect. Because you would think that Andrew is almost all resources down, but actually he's still good to go. 3 low.
And then Gavin using the Ghidorah effect and tossing that Earthbreaker.
Yep. Probably picking speed here. Aaron sidestep came through.
Right, we're now looking at a 1 low. 4-5.
Could get the lethal. Probably not worth it.
Probably not worth it.
1 low. Even with a +1 block modifier, which Andrew does have, and there it is. Guaranteed to pass. Or wait, I guess I thought the block on that was significantly worse.
The good thing is because of that Rodan effect, we knew that 5 check was
that's
on top.
true. Yes, correct.
So,
and then draws a random card because of the Aaron sidestep effect. But we are going to be able to use the Roman cancel clear effect after it's blocked. He spins the momentum, and he's going to draw a card. Not great foundations that Gavin wants in his stage, except for this one. Checks on a 5. Checks. Builds 2 more. Has doubled the size of his stage. And passes back.
And again,
that was turn 3.
We are running into a situation that we talked about and predicted earlier. Is there's only there's less than 12 minutes left in this round.
Yeah.
I mean, Gavin did what he could, got Rodan down to 9 health, but if Andrew's able to stabilize here, and I just saw him draw another,
attacks.
Mikasa defeats the female Titan.
One
So
attack. Yeah. Again, Andrew doesn't have to sling a single attack
Yep.
this game. But I think what it matters, like you just said, there is a world where, because Gavin has gotten Andrew down to 9, that he can find a way to break through this. His stage is not helping him cooperate with that, of like playing a crazy string like we saw the game before.
Right.
But if we go to a game 3,
Yep,
we will be sub 10 minutes, and at least in my opinion, King Ghidorah is really good with our sudden death rules.
yeah.
Not that that's ever what we want to think about. Treasure hunting? I don't think we have 15. I don't think there's any way. Oh, we do. Okay.
Ooh, drawing Armor-Clad Faith. Yeah,
That's big too.
I think at first he was posturing that he was going to throw out an attack, and then instead using the treasure hunting, getting that Armor-Clad Faith, just having more defensive tools like that Mikasa defeats the female Titan.
Also the code edits, right?
The codex.
The blitz is a big deal, specifically for things like the super fly stomp.
Yep.
Because it can stop frenzy, it can stop the send, it can also stop the momentum ability. So that's a pretty big deal. It stops tension, without actually having to like seal the whole thing with like an Onagon or whatever. But it looks like build 5, hold 3 for the side of Andrew. That's 3 blocks. Potentially 4 because of things like Science Bros. Potentially 5 with things like Botans. We even have the Armored Ship, 6 blocks. And then, of course, we can negate a whole attack with the Cape and Overturn. Let's look at Universe right off the bat on a 5. And it does check.
I think Andrew taking his time deciding if he wants to.
Disarming Glance. No adding cards to hand, please. Luckily, Tension doesn't add to hand. There's the Roman Cancel token.
So, Disarming Glance, does that affect the tension Roman Cancel clear as well?
Yeah, because
Okay.
it can draw. And it's on block,
Right.
which is still during
The
the...
yes,
yeah.
the attack hasn't resolved yet. So.
Yeah, correct. We're not on attack resol... Or actually, no, hold on. I think actually it does say after your blocked attack resolves.
Okay.
So it will actually still allow you to do that. Sorry, sometimes they say on block.
Yeah, right,
And sometimes they say on the when the blocked attack resolves. I believe that one says blocked attack resolves. So it will still allow you to do that. It won't stop that.
Oh, Andrew decided not to use Mikasa defeats the female Titan here.
Taking half. Right?
And-
Unless we we had 2 of them, right? We used one.
No.
No, we
Yeah,
did
down
take
to
half. Wow,
yes.
okay.
Yep.
Going down to 6. As it just wasn't for a lot of damage.
Yeah. And Gavin choosing not to use the Roman, or maybe he was asking about that right now.
Yeah, he is
Yep.
allowed to do this. Roman Cancel, spin a momentum, clear it, draw. Also, the Final Wars was on damage draw, right? But I guess we didn't do that. Unless I missed it. And there's a billion cards in his hand.
Yeah.
Mikasa Cleave on a 4. Checks a 6.
Yeah, I think this is the last attack in Gavin's hand. Obviously, he can go and dig for more, and he's going to do that right now.
Is that not what that is?
Yeah.
No, that's Final Wars. Yeah, Mikasa Fated Cleave has +1 damage right now because of the Final Wars in this stage. The movie poster, Final Wars. Questioning my ability to read.
Yeah, the giveaway for this one for me always is that kanji on the side, right
Yes.
under the difficulty of it.
Yeah. Also, there's only one symbol on the card for me, which is the infinity symbol. And so this one's going to get very slow, minus speed. Would imagine Andrew has low blocks. He's had low blocks all game.
Yes.
His deck has never failed him in having low blocks. Very much respecting that zone in this tournament, which is the right call. There's that battle for dominance that we've actually had for the past 2 turns now. And it's on a 4. Yep, 2, 3, 4. Checks fine. And then here comes Bloodsucking Universe again on a 6, though, having to tap 3 of our foundations, keeping the Final Wars up, but having that battle holds the answers ready to go. We can stop blitzes.
And Andrew's still having that, Mikasa defeats the female Titan on his side.
And the Armor-Clad Phase.
Yes.
We could literally
The Cape
actually
no
say...
return.
Yeah, we can say no to everything, but it
Yes.
looks like Andrew says no. I don't think this is still enough. Item menu coming through. Gonna draw 2 here for Gavin. So very quickly finding more attacks in our hand that we were talking about. And this is kind of that situation where he's gonna have to pick a stat.
I mean, I think at this point you have to pit damage, right? You have to force those cards in the card pool.
I see. This is again where I just don't know. Like I know I had that conversation with Gavin. I don't know. He's picking damage,
Okay.
so he agrees. This would tell me that you're going to get either the cape or the Mikasas, right? Like that's what it tells me, which means Gavin needs to. Now that he's used Ghidorah, he has to use those battle holds to be safe, or he's just going for it on this next one. There's so many choices, and Gavin only has 1 ready foundation and 1 in a character, right? We can't use that roaming cancel ability again, even though that we have the tension.
Those are once per turn.
Yes. We could do a zone mix-up. I don't know.
Well, with Cape, I mean, when you mix it to a mid, you see that he could pick up the blocks zones in his card pool right now.
Yeah. Yeah, with the
Yes.
airship.
Yep,
yeah,
with
yeah.
airship.
Yeah, we have a low and a high. This
Yeah.
is already a high.
Yep.
It's already rough.
Not ideal.
Yeah.
But listen, you have to do this. He has to do this. He has to make Andrew spend these resources.
And you particularly want to get the ones that are like a one-time use.
Yes.
So here we go. Blocking with a high. And then it passes because it's the slowest move on Earth.
Yep.
Checks a 5. Mikasa defeats the female Titan. Is gone. Still dealing with a cape. Still dealing with an airship to pick up a block. Still dealing with an armor-clad Faith.
Yeah. And we have, I believe that's that
Redirecting push.
redirecting push. Yeah.
So like there is another throw.
Yep.
Checks a 6 without stacking 1. Getting rid of the throw keyword, it looks like, for Andrew. But if he doesn't have a mid block, it wouldn't really matter. That's my real question: is how many mid blocks has Andrew been holding? That is the biggest change. So he is going to kill off throw here.
Yeah, which tells me that he
Probably does.
Yeah. Because if not, wouldn't you just not push the button now and then instead cape it?
Cape this one. Because my fear is that can we get this to 12? It's currently at 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 because of Ghidorah.
And then the 2 power tokens would put it at 12.
Yep. So that is the read of we've made it a high.
Yeah, using that zone change. Although, as we stated earlier, that King Ghidorah Unleashed does have that high block. We don't even have to grab the 1 from the card pool we don't want.
No. Incubating plus Ghidorah Unleashed. Making it even harder.
Sliding it over
Very slow. Gives the fist bump the concession.
Yeah, it says 3 minutes left in a round. I can't do it.
Even if we go to game 3, your deck is better. Your deck is stronger. Your defense is too good. Andrew Porat, 2-0. Never reducing the life total to Gavin all the way down necessarily. Just the fatigue game. Showing defense is a way to play the game like we've been saying for today. Moving on to finals. Rodan mirror match versus Nathan DeWalt.
Yeah, I'm, getting the mirror match. It's time to see if Nate was right. If Nate, a declaration that his deck is just better is going to play out. It's also one of those things where, like, for me as well, it's a situation where, like, it's not just the character, it's not just the deck. It is the pilot, right?
Yeah, 100%. And Andrew has proven time and time again. I'm going to go back to last year. Andrew won the first 2 regionals of the year and said, yeah, I'm good. I don't need to go to another one. I'll show up to Worlds, and I will still be a contender and someone that people are going to be afraid of. Well, now that we're in a new year of organized play, 3rd regional in, Andrew Porat has already topped the first 2.
Yep.
Now topped the 3rd one in the finals for the 3rd one. Playing his tried and true on that Rodan, proving that he can be one of the best defensive players here in the tournament. But Nathan's hungry.
Yeah.
Nathan is hungry for a win. Playing the same character, playing a different version of the deck, says his is better.
Yeah, I mean, we saw him, pop off after that last win. He is excited. He has the confidence. He believes in himself. I'm super excited to see how this shakes out.
Do you have a favorite? Do you have a pick?
Um,
I was telling Sam earlier,
hmm.
I'm actually not the biggest fan of the 94 card pile. Obviously, Andrew is proving that it is good. The character itself is consistent, so the deck doesn't need to be as small as you can. Andrew likes playing with a larger deck because it gives you more options.
Yeah.
But, like, it just takes longer. And I think if someone is going to maybe try and rival him on playing a long time, it's another Rodan, right?
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that he's probably obviously prepared for the mirror with different tools that exist into that. But here is our bracket now as it is fully filled out. Double Rodan all the way across. You know, there was a chance where this couldn't have happened, right? You know, there's one Rodan on the other side. Two of them had to play against each other right off the bat with Nathan already winning in the mirror match. Although he's going second, we know that Rodan is a very good character going second because your character's tenacious, using that extra resource. You know, the partial Paris Mulligan is such a big deal because the point of the deck, when it's the weakest, is when you have the lowest amount of foundations.
Yes.
And going second helps you hopefully build a couple more. And you're at the mercy of going first of what you get in that first opening hand. So I don't know
if going second is that big of a detriment.
I'm going to say that this is like actually a 55-45.
Sure.
And the only time that the 5% comes through for Andrew is for two reasons. One, scoreboard. Andrew's very good at the game and has done very, very well on top cuts and wins across regionals. And two, he will, no matter what, win the fatigue game.
Yes, absolutely.
Because of the size of the deck. But I give more percentage points to Nathan for consistency and finding the cards that he wants to find when he wants to find them. He's sideboarding Megalomanias when Andrew Poramat is not. There is so much, I think, to unpack on what is going to unfold in that matchup, and I'm a little sad that I won't be there to commentate it. But instead, it will be you.
I'm excited.
Alongside Sam.
I'm excited.
For our finals here in Dallas. And we are on standby for an interview just to get the feelings of Andrew going into this final and maybe hopefully pick his brain a little bit about that mirror match and what to expect. Again, he's probably going to say all the things that we've just said, which is, you know, I can win the long game. I'm never going to deck out before he does. Even if we remove, even if I use incubating on every attack and you don't, I'm still going to win this in the deck out, right? He's got giant bombs that Nate has to play around with the combination salvo. So there's a ton of things that I think are in Andrew's favor. Going first, experience playing the deck, wins on it already. It's just about having all those extra tools.
Yeah, I will say you asked me earlier and answered your question if I'm picking the favorites. I don't have any favorites. However,
you should.
Hasn't he won enough?
He has.
You know,
Oh, you're right.
Last year, he's making top cuts, his third top cuts. You know, hasn't he won enough?
And hasn't he had enough? Maybe not quite yet. We've got our interview ready to go. We're going to send it over right now.
What's up, everybody? Tammy here, joined with the most consistent player in the year, Andrew Porat. There are two names that I find synonymous with Rodan. It is Andrew Porat and Nathan DeWalt finding themselves in the finals on the Void symbol. What are your thoughts going into the finals? Not the matchup that you wanted, but certainly the matchup that, you know, if you want like a showcase and quality defensive UniVersus play, it's going to be on full display here.
I think it'll be a good match. I have a strategy going in, which, you know, we'll see if it works. And so I just need to lock in and eat something between the matches and like go to the bathroom. Take
a breather.
Yeah, I have a good plan though.
Talk to me a little bit about the last match. Gavin, in that first game, I was sitting there watching, and holy cow, what a surgical way to like try and deconstruct your deck. Were you nervous at all on that kill turn?
All I had to do was, again, because I'm tired, make sure I had the cape and one Genkai's available so that I could airship and get one more cape. So like it was not really, he never had a chance, honestly.
That's fair. Hey, calculated.
Calculated.
As a viewer at home, I was like, this is the way he could win.
I was just making sure I didn't mess up.
You were so sure. I love that. I love that. Well, Nate's not here. Do you have any insight on what this strategy could possibly be for the people at home?
So, you know, my deck is more defensive than every other Rodan deck. So it's the onus is on them to figure it out.
True.
And I get to just chill until they fail and try and figure it out.
Hey, backswinging has been a part of the game
Yes.
since its inception.
Yeah.
So I am excited to see the plan at work.
And I also like to play weird lines with my attacks so that if they commit out to block like a 4 damage move, I can kind of snipe them for like 10 or 11 instead.
Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
So
With that said, I'm going to let you have a small break.
Thank
I'm sure
you,
you're going to be
sir.
in for a long haul. Let the
Yeah.
casters take a small break. But before we go, we're going to throw it back to them so they can prep you for the finals here in Dallas.
He's got a strategy.
Yeah.
You know, what do you think that strategy is? What? Make a guess.
Yeah. He took my line. I was going to say everybody's got strategies till they get punched in the face. He's going to be doing what he does best. He's going to be methodical. And 94 cards, he's not worried about decking out at any point. I find it, one of the things I found funny in that interview is him going that he believes he has the best defensive Rodan list available. I think he could have just said and ended it at he's got the best defensive list. You know, I don't know if there's any characters out there or any.
He might have been able to end it, depending on the result of this match, just end it at I've got the best deck.
Yeah, sure, absolutely. Although Nate already declared that's not true, so we'll see what
says
happens.
his deck
in
is
the
better.
finals. Yeah.
I'm gonna put my money right here. I think his strategy is to deck Nate out. I think it is just that.
Yep.
I think yeah, I think it's as simple as that. I think he's gonna take his advantage going first, especially in game 1, and he's gonna double build or do any amount of thing, maybe get a piece of momentum or something. I think he's gonna deck out Nate.
Yeah,
and it is, like you said, up to Nate's onus to break that wall.
Yeah, I actually think that we're going to get a 25-minute finals. No, that's not true. We are going to. It's
Wow.
going to be a deck out. We are going to be sitting here. It's going to be a long finals. But all that means is that we get to watch more UniVersus action, and I'm always down for that.
And that is going to be coming up here very soon. I'm going to say farewell as Tito and Sam will be back very soon for the finals of Andrew Porat and Nathan Nawal to see who is the best in Dallas and also the best Void Rodan in the room. Don't go anywhere.
All right, see you soon. What's going on, and welcome back to the round 3 regional here in Dallas, Texas. Finally, after 8 rounds of Swiss, our top 8, our top 4 matches, we are at the end of the road to crown our champion with our finals match of Andrew and Nate both on Rodan.
End of the Rodan, you could say. Hopefully it's the end of the Rodan. I don't think too many people are stoked to see the Rodan finals, but according to the numbers, Rodan is the most popular UniVersus character.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's no surprise that we are here with the Rodan, with a Rodan in the final, let alone 2. It was the most represented deck. I think all of us predicted that it would be the most represented deck coming into this event. I am excited, though, that these 2 decks are coming in with very different strategies. Okay, these players have very different lists. One of them wanting to play that long game, that control, and the other one wanting to get in there and kill as fast as possible.
I hope that's true. I hope that is true. There's definitely a little bit of a difference pre and post sideboard. I think that'll change that up, but we are in an untimed finals, so there is no way that they can draw game 1 out too long to prevent the sideboard. So hopefully we see some aggression, because I know that last match was a bit of a slog. It was a bit of a long drawn out affair, but I must remind everyone that Nathan DeWalt has already won a Rodan mirror, and it was our fastest match in top 8. That was the one that was concluded the quickest. So depending on how things go, a lot of times the control mirror is just one deck builds, and it goes very quickly to determine who has the better stage, and then things are decided. But before we jump into the action, we got a couple of Tekken cards to show you all, so we can go over these beautiful, beautiful alternate art treatments. Yeah, we got that Demonic Catastrophe and that Death by Degrees. Again, I mean, I've mentioned this, I think, on every alt art we've seen. I really, really like the treatment of that monochrome and that background. The Demonic Catastrophe being that SR alternate art. Yeah, and it has like I forget exactly what they call it, but I think it's like the speckle paint treatment, where it's got all the little dots and things on it. Anything with lightning, though, I'm a fan. So I'm definitely a fan of the Demonic Catastrophe. And who doesn't love an evil purple woman on Death by Degrees? And of course, you'll be able to get your hands on these cards soon when Tekken 8 releases August 14th. We're only a couple weeks away from pre-releases happening at local game stores, but before that, we're going to have a super pre-release at Gen Con at the end of the month. So if you're going, make sure to check it out. I'll be there. Are you going to be at Gen Con? I will not be at Gen Con. I will probably be hanging out, watching at home. I'll be watching all of the news at home, checking out the wonderful Gen Con news. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of fun stuff coming with Tekken 8. The preview season is finally over, and I just can't wait to get the cards in my hands. Yeah, me too. I am super excited, especially as I mentioned before, a water player. I think there's a lot of tech coming out that I'm going to get my hands on. I'm excited. Let's take a look at our top 8 here at Dallas. Of course, we had 3 Rodans convert to our top 8. We streamed that first match, Andrew Porat against Ryan Levine with the Armored All Might, and then had the Andrew up against Gavin, Nathan up against Cole, and now we are here at our mirror finals of the Rodan versus Rodan, the Rodan Regionals round 3. The Rodan Regionals round 3. Yeah, it's going to be really, really interesting to see who takes this one down, because both these players are very experienced Rodan players. And while Andrew Porat has won a regional with Rodan before, Nathan DeWalt very much prodigy of the Phil Burge, who has also won with Rodan at a regional. So it'll be very interesting to see how this plays out. But Andrew Porat, of course, being the higher seed, is going to be able to go first, which is typically a pretty big advantage in most matchups, but especially a mirror match. However, I do believe when it comes to these slower decks where staging area pieces matter more, the selective mulligan could actually be the difference. Being able to send back as many cards as you want, keep very specific cards while digging for things like Bachelor Arrives, digging for things that are very relevant in this matchup might be the deciding factor, because we could see something like a 2 or a 3 build from Andrew going first, and then Nate building 5 or 6 really important pieces, and that could be sort of what tilts the scales. Yeah, that's a point actually that Barrett brought up last time, that Nate going second, although the advantage might still be going first, it's more of a 55-45 advantage, building a wider stage, especially with a list that wants to be a little bit, or at least he says, wants to be a little bit more aggressive than the list that Andrew is bringing. Both these listing their decks as being defensive control void decks, which we expect. But again,
I mentioned this before. Rodan has that ability that if the stage gets wide enough, if they see an opening, they can just throw cards after cards after cards and kill.
Yeah, there is a bit of a running joke in the community that Nathan DeWalt has never killed a man because he has played very many decks that are incredibly defensive, very good at living, but just actually finding that win condition is pretty tough. But he has not had any trouble with that throughout this tournament. And again, post sideboard, I think he's going to have a little bit of an advantage. But first, let's take a look at Andrew Porat's list and what's gotten him here. And it is 4 ofs, 4 ofs, 4 ofs, the good stuff, 4 of Heat Tackle, 4 of Ice Sword, 4 of Tri-Gravity, 4 of Animate Shot, 4 of Genkai's Guidance, 4 of Team Heroes. Still, like, all of these cards maxed out, wants to find them, wants to have a bigger deck than his opponent. That's the other part of this. The edge that I would definitely give Andrew, if it's not just going first, it's the fact that he has a bigger deck total. So in those play one pass moments, in those critical who's incubating more moments, Andrew will have the edge.
Yeah, of course, Andrew having the 94 card deck, having just so many answers defensively with the Batra arrives, with those Mikasa defeats the female Titan, with that Aaron sidestep. It's just with that substitute member, so many answers, and that is what led him to being in this finals. And then, of course, we have Nathan's list here, not quite 94 cards, a much smaller list.
It's close. I don't know if I'd say much smaller, but yeah. But the biggest difference here is Nate is definitely spraying things out a bit more. Only 2 Animus Shot, only 3 Tri-Gravity, bringing the Breaker back, only the 2 Genkai's Guidance. So he's not maxed out on all of the really important pieces, but that's allowing him to spread out and have a little bit of extra oomph with his deck with the pressured by all for one. So he's got a little bit more aggression there. He's got a little bit more economy with the galactic monster, so that can be like a free resource that he generates. He's playing the Knots Flask, which is a wonderful way to set up the top of your discard pile.
Yeah, and of course his sideboard being much different than Andrew's sideboard. And you mentioned it, I think, earlier, that you think this match has a different look once we get to being able to side out. I think a big part of that is that Megalomania.
Yeah, a big part of it's definitely the Megalomania. I even think truly that the Scales of Juno could be a big one here. Scales of Juno typically is trying to prevent Queen of the Monsters, but a lot of the really aggressive turns that we've seen Rodan be able to have is enabled by Military Airship, which is a card that causes, which is an effect that causes a card to leave the card pool. So something like going up to 4 Scales of Juno alongside the Megalomanias could be a pretty big deal. But Porat also has the Disarming Lance in the sideboard, which a lot of the times I talk about, Rodan just has more card advantage than any other deck. I can't, Pony might go through their deck faster, but I can't think of any deck that actually has more card advantage than Rodan, especially on the defensive end. So it looks like our players are sitting down. Looks like they've got their hands drawn. There's the handshake. Tried to mix them on the fist bump, but it didn't work. I don't know. I'm giving the edge to Nate. I'm officially putting all my money on Nate DeWalt.
All right, we'll see how this turned out. Of course, this finals is an untimed round. Okay, so we're not gonna have a situation like the last one where we have a 90-minute game or a 60-minute game one, and then Gavin not be able to close it out in time.
Yeah. So yeah, untimed finals. Get ready to get comfy. Again, there is a chance that this is not an hour-long affair, but untimed.
All right, Andrew with a strong 4 build going first. We got Nate hitting 4 on the table right now, seeing if he can push a little bit farther. He does. And so Nate matching Andrews and doing 1 better with a 5 build here. When we commentated Andrew's match earlier, we saw Andrew not be afraid to just kind of, poke out a little bit on turn 2 against that Armored All Might. I don't anticipate that's going to happen again here. I think he will probably just build this stage a little wider, although he is debating it.
Yep, and we do see the Batra arrives coming down for Nate DeWalt first. So that could be pretty important. However, Nonagon is also an incredibly powerful defensive piece. So seeing the stage quality is probably about even overall, but pretty much defensive only on Porat's side, whereas I believe we got the pressured by all for one out very early for Nate. So as long as he can protect that piece, as soon as he can afford to start cashing in for bonus damage, he will have the much more aggressive version. But King Ghidorah Unleashed looking at a 6 high for 4. We're gonna -4 speed with Rodan, -1 with incubating. We're gonna get to draw a card off that supersonic flight, And Nate, as long as he's got a high block, he's looking like he's in a pretty good spot.
And he does. I believe that is that timely counterattack promo that we have here at the event.
Yeah, so that is a mid block, but we have the Mikasa
Yes.
defeats. So we're going to actually go for the Breaker 3 here, which is really nice because even though Rodan was almost definitely going to build out after this means that he can't play multiple 3 diffs without taking risk.
Yep.
A lot of times we've seen Porat get way ahead because he goes 3 diff, 3 diff, 3 diff when building, but that's not going to be the option here because if he tries to play 2 3 diffs after this, he'll be on a 6.
Yeah.
So getting that breaker out pretty early is not too bad.
And choosing to try to, play the safer foundation in that 1 diff, then bringing out the cape.
Yep. But so now normally I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of games Andrew Porat would have tried to play another 3 diff after that, but opting for the Mikasa defeats on his side. Not a huge build. Not a huge build at all for Porat, but Porat has Aaron sidestep and battle for dominance to be able to draw on defense, and incubating can take away any of the supersonics in the discard pile. So he's going to have a lot of options when it comes to playing defense with cards in his hand. It's just going to be whether or not Nate can win the resource battle, really win the speed war.
All right, looking at Nate's hand, it does appear he has a heat tackle. I think I saw a...
Yep, I think we're just going to build. We got some really nice pieces, but we don't have a real string of offense, unfortunately. So got some really nice pieces to incubate, though. That Galactic Monster becoming a resource later. So also just a 3 build. So both players playing very respectfully, wanting to make sure that they have a lot of options in their hands, not so much trying to shoot out ahead of the opponent in resources. I think also the Deadlock Stun 3 kind of looming over their heads. I can't remember if there's any other Deadlock in either deck. I don't think there really is any other scaling or Deadlock. But that Deadlock Stun 3 on Tri-Gravity Beam has got to be something that you keep in the back of your mind.
Absolutely. We see Andrew playing this Violent Enemy Shot.
Yep, gonna take a look at the top 2 with Rodan, making sure that we draw what we want, check what we want, things like that. Funny enough, as both players, they have pretty big discard piles already just from building, but Rodan does trim his discard pile, meaning that treasure hunting might be a little delayed on when you get to actually get card advantage from it, but
All right, Nate removing a card from his card pool, give -4 speed to his attack.
-3.
-3.
Round 2. Fight.
Okay, and I don't know. I missed what we flipped and got sealed. It had to be an offensive enhance, so. But we did Batra to cancel. All right, negative, or we're at 0 speed, almost negative. But Andrew's going to put it back up to 3 speed. Going to block on a 5. Commit 2 makes perfect sense.
I think it might have been a substitute member that was flipped over to kind of
That
set
would
it back
make
up to
sense.
3 speed.
Yeah, fighting over that would make sense. And really, there's nothing else for Nate to really cancel here. He could try to cancel the treasure hunting, cancel the card draw, but he's got a couple other options for that if it really comes to it. Speaking of canceling card draw abilities, here comes the heat tackle on a 6. Gonna get ourselves a Roman cancel token. And I'm gonna be interested to see. Okay, looks like Nate gonna go for the incubating with the King Ghidorah Unleashed. Probably gonna block with the remove from game.
Yeah, that having such a great high block.
Yeah, just a free little high block from the discard pile. Again, the card advantage Rodan has is completely insane.
Yeah. And then we see the 2 mirror Rodans are, fighting over the speed of each individual attack.
Yep, and we're going to cancel the card draw off Supersonic Flight because it is an ability played on a foundation, regardless of where it is. So he is going to be able to cancel that +1 to the hand size. And now we are going to check a 3. And we're putting the orange token there to remind ourselves that is going to remove from the game after it leaves the card pool. Otherwise, Rodan would have literal infinite high blocks over the course of the game.
Yeah, in the last round, I chuckled because I actually watched Andrew, place the card underneath every time he removed it, and then slide both cards over into the card pool.
Yep. Now the Roman cancel is going to freeze a Bachelor arrives as another substitute member hits the card pool, but not a lot gained here. Not a lot of resources generated or lost on either side. Nate essentially lost one of the King Ghidorah Unleashed from the discard pile permanently, and is going to have one less foundation on this next turn, but that might not slow him down too much.
Andrew doing what we've seen him time and time again, building out just a super wide stage with a lot of defensive answers. Again, another Mikasa defeats the female Titan.
Yeah, this is more of what I was expecting from the turn before this. The aggressive build even after a poke, and so not surprised to see it here, but now we have more access to card draw through our discard pile and things like that, right? So probably going to have an easier time going down to only 3 cards in hand. Or is it 2? He might be down to 2.
I think he's down to 2.
Yeah, but also with the cape. So
yeah,
cape is, essentially a free block. It essentially solves an attack. And Nate's just going to build out again.
Yep, building a Bachelor Riots to replace the frozen one. That Science Bros that we see in these lists. And again, Nate seeing Andrew build all of these defensive answers, building some of his own.
Nice. Nate remembering to build the Galactic Monster. Probably one card later than he meant to, but, getting that free resource essentially, not having to use a card in hand. It's those little advantages over the course of these long games that Rodan likes to play that really add up. And I think people really take the card advantage that Rodan gets from stuff like that for granted, especially since in this matchup, Galactic Monster is going to be E-commit +4 damage a lot of the time.
Yeah, and you can see how comfortable both these players are with these lists. We're already on turn, 3. They've built out, Andrew threw a couple pokes, but after that, just building out in rapid succession. So we are moving at a good pace. Of course, I say that, and now Andrew debating on what his decision is. All right.
Yep, just making sure he's not missing anything. Here comes Violent Anima Shot. One thing to note, I don't think either of these players, if I'm remembering correctly, they're not playing Mondo Gecko.
Correct.
There's no backups in either of these decks, which, I I had a huge talk with my local who was also playing Mothra, and with Andrew Porat, who we would talk about like getting into the Mondo Gecko wars back and forth, and I just took it out of my deck. I got so tired of Violent Anima Shot becoming a flash attack, and drawing a card in those matchups that it just really wasn't seeming to add any value in any other matchup, and it was straight losing me the game against Violent Anima Shot. So not surprised at all to see Mondo Gecko and backups kind of becoming a little less popular as Anima Shot decks remain pretty much at the top of the format.
Yeah, and again, as you stated, we're watching it right now with these characters, kind of that same back and forth you're talking about, taking the speed away, adding the speed back, and
yeah, it was a tough decision though. It felt wrong at first, but so now feeling a little more vindicated that these two really good players are also taking Mondo Gecko out of their deck. So, yeah, Violent Anima Shot fighting over the speed here. Looks like it's a 5 high for 5 currently. Very dangerous one.
Yeah, we saw it play to great effect in round 1 of top 8s today.
8, yeah.
Where Andrew against Ryan Levine on the Armored All Might was able to play Anima Shot after Anima Shot and actually rip the cards out of Ryan's hand and leave him handless.
Yeah, Ryan just never finding those high blocks when he needed them was absolutely tragic. But here's going to be a high block from Nate. Looks like it's going to pass on a 5, and we're going to go back to Andrew to play a form.
We're going to see another build out. A third Mikasa defeats the female Titan. 94 card deck. 3 Mikasa defeats the female Titan on stage. And that substitute member, which we've seen in many decks over the course of the weekend.
Yeah. All right, but now going back to Nate's turn, he's going to have both of his Batras again. And he still has the Pressured by All for 1, so his damage output is still a little bit better than Andrew's, and I believe we got that Science Bros out. So Nate kind of having a lot of his really nice offensive pieces, while Andrew does not. However, Andrew is sitting on Cape and Nonagon, so your mileage may really vary on who you think's got a better stage right now.
All right, Nate choosing to build out again, building that Batra arrives.
Yeah, one thing I talked about with Porat before this is a lot of players, they get to that point where they feel like their hand can't get any better, or it's got to be now or never, and they're falling behind in resources, and you just have to be more patient. And Porat has been so good, even through really tumultuous, very aggressive formats of just believing in the patience, believing he can survive another turn, not feeling like it's now or never. And I think Nate, that's really the evolution he had to make.
Yeah.
While Nate does have an obvious game plan offensively, and his deck is tuned a bit more aggressively to overcome the Rodan allegations of not being able to kill the rival, I think Nate is showing a level of patience that is remarkable here.
Yeah, Nate building a Moment of Normalcy with that great promo altar and another Galactic Monster. And here we go with Andrew just building that military airship, another Science Bros. Or a Science Bros of his own, I should say.
Yep, here comes the Armor-Clad Faith, which will probably be a really big deal against Tri-Gravity Beams now that we're deep into Deadlock. I imagine removing Tension and removing Stun 3 are going to be the primary suspects there.
And again, this is what we expected to see from a Rodan mirror, right? These two very, very large stages, all these defensive control pieces. And Nate leading off with this World's Weakest Hunter.
Yeah, this one very, very quick. Not very fun to block, but it gives up a lot of card advantage if you take this damage. This is a great example where stuff like Knott's Flask is really nice. Granted, we do have the Science Bros out, so it's actually 4 damage. You'd have to find another minus damage piece, but we did not Nonagon this, so I have to assume that we are going to be willing to just fight over the speed and block this move. But now, ooh, okay, each player going to seal something in each other's stage. Interesting. This card doesn't get used too often. Oh, I think he might be trying to seal the attack. It doesn't have to be in the stage. I take
Correct.
that back, yeah.
Yep.
Because we saw it seal a roaming cancel. So he might just be willing to seal the World's Weakest Hunter and take the damage at the cost of one of his foundations. Yep. So we're actually just going to seal this attack. That way we don't have to fight over the stats. And Nate's going to potentially give up a lot of information by what he chooses to seal.
I was going to predict, although they got to have that, you just, if you're going to go a little bit deeper here and you're going to try to get some pressure, I think sealing the Cape and Overturn and just saying like, hey, you better have all the zones you need, to deal with this.
Cape is the best blanket answer for sure. Nonagon was pretty close as well. There's a lot of instances where you might not care if the rival capes your attack, but you want to get the blitz off.
Sure.
So those are really the two best options, I believe. Nate sensing that that Andrew doesn't want to block this now, pumping the damage. Pressured by All For One is really sweet with Team Hero as well, because once you sack the 2 foundations for Pressured by All For One, Team Hero now has maximum damage pump. And I really think people underestimate how much these Air and Void decks and, the super defensive Team Hero decks love just repeatable +2 damage on everything. Plus, Incubating and Science Bros is going to be extra damage. So these should be some of the highest damage Rodan moves you're ever going to see in your life.
Yeah, all of a sudden this World's Weakest Hunter, normally just a 3 damage attack, is all the way up to 9 damage. It's a 6 mid, 4 9. Andrew pushing the button on Rodan, taking a look at his top 2, sees, I believe, a Team Hero and a combination salvo on top.
Yeah, if we end up having to block this World's Weakest Hunter, what was the point of even sealing it, right? And
right.
Nate sensing that, trying to invest some resources, saying, look, if you want to seal this so that I can't draw when it deals damage, then you're going to lose 10 health when it deals damage.
And then again, Andrew does have, you know, those 3 Mikasa defeats the female Titans. So, you know, Zoe necessarily, you know, him potentially not having a mid doesn't matter all that much here. And Nate choosing to steal that incubating with that Batra arrives.
Did he commit 2 Batras to do that though? It looks like he committed 2 Batras.
Yeah.
Am I tripping? Did he just assume Porat was also going to Batra one? Because that's a pretty normal play pattern, but I don't see a Batra in Porat's stage. Maybe I missed it. Maybe he... Because there's nothing else sealed.
Yeah, I also saw what I thought Andrew was, you know, pointing over to... Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the other sealed card would be and why he would commit to there. All right, Andrew blocking with that King Ghidorah Unleashed. And then choosing to use one of those 3 Mikasa defeats the female Titan. So this will do no damage. Nate will get no draw. Alright. Nate pressing another Batra arrives to cancel.
Yeah, this is the 3rd and final Batra.
Alright, now Andrew has to decide whether or not flipping another one is worth it on here, and he decides it is. Okay. So, honestly, I think Nate got a lot out of that World's Weakest Hunter. I mean...
Potentially. The biggest issue now, though, is if this goes back to Andrew's turn, Nate has spent a lot of resources.
Sure.
So, while he did get a lot out of this, it's only in the sense that Nate winning this turn is a bit more viable, but... I believe the most likely outcome is actually that this passes over back to Andrew Porat, and then all of a sudden Nate doesn't have any of his Batras anymore, and he's committing a lot of resources for these first 2 attacks already.
Yeah, we got this Tri-Gravity Beam coming out, and the Deadlock Stun 3 is coming through.
Yeah, we did not Armor-Clad Faith that one.
Oh, and we can see Andrew's hand. Andrew has 2 Genkai's guidance in hand.
Yeah, maybe Nate's used Batra on like a Supersonic that got removed or something, and they were just doing 2 things
I
at
see,
once.
yes.
That's my best guess, but I'm gonna drop it for now until someone tells me.
Yeah, we do see that Supersonic
Yeah.
right underneath that team hero that just got removed. So
Yeah, but now we see the Pressured by All for One coming in, which is very cool because now Nate can remove those galactic monsters once again and then play them and build them on a later part of the game. Okay, yeah, I did just get confirmation it was a supersonic flight, actually. I asked the question to the judge and then immediately thought of it was probably just a foundation not in play and they were doing 2 things at once. But
Yep.
yeah, that's just what happens with the UniVersus. There's 8 million things happening all at once. And right now we're looking at a 7 mid for 11.
again, we saw, I mean, Nate recognizing that Andrew did not have that, you know, mid block for that last attack, having to spend those 2 Mikasa defeats the attack Titan.
Yep.
So throwing this Tri-Gravity Beam, putting stats on it.
Yeah, we do have the sub member coming in to reduce it down to 3 speed. Nate going to continue to incubate just for damage. So Nate also aggressively removing cards at a much faster rate than Porat. So while his deck is better at killing, but it is already a smaller deck, and he is removing more aggressively. So while Porat is down to just kind of hang out and block all day, Nate might just be playing right into his hands because he checked his 3rd 3 in a row. Is that at least 2 in a row?
Again, on another Tri-Gravity Beam.
Yeah, however, if we get the stun and the hand rip here, I mean, it's going to look pretty good. However, Nate with no momentum outlet, his cash out really is just pressured by All for One plus Team Hero plus Supersonic, and here comes the Genkais.
Yeah, I mean, I think knowing that Andrew doesn't have a mid block, one of the two Genkais that he has in hand was going to get ripped out, and this play and just playing it doesn't give Nate the knowledge of that second Genkais.
Now, does that get Porat out of deadlock, though?
It does not.
Crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy that we Genkaized and we're still in deadlock. All right, what's Nate got now? He's committed a lot to this turn. Another and it's another 3 check. This is incredible, by the way. The fact that Nate has had such an aggressive hand and yet is still checking all of these attacks, he's got to fail that one, or else there's no way he's getting the kill through another commit 3. And man, I mean, we talked about it on day 1. The most common mistake in UniVersus is thinking it can't be another 3, and I gotta think Nate's probably not going to commit his character anymore because he committed Rodan to pass a check at the beginning of the turn, and so now checking those multiple 3s in a row, he could have potentially tried to draw those cards instead of checking through them, and then he would just have more gas in the tank. So very unfortunate. He did get a lot out of Porat, but now Porat is untapping with all of these resources and a fresh new hand. And Nate's, Rodan's got a ton of defensive potential. Nate didn't really use up any defensive resources or commit too many defensive resources, really, but anything that's left is going to get hit by this Ice Sword execution. However, anything that Porat names, he has to commit in his own stage as well.
Yeah, so if he names these incubatings, which Nate has 2 of, he will have to commit one of his own.
Yeah. Same thing for Science Bros. But no Mikasa defeats. So he's going to name the Mikasa defeats because that won't cause him to commit a resource as well. And I think Porat's low-key okay with Nate double incubating because, again, we talked about how he is absolutely okay with the idea of waiting out the opponent. And if they're going to aggressively remove cards with incubating, I think he's fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned earlier in his winner's interview from the last round that he has a strategy, and our prediction is that strategy is just to deck Nate out.
Right.
All right. Adding 2 speeds is Ice Sword execution. Currently a 7 high for 6.
Yep. 2 speed, 1 damage. Getting a little bonus from Science Bros.
All right, Andrew using the Rodan Enhance to take a look at his next 2 cards and rearrange them how he wants. Seeing 2 foundations, so knowing his checks will be good.
Yep, removing the King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yeah,
it's going to allow us to play it later this turn.
Yeah, using incubating and then responding with Science Bros. So just getting a net 1 damage, and the real benefit being able to use that King Ghidorah Unleashed. All right, choosing to play it on the 5, checks the 5. Okay, and then of course this one will remove. That's why that orange card is underneath.
The orange marker there.
And it's currently a 7 high for 5. I don't think I see. Well, it's hard to tell now, but I didn't think I saw many more attacks in Andrew's hand.
Yeah, no, I think he's just trying to bully the resource advantage on Nate now. because Nate can't really commit to blocking early pokes because it might leave him open to something later in the string. And so this is typically how the control mirrors go, is Nate realized that he had a better board setup, but then he checked poorly. So now Andrew has a better board setup, and you're going to get more action from control decks versus control decks where one has a clearly better stage than you ever will with an aggro deck on 2 foundations, because they might still do it.
Yeah.
You know, Pony on 2 foundations might still get your Rodan with 12. So this is looking a little elementary, but I don't think Porat's going to be able to close it out because Nate is playing patiently. He is playing not to lose here.
Correct.
He is waiting it out to see what is the real threat, and the real threat can't be King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yeah, and Andrew using that treasure hunting to draw the card that he knew was on top, that team hero.
Yeah, although we go back into the next turn, Andrew Porat will still have that military airship, it looks like, and the Cape of No Return, and the Nonagon, and a substitute member, and Armor-Clad Faith, and Scales of Juno. But Nate has a lot of offensive potential in his stage for a Rodan deck. You know, the Pressured by All for one, and the Science Bros plus double incubating, and the team hero. I mean, that's representing like +7 damage on every attack alone. So
And if I'm not mistaken, besides that military airship, that Cape of No Return, Andrew still has that Genkai's Guidance in hand.
yeah, almost certainly, yeah. With the 4 Genkais, you just gotta always expect it.
I think that's actually what Nate was doing right now, is looking through the discard pile, counting them up, seeing that 3 had hit the discard pile.
I have to double check myself. I believe because Genkais should be after your rival plays an attack, they remove it. Scales of Juno does not hit Genkai's Guidance, because I don't believe there's any way for Genkai's Guidance to remove your own card from your own card pool. Yeah, after your rival plays an attack, so it's only from the believe there, yeah. So Genkai's Guidance dodging the Scales of Juno interaction. So that'll be a pretty interesting one, but that could have been relevant coming up here. So Nate survives, but he's at 8 now.
Reviews the Foundation, doesn't want any of those, only wants these attacks. See a violent enemy shot, heat tackle,
Okay.
world's weakest hunter. There is a lot of gas in Nate's hand right now.
If he can just check some 5s. If he can scout the top 4 with Rodan and make sure that he checks well on the first 4 attacks, I think there's a real chance Nate can get through here. It's not going to be easy. He's going to have to make the right decisions. He's going to have to Batra the correct things, but there is a chance. Scales of Juno would cancel Cape of No Return, however, but Nate does not have a Scales of Juno out, unfortunately.
Nate leading off with his heat tackle.
Yeah, heat tackle, of course, going to give us a Roman cancel, which could be very, very powerful.
Yeah, and of course, besides that, this heat tackle carpool response does cancel out that military airship.
True, that is an answer to the airship. I think that's what Andrew's looking at. I think he's deciding whether or not to Nonagon this, if I had to guess. It might be a Genkai's moment, but I think this is a Nonagon thought process.
All right, does choose the Nonagon.
Yep. So he's going to seal this attack, so we're not going to get tension, not going to get to cancel the military airship, but I believe there was another heat tackle in hand, right?
There was, yes.
2, yeah. So that tells Nate that heat tackle is the way to go. So we're going to remove for 3 speed. We're going to respond for 1/1. And we are officially going to get this party started.
I wonder if there was any consideration to actually Batra arrives that Nonagon.
Potentially, but here it comes. We're going to hit the incubating. I think I would love to hit a card draw. I would love to hit my rival digging for something with a Batra. Incubating is definitely a big one. because incubating is pseudo hitting card draw because of any supersonics that might get hit, any King Ghidorah Unleashed that might be in the discard
Which
pile.
we actually see Nate do on his side of the field, get that, you know, King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yep, and every time Nate gets to incubate, that's another +1 damage, which is very nice. He's setting up for it.
Yeah.
These are 3 difficulty as well now. These are not Rage Arts. These are fake desperation. Which Rage Art is just super fake desperation, I guess. But yeah, normally it's it used to be if you were below half health, we had desperation, but now it's if you're at 10 or less health.
Yep.
The King Ghidorah Unleashed gets -1 difficulty.
And so with the other 3 attacks we saw in his hand and those 2, Nate is representing 6 attacks at least on this turn as long as he can pass them.
And they all have the potential to very easily have +4 damage via Team Hero and incubating, though we do have to have some foundations leave our stage to get that Team Hero going. Here's the top 4. We see 1 3 check here, but that means Nate's going to be checking pretty good going forward. Looking at the discard pile, trying to figure out, do I have the supersonic? Do I have some way to draw the top card of my deck without expending too many resources?
Yeah, I think he left that Ice Sword Execution down at near the bottom.
Yeah, I think he's going to try to figure out where this turn's going before we go to draw some random cards. We probably got to get Andrew Porritt to start committing some resources, or, you know, potentially Genkaizing something. Committing the Scales of Juno. Nate's not threatening. He's not representing any card pool clearing effects at the moment, but Juno is a pretty good one.
All right, follows up with another Heat Tackle. I have to imagine this one is going to get Genkais.
Okay, interesting here. We are going to commit the Supersonic Flight, which means we're probably planning to destroy this one with All for One rather than using its own effect for 2 speed and 3 damage, which is very interesting. I mean, destroying a ready resource versus destroying a committed one is a big deal when we just had our last attack turn shut down by the multiple 3 checks. So now it looks like we're going to set up to get +4 speed and draw the top card of our deck, which we have to assume is that Ice Sword Execution. Right. Unless Nate really messed this up. Unless he really wanted that foundation instead, you know. But yeah, we get the 3 damage from Pressured by All for One. We're going to get 2 damage from Team Hero now. Or did we cancel the 3 damage from Pressured by... Oh, Pressured by All for One has no effect on this attack. We did that simply to get Team Hero activated. We actually don't get damage pump unless it's ranged or weapon, but you can still activate the ability, which gets Team Hero online for +2 damage, which is a pretty neat little interaction there when you use cards. Kind of not how they're intended to be used, but UniVersus is a do as much as you can game.
And of course, Nate drawing that Ice Sword Execution that he stacked.
The real question is, does he play it on a 7 here? Is there even things that you'd really want to target commit? Because it looks like he'd be getting 1 target commit out of it. Another Batra.
All right, C Tackle is currently an 8 high for 9.
Here comes another sub member. You got 1 more Batra. What else would we cancel? There's Armorclad. There's a card draw from Science Bros. Those 2 cards in the glare that we're hovering over that I can't
Ruthless Guardian is one of them.
Okay, Ruthless Guardian is pretty nasty. We don't necessarily like that one. And I guess we did Armorclad Faith on this because we don't have a momentum from the Roman cancel.
Right.
So I believe Armorclad Faith did get rid of that tension. It's been so long since the attack was played.
All right, currently looking at a 6 high for 10.
Yep, going to incubate for another damage. It's up to 11. Oh my, fateful decision for -2 speed is a good sign for Nate here. The fact that Andrew needs to fight over the stats rather than giving the breaker is a pretty big green light, I would have to say. It doesn't mean that Porat doesn't have adequate defense and is vulnerable necessarily, but this is giving you the signs. It's time to pick up on the signs. Is this an anima shot coming down?
I believe it is.
It is. On a 6, we're checking a 5. We knew it was there the whole time. Now, Porat, I believe, has to decide to Genkai's this again.
Yeah, being incredibly patient, actually. And not pressing that button too fast, knowing that he still has the Cape of No Return.
Yeah, there is a Genkai's in hand, though, so Nate's going to have to fight through one more of those. All right, Team Hero damage. Rodan removed for -3. Rodan removed for +3. I think Porat's thinking about doing the Science Bros draw. That's why we're pausing. Nope. Nate just deciding to destroy some foundations for pressured by all for one first. Interesting.
Again, Andrew does know that those King Ghidorah Unleashed are just waiting in the wings.
Yes. And they are 3 difficulty. And they, I believe, are ranged. So they would get the +3 damage from pressured by all for one. You can see now all the pressure's on Andrew Porat. He's the one slumped over. He's the one trying to figure out what we're doing, reading the cards. Nate is just trying to stay stone-faced. He's trying not to give away the goose. Nate is trying not to get overzealous. He's trying to stay calm under the pressure. But he knows he's got lethal in hand. It's just whether or not we can make it through this circus. And the Cape of No Return is... It's unfortunate you got to fight through it, but... Oh, we're thinking about drawing a card of Science Bros off that remove cost. Interesting. I don't think you get to cancel this one, only because I think Nate has to save the heat tackle for the military airship because you know there's a +1 high.
Yeah, but we have 2 heat tackles.
One is sealed.
Oh, one is sealed. You're right. That's
yeah.
I
One got
Nanagon,
Nanagon, so it didn't even seal itself. Yeah.
So I agree with you 100%. You do have to protect it and save it for that military airship. Again, we get that King Ghidorah Unleashed that's just been waiting there.
All right, King Ghidorah Unleashed on a 5 here. Taking the low risk approach. At this point, every attack is getting like +4 damage baseline, sometimes +7. So very, very potent stuff. Gonna remove for +3 speed.
Again, we do know that it is going to take a number of attacks still at this point because we have the knowledge that Andrew has that Genkai's in hand.
All right, this... Can we tell how many cards Porat still has in hand?
I don't know the exact number. All I know is that Genkai's Guidance is still in his hand. So again, Nate doesn't know this, but it's going to take, you know, significantly more attacks. He does have plenty in hand. It's just a matter of, you know, how well he checks.
Yeah, those checks were really ruining him earlier. I really feel like Nate thought he had it until he checked, I think, 4 3s in a row, at least 3 in a row.
All right. Andrew decided to take this 9 damage from this King Ghidorah Unleashed. Here comes another one.
9 damage from a King Ghidorah Unleashed is not words I thought I would hear today, but I'm not too surprised.
On a 6, only has to commit 1. Here comes that Genkai's that we knew was in hand.
Yeah, and again, that's pretty telling because these are not the most threatening attacks. But at the very least, you know, Porat's saying, look, you got to take more risk. You got to commit more cards to get at me. But right now, I believe Nate has pretty much an answer for almost everything in the stage, Porat's at least going to have to attempt to use things like Airship before the Ruthless Guardian. And we're going to check a 5 on this one. We need to commit 2 foundations. Stage is getting a little thin, but we only have to pass 1 more attack after this if everything deals damage. Nate has broken serve all throughout this top cut. Oh, wait. Wait a minute. Did we let the military airship resolve? Oh, it looks like Nate did not use... Maybe that heat tackle got used to cancel something, and they're both sealed, and that orange token is supposed to be for both, but I don't remember seeing that. And Nate did not cancel the military airship, so Porat has another Genkai's Guidance in hand.
This World's Weakest Hunter now, and 9 mid for 6 damage.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only human. I might have missed something where the heat tackle got used and they verbally said it and just used that same orange card for both. You know, a lot of times they're stacking 2 cards under 1 orange token, but that might just be what keeps Porat alive. Just being able to Genkai's the next attack, making Nate check 2 more attacks could be the difference, because 2 3s and I'm pretty sure he fails them. Unless Nate has some secret sauce to cancel the Genkais. All right, here comes the Ruthless Guardian. We're going to seal the Science Bros. Nate's going to choose to seal the Armor Clad. It's the only thing left. Trying to figure something out here. Conferring with the judges. Yeah, I'm just going to say it right now. It would be truly heartbreaking if, you know, Nate just missed the heat tackle. Yeah, we got a judge call.
I mean,
I'm wondering.
I'm gonna err on the side of that we just missed it. That
yeah,
it already
that he
came out
did
and
it.
sealed something.
Because that's so huge. It looks like we got a judge leaving the stream table to go confer with a head judge. So I have no idea what the judge call could be. We picked up Genkai's Guidance with the military airship. Did he maybe not pay for a check somewhere? Or it's either that, or so we're in the middle of Ruthless Guardian. I think he's asking what all can he seal with Ruthless Guardian. Can we bring up Ruthless Guardian?
Sure, I'll bring that up right now.
Because I believe it's just seal a non-character card. So it could be anywhere.
I think that is what the issue is right now. It does say...
what if he wants to seal a card in his hand? Can he pick a random card in his hand?
I think that's exactly what he's asking. Well, it wouldn't be a random card because he knows that the Genkai is in his hand right now.
That's actually crazy if he's allowed to do that. I would never expect that. Hopefully one of the judges can fill us in as soon as this happens. I have no idea if it's actually... I was just kind of, you know, spooling a thread there. If he really is trying to ask if he can choose a card in his hand,
I think he is, and the answer is
insane.
It appears the answer is you cannot.
You cannot? I wonder what the truest answer for that is, though. Because if you can pick a card in any other zone, I guess cards in hand are not distinguishable.
Yeah.
But I don't know for sure if that's what he's asking. That's if that's what it is, that's incredible. I don't know exactly why not. It doesn't feel right. I can tell you that. It doesn't feel right that you could pick a card in hand.
Right. It feels against the spirit.
Yeah, like the private zone, you know, you can't really distinguish between them, whatever. At best, Porat would get to shell game and like mix the cards around, but I'm so curious what that judge call was.
Andrew going down to 4 health. We know that Nate has more attacks than Hound. However, Nate knows that Andrew has that Genkai's in hand.
We got the confirmation. He really did ask if he could seal the Genkai's in his hand, which in every other zone, you have to keep track. Like if you flip a foundation face down, he can say, oh, I know what that is. I want to seal that card. And you can't shell game him if it was flipped this turn. So it went back to his hand this turn. I understand the logic, but we're now on the penultimate attack.
Oh, another King Ghidorah Unleashed. Of course, as you stated earlier, these are 3 difficulty attacks. So Andrew going to have to Genkai's this one, I believe, which would pit Nate on 4 progressive. I believe he has an Ice Sword Execution in hand. Even checking a 5, wouldn't be able to pass that one.
Yeah.
So we need another 4 death.
Yep, so this one's going to get removed. Nate has to play 1 more attack.
Oh, has
It's the timely counterattack. No shot. There's no way.
And I believe he drew that off the world's weakest hunter hitting.
There's no way Nathan DeWalt is going to kill a man with the world's weakest attack drawn off the world's weakest hunter. Oh my goodness. He has less foundations now, so it's going to get 1-1. This is the slowest move of all time in this deck, though. I don't think that this is as guaranteed. I mean, oh my goodness. It's only 1 speed slower than a King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yeah, with 3 in the card pool. Yeah, it looks like
and
it's
Porad's scooping it up. Maybe he doesn't even have the low, but my gosh, he did it with a timely counterattack.
Absolutely incredible, and that's something that he drew off of that world's weakest hunter.
And he really needed a 3-diff to really push the lethal on partial with the pressured by all for one. He really needed to check the 5 there. My goodness gracious, Nathan DeWalt, the king of going second. Never in my life would I have guessed a timely counterattack as the the 9th attack played through double Genkais. Oh man.
I mean, this is something that you mentioned and that Barrett mentioned last round, is that going second not the biggest detriment in this matchup.
Yeah, and it's the play styles, for years and years. Again, we've teased lovingly. Nathan DeWalt loves to block, myself too. My favorite cards are all blocking cards. All my favorite abilities are minus speed abilities in the game. And we've teased him for years that Nathan DeWalt cannot kill a man, and yet Andrew Porat has now taken that mantle because he will willingly try to mill his opponent out, refuse to kill them, whereas Nate is packed to the gills with this damage pump. He is sending moves for double their printed damage regularly.
I will say, Nate had that interview, did say that he believed he had the better deck. Andrew saying that he had a strategy, and us knowing that that strategy more or less is to mill Nate out.
Yes.
I heard Nate overheard Nate talking about what his strategy was in response, and he said, "I'm just going to kill him."
Right. It's the game plan every deck has. It's the game plan of every deck. That is absolutely insane. Insane.
Looks like Nate is siding out Ice Sword Execution and I think 2 Heat Tackles. I have to imagine the Megalomania is coming in from the sideboard.
The most timely counter attack I think I've ever seen. Oh my goodness. UniVersus always surprises me. I've been playing this game for over 10 years now, and every event I go to, even if we're not shocked by what character wins, even if we're not shocked by which player wins, every single tournament, it has some absolute surprise for me. And triple Ghidorah Unleashed, double Genkais, the timely off the top, absolutely insane. And I got to be honest, post board, the Megalomanias can come in, and I feel like Nate's advantage only goes up a little bit more, if not because of the actual cards in the deck, but now the mental advantage. Now Andrew Porat realizes he's mortal. He knows he can bleed, and that mental advantage, you know what they say, everyone's got to play until they get punched in the face, and Andrew Porat has officially been punched in the face, metaphorically, of course, for legal purposes. For anyone listening on the radio, metaphorically.
You talking about the mentals, I mean, Nate already going in confident, staying on that post-win interview that he believed he had the better deck. You can see him right now shuffling up, doing a little dance, going into that sideboard. Again, do you think Andrew changes up his game plan at all, or you think it's still, business as usual? He's still going to try to drag it out and just deck Nate out? Or do you think that if he gets a decent enough build that he goes a little bit more aggressive?
That's so tough to say. I mean, I think if it was me, I would definitely have to feel like I can't sit around and wait forever, right? My opponent has proven that. But at the same time, you got to look at the stage, right? Andrew Porat was not sitting on multiple Bachelors. That was a Bachelor war that Nate won. At the end of the day, if there was triple Bachelor on both sides, I don't know if Nate gets to, enhance so freely. Or, for example, if Andrew had triple Bachelor and Nate does not, right? Pressured by all for one, shut off. Science Bros, shut off. All of those repeatable enhances over and over again absolutely get shut off by Bachelor. So that stage quality that Nate had really was the difference. So depending on how Andrew Porat builds, he could feel more confident, because I'm not in his head right now, but I could see a world where Andrew Porat is saying, if I only had XYZ, I live that turn.
Yeah, of course, Andrew running mostly 4-ofs of all the cards in his deck. However, that is the risk with a 94 card deck, right? Even the math lines up that even if you're running a 4-of, you still just may not see them.
Yeah, it is. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. Looks like we're getting mulligans prepared here.
Looks like Andrew is happy with whatever his first hand was.
Yep.
We won't see a 87 card. Sorry, I had to do the math real quick. An 87 card shuffle.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get things started. There's the Batra for Andrew Porat's side. So that's something we didn't have game one. Definitely, this is definitely looking like a keeper. Guaranteed 3 build.
I think he's just debating what he values more.
Yeah, just lining them up. It used to be much more common back in the day where people would put all their foundations down and then make checks.
Yeah.
I feel like that's just we've just evolved to be more normal. Like other games where we play cards one at a time. But it used to be like speaking of one at a time.
I still do that, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I still just lay them all out. And, you know.
I lay out all the guaranteed ones.
Yes, correct.
I've stopped. I've had too many people where they lay out 5 and then they fail the 4th one. They have to put one back in their hand, and it's like, now you have a low block.
Yep.
Now I know.
No, I lay out all the ones that are guaranteed, and then the one that I'm risking on.
Yep. But now Nathan DeWalt winning the Bachelor War once again on turn 1.
Yep. And
with a 6 build. Did he hit it with a 6 build? He's feeling himself. He's up a game. He's feeling himself. Nathan DeWalt might be illegally happy at this moment.
You can just see it in the body language.
Yeah, I mean, winning a tough game like that in a really tough mirror, in a really tense situation, in a moment where so many other decks can't win.
Yeah.
You know, so few decks could win through that wall.
And breaking serve in a matchup where I know that he feels more confident in this matchup post-sideboard.
Yep, he's been breaking serve all top cuts. I wonder how many dice rolls he won throughout Swiss, you know. If you told me not many, I would not be surprised at this point. However, Andrew putting down some really solid foundations again. Nonagon, Science Bros, 2 key foundations for the Void symbol here. I really like Nonagon. I'm a little surprised it's not more popular in decks that are down to build for multiple turns.
Yeah.
And then another 3 diff. So we've talked about this in the past. These really heavy, greedy 3 diffs in the Void decks.
And then there's that substitute member, just another strong piece. Another battle for dominance. Okay, Andrew's seeing this wide build out of Nate and just saying, you know what, I'm going to go wide as well, which we expected. And building at least 4 with his military airship. Debating whether or not to push another one, which I think is a real consideration considering you've seen just how aggressive Nate is willing to be. All right. Choosing to commit, that Mikasa defeats the female Titan and Rodan.
Yeah, not expecting throws to be an issue.
Right.
It is nice to be able to partial every now and then, but it shouldn't be an issue here on turn 2. Heat tackle dropping down now. Has Nate gotten a Roman cancel yet?
He has not.
we might see him get his first Roman cancel token here.
Yeah, well, I think the Mikasa defeats the female Titan turning sideways is fine. Again, we saw almost to Nate's detriment what happens when you turn Rodan sideways and you can't see what your next cards are.
Right. Yeah, imagine if Nate just won a turn earlier. We would have been robbed of the most timely counterattack. We would have been robbed of one of the greatest strings ever played on stream.
Okay, and once again, we see that Nonagon coming out to seal this heat tackle.
He's just not allowed.
Yep.
He's not allowed. All right, now we're going to do the old Rodan dance. The Rodan dance, if you will.
Yeah, they just go back and forth, a little footsies.
We're going to fight over the speed. We're going to fight over the Batras as well. Nate choosing to aggressively Batra here is pretty interesting. It's very rare. that you use the Batra on your own turn in the Batra War, unless you are incredibly confident that the game is either going to end soon or you're going to accrue so much advantage that the game will end soon. But Nate also has double Batra, so he kind of gets to bully Andrew's Batra in that respect. But, you know, committing 2 foundations on your own turn while Andrew would then have access to the Batra on his the subsequent turn would be a big deal. Nate learned from previous games. Looks like Nate accidentally saw the bottom card.
All right.
Being honest, being a good player, being a sportsman, admitting to it, not trying to hide it, which you're on stream, so enough people probably were like, he probably saw that, but you know. I know, admitting to it's pretty good. And it looks like it was an airship that got removed too, so kind of an important one of in the deck. So unfortunate, just a little slip of the hand there. However, we are gonna look at those top 2.
Yep, he's gonna choose to attempt to push the Botan's coaching. Oh, I thought they were, but no. Instead, we're going to.
No, I believe it's 2 5s on top. I think he's just counting some checks. Yep. So here comes the. Is that King Ghidorah? No, that's a partial block. Let's try gravity for half.
All right, here comes that violent animus that we saw in Nate's hand.
Try gravity for half-a-d. Now we got animus shot threatening. He said, "You don't have a high block, huh?" Nate the Wald said, "You got caught committing Mikasa defeats the female Titan without a high block?" Curious. Very curious. Yeah, Nate prevented him from drawing off the Science Bros with the Batra, then seeing the partial block. Maybe he is sniffing blood in the water here. This could be a crazy string of bad luck. No, all right.
He did draw the high block.
Rip the high block off the top.
Yeah, I think we're just going to get a build out from Nate after this one.
Yeah. Tried to punk him without a high block in his hand. We did get a momentum out of it. We got a little bit of chip damage, but we didn't get the full punk. But now, on subsequent turns, what can Nate do with 1 momentum?
Right, building in that Knots Flask.
Ooh.
Oh, actually choosing a fail it after checking 3 3s in a row.
Again, yeah. Not worth it to commit either Batra or incubating. He would have to commit at least one of those. And I agree with that decision. Knots Flask is so nice, but it is not Batra arrives nice. It is not incubating nice in this deck.
It's also not Ruthless Guardian nice, honestly.
Truly, yeah. Well, Ruthless Guardian was the one we played before it.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Which, you know, we learned does not seal cards in your hand.
But why? Why doesn't it seal cards in the hand? Show me the rule.
Yeah. All right, here we go with this King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Show me the rule why I can't pick even a random card in my rifle's hand. I think it's they can't have a status. Like you can't. I don't think you can put it in a signed effect on a card in the hand. I think is actually why. But you know, I'll need one of these level 3 judges we have to explain it to me. Because that's a fun trivia question actually. Because you can seal a card like elsewhere, right? Maybe it's in the errata. When they errated it, I think maybe they errated it too.
All right, leading off with this King Ghidorah Unleashed, we do have one in the discard pile, so if you wanted, you could activate its effect, be able to play it this turn as well. So yeah. Nate, knowing that there's at least 2 attacks if Andrew wants them.
Yeah, Porat doing his least favorite thing in the world, which is playing an attack. Just entering an enhanced step on his own turn.
All right, Nate sealing that Science Bros. Saying -2 speed from that Aaron sidestep, which was also, if it's completely blocked, will allow him to draw a card. Remove using incubating to remove for 1 speed, and then Rodan's effect to reduce it by 2. And then drawing off that Aaron sidestep.
All right, we got the old supersonic flight block, the old +4 block mod.
All right, Andrew decided just to build out afterwards. We got another Batra. Now Andrew's winning the Batra wars. And that Cape and Overturn.
Okay, this is looking like a pretty big reversal.
Now Armor Clad Faith, just so many strong defensive tools.
Yeah. Yeah, winning the Batra War this time, very different from game 1. Although Nate did kill through a Cape of No Return and a military airship last time.
Yes.
So if we see that Ice Sword execution come down,
and 2 Genkais.
Yeah. But if we see that Ice Sword execution come down and name Batras, everything could flip in a minute. That was a huge issue in the Las Vegas meta. You know, if you were playing one of the other really good Airwall decks, and like I think a big reason why the Deku decks, Izuku Midoriya Deku,
yeah,
the brand new Challenger Series deck, one of the reasons I think it's not hanging in the top tables is because you can play as many Batras as you want, but if you don't have Ice Sword execution, your opponent will have the advantage against you in the late game.
Right.
Oh,
Andrew in deadlock by 1.
Genkais can get us out.
Yeah, leading off with that Triad Gravity Beam.
Or an Armor-Clad Faith can get us out. Armor-Clad Faith can remove the stun. All right, Nate choosing to use Team Hero to build a Batra on his own turn. That tips me off that we have a Team Hero in hand, and we do, so he's going to just play one during this turn. So he's entering the enhanced step for the express purpose of building a Batra from discard so he can build a Team Hero from hand.
Yep.
I don't think this is... And we got an Armor-Clad Faith off the board, so this is actually a super solid poke.
And getting a Tri-Gravity Beam out of Andrew's hand. I know Nate's not necessarily scared of Andrew's throwing a lot of attacks, but...
We did not prioritize the Team Hero, which makes sense now. It doesn't build things ready. So I get that, but it is a little sad to see. But the rest of our hand is super quality. We're now even in the Batra Wars. So there's that. Nate does have a Ruthless Guardian, though, whereas Porat does not. So that could be an edge in the sealing everything battle.
Yeah, and we're even right now just because one of ours is committed from that Team Hero, building it in committed. But after this, Nate will have the advantage with 4 Batras on his side.
True, he's Batra'd out. He's Batra'd out of his mind.
Yeah, he's hit the legal limit. Needs to cut him off.
Batra has arrived.
And we can see that combo salvo in Andrew's hand. I believe also an Ice Sword execution. Ice Sword execution feeling not as good in this mirror matchup as it does against other matchups.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot of Imprisoned plus Batra versus other Batra Imprisoned decks, and generally every turn starts with use Imprisoned, use all your Batras, I use all my Batras, and like once the dust settles, then we can actually play the game. So we're getting into probably a pretty similar scenario here, but Tri-Gravity to start off with. There's been so many Tri-Gravity openers in these matchups just because of the deadlock stun potential.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Nate does not have a ready Armor-Clad Faith of his own, so this deadlock stun 3 is going to come through because Nate built to exactly 11, I believe.
Yeah, and Nate saying, I can't really get into the Batra War with you. So he is going to commit some of those. Probably opting to use effects that Andrew would try to Batra instead. But now he's activating Ruthless Guardian, and Ruthless Guardian will just let Porat seal the Batra if he wants to. Or seal the Incubating, which is probably what he would do. Okay. So we get a Batra. We're getting into the Batra fight anyways.
Saying it's going to cost you 1 more.
Yeah.
And Andrew plays the Iron Price.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been better to stun other things and then just make Andrew tap his 3rd Batra, you know, keep a 2nd Batra up so we could get there, but It's looking pretty good. Andrew Porat does not have anywhere near the damage pump that Nate's deck had.
Yeah, and Nate just valuing that incubating and that Mikasa defeats.
Yeah, but unless Nate blocks this attack with a heat tackle, the military airship is going to be a huge difference in offensive output. All right, here comes the incubating activation. Porat's going to decide if he wants to stun one more foundation just to seal and incubating. It's probably worth it. I don't think Mikasa defeats the female Titan is going to be the biggest deal. And there's really nothing else for Batra to cancel and seal here. However, this is really going to be telling of whether or not Porat's trying to deal 21 damage this turn. And I think he is, because he committed that Batra. I think he's going to try to go for the win here.
And then, of course, even with the cancellation of that effect, that incubating was able to rip that card off the top, allowing Nate to use that Rodan for a +3, block mod, which will reduce the speed down.
Yeah.
Nate deciding he doesn't actually have to block this one. Taking 8.
Yeah, gonna take 8, go down to 13.
Another Tri-Gravity Beam. Checks a 3.
Woof. Now everything is stunned.
I think you were right. I think Andrew is going to go for a kill string here.
Yeah. You just got to pass a couple more checks depending on whether or not Nate has like a Genkai's in hand, which I think we saw the hand already and he doesn't. And typically you would Genkai's the Deadlock Stun 3.
Right.
Especially since the rival has airship to pick this up. So it looks like we're going to end up going to a game 3 here. Not quite as exciting as the 9 attack Nathan DeWalt turn. And this is mostly built off, I believe, Nate checking poorly to build and kind of trying to fight through it. But really it sets that Deadlock Stun 3, committing the Armor-Clad Faith made a huge, huge difference on this turn.
Yep.
At the very least, Nate could have gotten into the Bachelor War over, the Armor-Clad Faith and fighting over it being canceled.
Yeah, we talked about Deadlock effects and it not being as prominent or potent as it has been in the past, but you do still have to respect them. I mean, you saw right here this Deadlock effect building to exactly 11 is what I truly believe is going to give Andrew the win in this game.
It's a huge mistake, and it's a mistake I honestly make all the time.
Right.
I honestly, truly, especially in casual play, go to like exactly 11 or 12 just because I go, I want to build this many.
Yes.
And I don't even think about checking my deadlock, and I've lost tons of games to just immediately my opponent going, here's a deadlock effect. I didn't even expect it. And, whether or not this was a measured approach by Nate, I don't think he meant to unlock Stun 3 on Porat's side of the board.
And it's tough because obviously both of these decks want to have wide stages. Even if, Nate is trying to kill him, is playing slightly more aggressive than Andrew is normally, it's still going to require, we saw it earlier. In game 1, it required that large stage to be able to play those, 6, 7 attacks.
And sacrifice all those foundations, to get the damage by the end of it. So, all right, he's down to 2. Here comes another Trigrav. Porat's not just showing him 3 attacks, so I don't know if Porat's hand is like super great, but
I know that he has this Ice Sword Execution. He has another Trigrav, and he has a combination salvo.
Nope. He's gonna ask Nate if he's got a Genkai's. No response there. Gonna go +3, -3. But the Science Bros is gonna leave this unblockably fast.
Yeah,
and we're gonna go to a game 3. Okay. Yeah, that one a little more methodical, but these are faster games overall than the aggro decks versus the Rodans. So
again, going back to the point of going second not being the detriment it normally is, because they are able to build out these, bigger stages, getting that selective mulligan to make sure that you have exactly the pieces you need.
Well, this time Porat went first again, right? Porat went first both times.
You're right. Oh, you're right.
But now Nate's gonna go first, right? But it doesn't necessarily mean, right, that
right.
things are swinging back the other way. So yeah, that one was just tough. It looked like Nate just built one too many foundations.
Yes.
He committed one too many cards to do so. Ended up committing the Armor Clad, and that changed a lot of things. However, with that hand, you know, as long as the Stun 3 was liable, I don't know if a single Armor Clad gets you out of it. But I do believe if Nate did not go to Deadlock, I think he has a great chance to survive that.
Yeah,
game.
I agree.
Unfortunately, Nathan DeWalt falling to the worst mechanic ever invented, which is the binary flash of at 10 foundations you live, at 11 foundations, not only do you die, but you die so hard and so deep that no amount of defense could ever save you. I'm a big fan of scaling offense, but the actual on-off switch of 10 to 11 foundations has just never made sense to me. And so when they introduced Deadlock in like 2017 or whatever, I was never a fan back then, and they've never made me a fan of it since. And you can see exactly why. Like, you know, Nate just trying to vibe, play the game, do what comes naturally, you know, aesthetically play correctly, build more foundations, you know, get ahead of your opponent. And unfortunately, he got completely demolished for it. Just not even close to the same game as 10 to 11 foundations.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying, but at some point, we do need these games to end, you know, and they can't always end in deadlock. So having the ability to break through these massive walls, I think, is important.
I would rather they bring back Unyielding. I would sell every deadlock effect for Unyielding back in a heartbeat. Unyielding, I at least know, is the same at every point in the game, you know? Unyielding doesn't punish me for building 1 or 2 extra foundations. It just says we're always going to be at 4. I can game plan around that. I would love a scaling stun. Give me a stun 1 for every 4 foundations I have, right? You know, Nate might have gotten stun 2'd by that, but he wouldn't have gotten stun 3'd, and you'd be aware of the stun throughout the whole game. It's the fact that that Tri-Gravity never has that stun, and then all of a sudden it does, right? And I believe if you ask Nate, I would say he didn't even realize he was at 11, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm all for scaling offenses and bringing late games to a close, but we've had ways to solve that in the past without having this on-off switch of, oh, all of a sudden all my cards are goated when before they would have been useless. Luckily, they don't print Deadlock Search Your Deck for 4 cards and add them to your hand anymore. those are the real Deadlock times. You know, Deadlock, commit your rival's character and add an attack to your hand. You know, those are truly when games needed to end and people needed to die.
Yeah.
Of course, we also used to have, we now have Megalomania, which is, you know, just seal the character like off the jump. So, and that's really what we want to see, I think, post sideboard. If Nate can go first, get a good build, and then start slapping down Megalomanias.
Yes, I think that this could
he
be
starts
over
winning the
pretty
speed war.
quickly. Yes.
Yeah. If he wins the Batcher War and he gets the Megalomania out to win the Speed War, we're in there.
All right. Didn't like his first hand. Gonna review.
Quick mulligan.
Yeah. I think it was just too aggressive, seeing a lot more gray this time.
Yeah.
Being able to guarantee a slightly larger build.
All right. Game 3. Everything on the line. Fighting over a backup. Who gets to be in the game as your little buddy?
Uh-oh. I just see, you see Andrew shaking his head. He, you know, mulligan 5 cards away.
Oof.
And then drew, I think, attack, action, asset, and I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 foundations. So not quite the build he was hoping for going second and getting that selective mulligan.
Yeah, if you get outbuilt going second, that is not good. Both players going to shuffle up here.
Listen, I'm going to be 100% honest. This is the reason why I can't run a 94 card deck.
Shuffling
There's
it?
just no way I'll be able to shuffle it.
I'm so bad at shuffling. I'm with you.
You're telling me 8 rounds, and then if I do well, right, I've got, you know, 3 more rounds. Like,
yeah, and you got to do it on camera in
yes.
front of everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm like the worst shuffler. I like shuffle up against my body.
Yeah.
I'm like very self-conscious about it because I'm not good enough to shuffle to cheat. But like I'm always afraid people will think I am because I'm dropping cards and stuff half the time, and I have to restart my whole shuffle. You know.
You haven't been taking sleight of hand lessons on the side.
Please, with these sausage fingers, gosh. If I could coin anything, like I'd be a millionaire by now. That's the other thing too. Like if you're gonna learn sleight of hand to cheat at a children's card game with no prizing, like beyond the worst.
I mean, I tell people all the time, they'll present their deck sometimes, and I'm just like, I'll just like, all right, you're good. Honestly,
Yeah.
if you stacked it, you want this more than I do.
Right, yeah. That's the other thing too. I've sat there and I've just been like, man, if this guy really wants it. So I don't know.
Nate getting a solid 4 build going first.
Yeah, some really good ones. Scales of Juno getting in there to cancel up the military airship, which has been a big part of Andrew Porat's offense a lot of the time.
Been a huge part. And his defense kept them alive a couple times.
Yeah, true. I think we also do see the Megalomania already in hand, which not exactly a turn 2 bit, but once you get a couple of things stacked up, you get a couple of Batras, maybe you get the 1/1 going off of it. It could be very, very important. So Batra into Nonagon into another 4.
And checks a 3 on this one. Gonna have to commit Rodan.
Yep, gonna have to commit Rodan, which shouldn't be the biggest deal in the world, but if we fail another check here, okay. Okay, a 4 build for Porat, maybe a 5? No, we're just gonna fail this one, so it's on top of our discard pile, which is a great fail. That is a great bonus review, because now if Nate attacks, Supersonic's on top. So if he does attack, he will want to use something like Megalomania to negate that sort of a resource. Which I don't know. Maybe if we're packing the 3 Megalomanias now, yeah, put it on him now.
Yep.
Yeah, you see Porat's reaction to it, like, yep, that's the card I should have been playing to kill Ghidorah this whole tournament.
And what are his options right now, right? Nonagon, and then go down to 2 foundations, Yeah,
imagine if Nate had the Batra too to like fight over that. Gosh. I think
all right, he says I have to, At least with Team Hero, I'm gonna get to build.
I would Team Hero to build the Nonagon back.
Yeah, right.
Like truly, I would probably build the Nonagon, if only so the Supersonic can be on top of my discard again. Oh, nope. Porat's just gonna remove for the -1, which means there's a decent chance this deals damage. What's really funny too is Megalomania gets 1/1 as long as there's 3 cards sealed in play, which could count if Porat starts using stuff like Batra arrives. So Porat just gonna take the 5, go down to 16. That's what I was talking about. We got a D build, we got the damage in, we're gonna get a momentum, and now we're going for the heat tackle, which cancels that supersonic flight draw. So you'll probably still get the -4 speed out of it, but canceling the supersonic flight draw is great. Now Nate can also fight back with this with his own supersonic flight, which would be really interesting to see. So we're gonna see the -4 speed. Will he cancel the draw?
And we did just see Porat take a high attack, and so throwing another one, seeing do you actually have the zone or?
Yeah, the other one did have 7 speed on it.
Sure.
So we only got the -1. So now we're gonna get +3 back. This is a 2 high. This is much more blockable. And I think Porat just added Breaker to his next block. So if I'm Nate, I would love to use that supersonic flight. But he already did Rodan to get the +3 speed, so it wouldn't be super optimal. But now we're going to have to deal with Breaker 1.
Yeah, but again, this being a half block, so he's going to take more damage.
Yep, now we're going to freeze the Fateful Decision. Yeah, okay, put him down to 1 foundation. And Porat did not use the Team Hero just to get another resource, which is very, very surprising to me, truly. He must be waiting for something really impactful like a Batra arrives. Because I would be paranoid. I would want just the bonus resource. I mean, we reviewed Genkais that we couldn't even play. So,
all right,
very strong stuff for Nate. But I do feel like Nate's going to really want to see those same cards again, the Heat Tackle and the Megalomania.
Now, Andrew is going to get to build out a little bit stronger. He did get another Batra arrives. I think he also got an Incubating. So his stage will look...
Oh, that's why he didn't super... I'm sorry. He didn't Supersonic because Batra would have just canceled it. That probably would not be worth. D-build to stun 1 is probably not where you want to be there. That's why these guys are in grand finals, and I just talk about it. I'm just talking about them playing really well because they see the things I do not. Yeah, you got to commit Rodan there. Come on. This is we're going to commit Batra over this? Come on, Nate's stage isn't that bad. Nate's got pressured by
all right, there
for
he goes.
one.
He commits the Rodan.
That's a commit Rodan on that. Unfortunate, because Rodan peak on defense is pretty strong, especially when you have draw like Supersonic Flight available. But double Batra versus no Batra. Historically, the Batras have been winning versus the no Batras, but Megalomania can go a long way in this matchup all by its little lonesome. No Nonagon either. And a Genkai's would be pretty crippling. I don't think Nate drew a super aggressive hand, though.
No, it
and
doesn't look like it.
allowing Porat to stabilize while he's winning the Bachelor War could be tough. Ooh, checks a 3 on the opener.
Nate playing that Tri-Gravity Beam.
Yeah, Porat checking his discard pile, seeing what's available to him as far as like King Ghidorah Unleashed goes. Looks like there's 2 King Ghidorah Unleashed in the discard pile with the incubating, while Nate does not have a Batra. So Andrew should be able to pull out high blocks whenever he wants. However, this is a mid attack, and it is going to get +2 speed from Rodan.
Okay, Andrew using incubating.
Yep, going to -1 speed off incubating.
And then -1 off of Rodan, I believe.
Ooh, we had 2 +1s on top. Rough. Okay, here comes the mid block for the mid block. Tri-Gravity, true combo. I think Nate just wants to be aggressive because he feels like his deck is better at being aggressive than Porat's is. But I think this is the right call. I don't think Nate really had the gas there. And I think pulling off here and just trying to take, you know, keep the advantage, keep the resource advantage after Porat did a big build is the right call. You want to just stay ahead of the opponent. However, is Nate in deathlock already? He's at 11. He's at 11 again. Now, there is no military airship, so a triple Tri-Gravity turn is like super unlikely. And we could pressured by all for one on the rivals scramble. Oh, another Batra. Another Batra. Where is the Ice Sword? Maybe, I think we saw earlier, I think someone cited out Ice Swords for Megalos, but
Nate did, yes.
I want to see those two together. I want to see Ice Sword in the Batra matchup for sure. Name Batra, and even if I've got some, you know, committing all my rivals just makes that easy for me.
Andrew playing the Batras, the code edits, the incubating, the battle for dominance.
Yeah. Playing a lot of cards here to try and keep up, though, might be what Nate wants if he's looking at things like Tri-Gravity Beam to be his win condition. And I believe Porat going to 10? Or he went to 9, okay. Porat avoiding deadlock.
And then once again, playing the
he was about to go
Supersonic
to
Flight just to fail it, to have it on top.
Just to have that on top is nice. Oh, Science Bros is big. We got Science Bros and a sub member. We might be getting enough foundations and the armor clad. Now the deadlock is not a big scary threat. Now Nate is doing what most control decks do, is they take a little bit of a lead and now they're just flexing that resource lead. But also we got to figure out how to solve these Batras. Nate's still without a Batra of his own.
Yeah, I think after seeing what happened in game 1 where Nate did build up that massive stage, did kind of sculpt his hand to get to a point where he could just play 6, 7 attacks. It worked back then. I think, you know, we're setting up for something like that again.
Yeah, and now if Porat wants to build, he's going to go into deadlock himself. But Porat has to shoot into deadlock. You can't stay at 11 or 12. If we sit here at 13, that's okay. 14's a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, that actually was the biggest, you know, mistake, if we want to call it that, on Nate's part last game, is that going into deadlock and only going in by 1.
Right. There's the armor clad to help protect against his deadlock stun 3 or tension attacks. And Scales of Juno.
Are we holding on to the Genkai's in hand?
Looks like Genkai's Violent Animus were 2 of the 3. Very tough to see, though. Might get another glimpse at it. All right, Nate drawing a lot of foundations again. Not a super aggressive hand. This is kind of what we were expecting from a Rodan mirror, which, you know, fair enough. This is how a lot of matchups go in UniVersus. The first 2 are pretty quick, but then the third one, you actually understand what the rivals deck can do and how scary it is. But Nate's still just flexing the advantage. This could all turn around in a moment, though, because of the triple Batra. Still no Batra on Nate's side. I wonder if this could be the game where Porat tries to mill him because all the cards end up in the stage rather than removed.
Currently looking through his discard pile. So again, I do see some attacks in Nate's hand right now. Obviously, just sculpting, trying to have set up a similar situation as the game one, where he will just be able to throw one after another. I mean, honestly, Andrew being at 13 health really says that Nate just has to get 1, 2 through, and he will take it down.
All
right, we have the 4th Batra arrives on the side of Andrew.
We are now at the point where the stages are pretty difficult to keep track of. This is what people used to jokingly call that real UniVersus back in MHA set 1 and 2 when games almost never could even go to deadlock, much less were people attempting to. But man, I mean, I don't know how much these batches are really going to matter once there's so many cards in stage and we finally see the Ice Sword execution. Could this be the turn? I don't think we're quite there yet. I don't think the hand is quite there yet, but Ice Sword goes a long way. Yeah,
right.
I think the biggest issue is that with only one Ice Sword and no answer to Genkais, I think Porat can just freely Genkais that.
0-2 one-way players. Your 6th and final round is now live. 0-2 one-way, your 6th and final round is now live.
Nate might really just be sculpting to get to 7 attacks as well at this point.
I mean, I think so.
There's almost no reason not to.
Yep.
Almost.
Yeah. Again, with the stage as large as he is able to play a lot of these attacks. He also has the ability to, pip additional stats, additional damage on these attacks.
Yeah.
So we're getting to a point where, again, like I said, it may only take 1 if he can get enough stats on it to get through that 13 health. Well, 1 to get through. It's going to take a lot of attacks to hit him at all.
I guess, so you would open Megalomania and then go Ice Sword, and then you'd probably have to have like Trigrav or a Heat Tackle or some other cancel. Speaking of Heat Tackle, I'm trying to figure out how I would solve this board, and a lot of it just, at this point in UniVersus, a lot of it just becomes you can just do stuff. You can just do stuff, and you got to find out what your opponent is willing to do, what resources they're willing to use.
Okay, Andrew leading off with a Heat Tackle of his own.
Yeah, quadruple Batra arrives is going to make this very difficult for Nate.
All right.
He's going to remove tension. I doubt Porat cares about that. He'll almost certainly let that go.
Yeah, Andrew deciding just to let that one go.
The untimed round affair. So we've got to wade through 20 foundations on both sides. It is very doable. But where to start?
Yeah.
It's a pretty good spot to start.
again, we are at finals. This is game 3. Whoever wins this is going to take it all. So both these players thinking long and hard about every single interaction.
Yeah, this is the highest pressure moment.
Nate milling with Knott's Flask.
Yeah, that's a pretty risky mill, I gotta be honest. We're on a low deck, and you know Porat wants to try and flex having the bigger deck on you, so milling 3 is pretty aggressive there. Maybe Nate's trying to get some attacks back into his deck, but he milled a Megalomania there.
Yeah, I have to assume that that's why he did that, is trying to actually get to the cycle as soon as he can so that he can, you know, and again,
setting up the top card of the discard pile pretty good.
And he knows what's left in his deck. Maybe he knows that there was only one attack left in, you know, the 4 or 5 or whatever is left, or 5 or 6, and just trying to say, you know what, I'd rather take my chances with the cycle.
Well, and if that was true, he now knows he's checking good for all these blocks, which is a pretty big deal.
E-Tackle currently is representing a 4-9, 4 high, 4-9.
All right, players. UniVersus players in our Hero 2 one-way. This is round 6.
I think Nate using incubating in order to get that King
Get a
Ghidorah
free high
unleashed.
block, yeah. Got to rescue that before it cycles away. I say rescue, just use it, I guess, because it will go away after the turn.
Yep.
Nate only has less than 4 attacks removed. Is kind of crazy. All right, we're gonna check here. We're gonna draw off Aaron's sidestep. His hand's pretty good if it comes back to his turn and he can figure out these Batchers, which I guess he's got the Eyesore. He's got to figure out Genkai's really. You really need 2 of everything, because if Porat is going to Genkai's one of them, you need a second.
All right, here comes that violent anima shot. Checks a 3, having to commit 2, not the end of the world currently with the stages we have.
Nope. All right, we prevented some kind of card draw. I think it was a supersonic. Yeah, it looks like it was a supersonic card draw.
And then I believe we saw Nate draw a King Ghidorah Unleashed off the top of the deck with that Aaron sidestep, so he does have a high block if he chooses to block this, which I assume he will because he doesn't want to get any of those attacks ripped out of his hand.
You might as well block with the worst attack in your hand rather than let one get ripped out by random. So this is now a 1-speed Violent Animus. We're going to block on a 2-3. Checks a Genkai's Guidance. That's the Judge Proxy. Funny Judge Proxy. I think he's asking him to, count where the Genkais are. The 2 are represented. I don't think Nate had a 3rd in the sideboard.
I don't believe so either. I think that is the 2. I think actually Andrew was just asking, like, didn't I already see 2?
Yeah.
All right, and now deciding to build out.
Normalcy. Interesting little pokes here. I'm not sure I'm a fan of what we got out of that turn as Porat, but the quadruple Batra arrives really is allowing him to just kind of hang out, you know, just kind of chill and vibe and see what Nate can pull out, because Nate is officially behind in this match. He is up 8 health and probably up in number of cards in stage, but he's about to cycle, and Porat has a pretty healthy deck left. So actually, Nate might be further away from cycling than we think. That might be stacked more vertically, and the glare is making it look thinner, because the deck looks like it's like pure white, and the sleeves are pink. So The glare might be making it look like he's closer to a cycle, but he's closer to a cycle than Porat for sure.
I think Andrew just deciding, how many cards does he want to hold back? 4 blocks. Interesting. Still no military airship. Still no Cable No Return on the side of Andrew. Plenty of cards in hand to block with. And we do see that one Genkai's.
Yep, here's Ice Sword. I imagine this gets Genkai's. Yep. Yep, can't let you do that, Star Fox. Gonna keep these Batras upright where they belong. And that's just one less card in Nate's deck, right? That's one less attack that Port has to worry about overall.
All right, Nate playing a heat tackle of his own. Andrew going to flip that Armor-Clad Faith to remove tension. I have to assume, playing that Ice Sword Execution, playing that Heat Tackle, that this is the turn where Nate goes for it.
Yeah, I mean, he's got to be feeling the pressure. We keep talking about how he's going to cycle soon. He's going to lose a lot of these resources in his discard pile. He's going to be behind Porat in the overall mill game. But, man, not a single Batra in the stage throughout this whole thing is going to make this feel really bad.
And the Batra's going to get turned sideways on the side of Andrew to stop that Science Bros and to seal it.
Yeah, on the plus side, I don't believe Andrew has a way to recycle this Genkai's. We don't have the airship out, and it's not the air deck that has Divine Defender. But it looks like Nate has 2 cards left in his deck. And I don't think Nate can even really, freely incubate, because after he cycles, he's going to need more cards.
Right.
Maybe after that, but, and also the Science Bros actually just got sealed, so there's no reason to do that. I wonder how many cards. There could be a world where Porat gets down to 1 card in hand, and Nate starts Botonsing just to put him on random stuff. But
yeah, well, we see Nate push the Botons button right now, waiting to see if there's a response from Andrew.
Yeah. This is so tough. I mean, the sheer volume, the sheer inertia that Nate has is very good, but the actual effects in his stage are not viable into triple Batra. I mean, at some point he'll get something through, but it's going to be the worst thing, right? It's going to be the thing that Porat cares about the least.
All right, Porat trying to clear that Genkai's from his card pool.
Oh,
Nate flipping over the Scales of Juno.
Battle for Dominance does not remove for cost, so that is an effect that would remove a card from his rival's card pool. So we do get to cancel that. We do have a second Juno as well. Very interesting stuff there. Very quality heads up response. So if there was a heat tackle that we forgot about before, we're heads up in the moment now.
And then I think Andrew let that Botans coaching come through and didn't think about, canceling it, because if I saw his hand correctly, I think he only has high blocks in hand.
Yeah, getting the opportunity to discard a high block and draw something else might have been the call, even though I don't think there's too many non-highs. Oh, here we go. Batra's last card in the deck. Not going to have a discard pile until we activate Pressured by All for One, which I am going to assume is going to get canceled and sealed, but oh, he has the code edits for the Megalomania. Oh no, Nate running out of cards here. He's got a decent stack to make checks with, but it's nothing to play a long game on. So this is almost certainly going to have to be the turn. We're going to activate that pressured by all for one. I have to assume it's going to get canceled by Batra. If only so that Nate can't keep sacrificing foundations to have a deck. Then again, Porat's not afraid of the damage. I don't think Porat's afraid of the +3 damage. He's trying to count how many things he would need to cancel. Theoretically, there's still a Ruthless Guardian, 2 sub-members, a Supersonic Flight, and pressured by all for one. So if the 3 damage is not the issue, that might not be the one. But I don't think I'd want my opponent to be able to keep freely sacrificing cards just to have more turns.
Yes, especially if you're, part of your strategy is to...
We're milling with Knott's Flask? We did mill 2 attacks off the top, and Nate has not committed Rodan yet. I don't know if I see the vision, but he definitely wanted to fix the top card of his discard pile. His top of discard... Well, no, because he destroyed 2 foundations for that, huh? I mean, you definitely want your top of your discard pile to be good with Rodan, but I wonder what we were trying to hit there. Maybe he's just trying to bait interaction.
Or get a King Ghidorah Unleashed in his discard pile so that he can do exactly what Andrew's doing right now.
What Porat's doing right here. Yeah, it's a good point. Grab another attack via that.
I do think Nate still has, 3 attacks in his hand.
Yeah, this could be a world where Nate just has to get to like the 4th, 5th, 6th attack to start actually seeing any action, to see something come down. But
and Andrew is at 7 health, so we are at the stage where 1 attack can end this.
Oh, Porat went down to 7? I missed some.
I think he took the heat tackle.
Oh, he took the the Genkai's was the attack before. Right. I missed the whole heat tackle, so I was just trying to like parse out where all the cancels are. You're right. Yeah. And he has so many high blocks, I would have assumed.
Yeah, well, here comes that Tri-Gravity Beam, one of the few attacks that's not a high.
Yep, and we are going to remove that Deadlock Stun 3. Not many other keywords that Porat is worried about.
And then Andrew does have the Mikasa defeats the female Titan on his side. So even without a mid block, if he does just have the highs or a low, I saw him pull the combination salvo off the top, so we know he has a low and a high. He'll still be safe.
This is so tense. I mean, again, the sheer volume Nate has.
Yeah.
We could just play 2 more Tri-Grabs and this looks easy.
Yes.
2 more Tri-Grabs looking at the hand. So high block, low block, mid block, that's really what you want to see most of the time. Nate's going to look at his hand and kind of tip off what other zones he has. But if there's more Ghidorah Unleashed down there, did he remove the low block?
He did.
Interesting. Could we see another timely counterattack squeeze in there? That's the only low off the top of my head.
Could you imagine timely counterattack just being the absolute MVP of these finals?
Oh my goodness, I would never have put money on it, that's for sure. But me and Barrett used to talk about bingo cards and how no one's ever had a correct bingo card at our UVS regional ever. You might have called the winner, you might have called the player on the deck, you might have called a couple of stuff in top cuts, but nobody has ever had a perfect bracket as far as UVS madness goes.
This Tri-Gravity Beam currently a 2 mid, and now a 1 mid for 7 for lethal.
Down. Looks like Porat's trying to trim through the attacks to either make sure he only checks 5s or to make sure that he can look at the top 4 the next time he wants to commit Rodan.
Well, we know his checks are going to be great.
Yep. Speaking of the top 4, he just put them right back.
Yep.
He just said, I'm not drawing none of these. We are just checking good the whole way through. All right. So he ripped out combination salvo. Here's the timely counterattack. Oh my god. What if it's back-to-back timely counterattacks? Which would be so smart considering the King Ghidorah Unleashed is, like a free high block basically.
And then I do believe Andrew activated Aaron Sidestep on that last attack. So he did draw a card off the top.
Okay, he did get a random one.
Yep.
Which I'm curious, the heat tackle doesn't have a seal under it. Did heat tackle? We'll focus on the timely counter attack. I mean, if Porat ripped a low block after the try grab, I mean, sheesh.
All right, using Knots Flash to put the damage on
I guess,
this timely counter attack.
I guess there's a world where if he used the Aaron Sidestep during the try grab, ripping out the mid block on the try grab might have been correct, specifically to prevent that extra card draw because he can't completely block it. But Porat's still sitting on moment of normalcy too, so just pumping a move not going to be the end all be all. I do think you gotta try to make everything lethal though.
Yes.
I do think sacking some ready foundations might be good, but we see the pressured by all for one actually finally getting battered here.
Yep.
So I was expecting that to happen at some point. And for probably the express purpose of not making everything be lethal, but there is still a galactic monster. Nate can also flip a substitute member here to try to make this 3 speed. Try and chew into the board even a little bit on Porat's side.
He
partials.
But he does have because
defeats.
If he decides instead deciding to go down to 4.
Yeah, gonna save that for the very, very end. Another timely counter attack. But Porat needs a mid to take no damage from this now.
Correct, and we know that he has that Ice Sword Execution in hand. So as long as Nate can put damage on this.
Oh, we're going for the Ruthless Guardian. We're going for it. I kind of feel like you have to batcher this.
You have to. If not, he's going to seal that moment of normalcy.
Well, you can seal the Mikasa defeats too, right? And kind of force you to have...
We know what his card is in hand right now.
Oh, he only has one now,
He only
right?
has one now, and it is that high. Oh. I guess not.
Well, there might be a play for incubating to remove a supersonic or something.
Sure.
So I think now we're trying to count the damage to see if this is lethal on a partial. Although you're right, we do know that Ice Sword was one of the cards.
Mm-hmm.
This is a crazy kill turn.
And he's going to need 2 damage pumps in order to get this across because of that moment of normalcy. Because this has base 3 damage.
Yeah, I think you're right. If it is just the one high block in hand, not sealing the normalcy feels a little weird because I don't think we're going to play a third low attack, but we might play another mid. But the mid can be blocked by a Ghidorah Unleashed. Oh, man. This is so tough. I wish I knew it was in Nate's hand.
Yes, yes.
You know, that would probably explain a lot of why it was the Mikasa defeats and not the normalcy. But I mean, this is lethal right now, right? It's 2 low for 3.
It's too low, yeah.
Okay, Supersonic coming in. But it's going to make it a high, which is the zone Porat does have. Huh.
Yeah, both in hand and represented by the King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yeah, I guess.
Nate must have just 2 more attacks in hand somehow.
Yeah, this just has to be like a wearing him out.
I think Nate has a World's Weakest Hunter in hand.
Crazy line. A psycho line, in fact.
I think that is the only answer for what could be left in his hand.
That is a psycho line. I mean, and that's what I was talking about at the very beginning of this turn. I'm like, he might just get there through actual sheer inertia and like not even truly like the effects necessarily in stage and stuff like that. But I mean, Porat's still sitting on 2 Batras. So he could have protected that Mikasa defeat. So if Nate DeWalt is truly in the back, you know, living rent free in his mind, watching the clock tick.
Yeah.
We also don't have perfect discard pile information, right?
Right.
Like the players do. So knowing how many more King Ghidorah Unleashed and stuff might be down there. This is incredible. This is actually incredible, UniVersus. The layers of chess being played here is insane. But this is where both of these players thrive typically. You know, you want to talk about deep waters, you want to talk about experience in these situations. This is typically how both of these players win, is they take their players out, they take their opponents out to games like this, drag them out into situations like this where the mental load, where the capacity to keep track of everything and to understand why you would do this. Because if I'm Andrew Porat, he knows that I have a high block and I have a second high block, and now he's changing the zone to a high. So man, I don't know.
All right, choosing not to cancel. And again, Andrew still has a very healthy stage, but he does have 4 cards in the card pool.
Yeah.
So at some point, it may just be a situation where if Nate has enough attacks, they're just gonna get through.
That's what I was thinking with the sub members, right?
Yeah.
Was like try to maybe get them on all angles, but I don't know. Through double incubating too. God, I wish I knew what was in Nate's hand. I think I saw no attacks. Oh, there's one more? If he has a world's weakest and he's trying to draw more, that would be crazy at this point. Yeah, not choosing to block with the card from hand makes sense.
Yep, choosing the lower block mode does check. This was a 0 high, so on a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Checks a 3, gonna have to commit 2. Oh, it's a violent animus shot.
Crazy. Why didn't we leave that timely counterattack as a low? Am I missing something? We had... Well, I guess Batra cancels Galactic Monster anyways. Like, theoretically, we were not pumping the low attack to be lethal, I guess.
I can only assume that he does not remember that.
I think it's just through double Batra, the low attack was never getting there without Supersonic. Because if you Galactic Monster it, Normalcy and Batra both answer that. So this may not have been as easy to force his way through as I thought. There might still be one more attack. He might be trying to check a King Ghidorah Unleashed. You know, I don't know if those have all been removed. If he checks one of those, that changes the complexity of this match a lot. What a game either way.
Yeah.
I think this is the last attack for Nate, though. Oh, man. Yeah, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I don't think double low really gets there unless you could trick your opponent into letting you pump the damage. Or if he, you know, he could have more aggressively used all for one, I guess, to try and have less resources in his rivals, so then he'd get the +1 static.
Yeah. Or as you mentioned earlier, maybe using those substitute members to kind of, you know, force more of this board down.
Yeah, but there would only be like 1 or 2 extra foundations per sub member, so...
Well, on that last one where the speed was set to 0, you know,
That's
pitting
true,
up to
yeah.
3 would have been another 3 foundations
3
down.
foundations, yeah. Yeah. Batra in hand finally. But I think it's Batra, Airship, and like Mikasa defeats in hand for Nate. I think Nate was just trying to brute force it when the timely counterattacks were just not online enough. And here comes another King Ghidorah. He doesn't even need to use the card in his hand. I mean, a second Tri-Gravity would have done wonders here, but it's just not where we're at. Nate might have one more turn of being able to attack here, but I don't know. Porat really just had the answer for all the openers, you know. Didn't get, if he had gotten the Ice Sword off,
right,
we win this, right?
Yes.
You know, so many different things. If we had a Roman cancel to make this a low, we win this, you know. Even an EX from World's Weakest Hunter probably wins this. Checking a King Ghidorah Unleashed.
Yeah.
Might have until Porat had the second King Ghidorah Unleashed. But yeah, use some sub members, something. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It'd be 8 plus the block mod. He could make him block on a 9 here. Yeah, I think you're right, actually. I think using those sub-members aggressively earlier, like earlier and right now, maybe he would have had to commit 3 more before, and then he'd have to commit 6 to block this. Double sub-member, I think, would have won it.
All right, I believe this will be blocking on a 6. Checks a 3.
Yeah, that's so crazy. Submember would have done huge work here. Oh no, that's so sad. It's so hard when you're sitting there in the chair.
Yeah, I mean,
know?
yes, it's easy for us sitting back here. We have way more knowledge than Nate does.
He would have canceled one of the substitute members anyways. So realistically, it's still like it's so up in the air, right? It's so tough to
but
say
even
definitively.
even canceling it would result in him committing
Stunning
one. Yeah.
You'd get 1 through.
Yeah.
It's
Again,
tough stuff.
Easy for us sitting where we are, watching with the angle that we have, seeing what is in Andrew's hand, and
yeah, I don't know exactly how many cards are left in Nate's deck, but there is a chance Porat doesn't draw 21 damage, and there is a chance that Nate gets to attack again. But how many checks he can make with Batra sealing pressured by all for one is pretty tough.
I mean, again, we're in another situation where if an attack gets through, almost all of them at base damage, then it would be enough. I saw Andrew draw 2 attacks, I believe. He had that, or draw 1 attack. He had that Ice Sword Execution in hand already.
Yeah. Yep, he was able to protect that one. Pratt making him count.
Yeah, Pratt just saying, you're this is how I win.
Behind.
Yeah.
He's at least assuming Nate's too far behind. Again, I could believe in Nate doing something absolutely insane, over the top, off the wall, whatever, but
I think this is a really interesting play out of Andrew, because you know that if Nate had another attack in hand, he would have thrown it.
Right.
And so now you're giving him the opportunity to either, block, which will act as an additional review here, and get him even that much closer to potentially getting the attacks.
However, if he wants to block, especially more than one attack, he'll have to remove cards and have to check cards.
Yes.
So, yeah, at some point you're attacking just to force the rival to check.
Right.
And if it removes a card from his hand, that's another card he has to draw, and another card that's already removed.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Andrew's in that Rodana hands to look at the top 4. Keeping it just out of our sight.
Yeah. Looks like, I guess, Andrew's actually going to try to go for a kill here if he's... It's either that or Nate just has more cards left in deck than we think. More checks he can make. But that did feel like the decisive turn last turn. That did feel like Porat living there.
Yeah.
Did really decide where this is going to go. It's going to take something incredible. We are using Science Pros to draw a card here. Now the substitute member being used. Blocking with that airship. Looks like there's 2 cards left in Nate's deck.
I think there might be. It's hard to tell at the angle that it's out, but definitely getting to the bottom of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have the
Cape, airship. That's probably doing it. I really don't think Nate can fight through that. I mean, he's only got to hit him once.
Right.
But and
Not
Nonagon.
gone. Yeah, just so many incredibly strong defensive tools on the side of Andrew.
Yeah, he got denied Roman cancel token. He got denied Ice Sword execution. I mean, really, this was just really the tale of like Nate did not draw a Batra.
Right.
Andrew drew all 4.
Yes.
Like Andrew Porat won the Batra War, and he also managed to cancel all of the He had a lot more
He had
cards
a
than we
lot more
thought,
cards than we thought.
but they were
all foundations, yeah.
non-attacks. Yeah, and now now he's checking to see how many he's got.
Yeah, if how many exactly he can play to get one more shot at this through the cycle.
Too little, too late. Double Batra.
Wow, he really did have more cards in that deck than I thought.
Yeah,
And they were all foundations.
but they were no attacks. Now he's gonna cycle, and Porat can probably just make him block the number of times equal to the cards in his deck. And honestly, Nate will probably successfully block, and it just won't matter because he will run out of cards. Okay, only a few attacks cycled, but this was the game plan for Porat going into a lot of these top cut matches. This is the style of play that Rodan enables. You know, if they can play as defensively as you just mill them out. Yeah, it's one of those things where with perfect vision, maybe there was a world where Nate gets through there, but sitting there at the table, I'm really not even sure if, through the extra batchers, like every time we thought there was a way to get through, there was still a batcher up or Mikasa wasn't sealed yet. But
Yeah, and it did feel like Andrew just had every single answer every single time.
That is the game plan. That is exactly how you draw it up. That's the decks he's playing. Play one,
Yeah,
maybe 2.
I was thinking. I think there is a world here where Andrew just plays one,
Yep.
passes, and goes, "Well, I have
You have to
this
draw
massive,
7.
yeah, I have this massive stage. I've got a military airship. I've got to keep it over turn."
Yeah, almost insultingly drawing the batchers now.
Yep.
I do wonder if Nate has some kind of plan here, if there's something that he's actually angling towards, or if we're just sort of looking at the cards in our hand, because playing 2 there, little sketch, but he's going to play this out.
Well, if he can, if he can find some attacks, if he can enter the in-hand stuff.
Gotta hit him once.
Yeah, he's got to hit him once. He does have 3 batchers of his own.
Now he has batchers. Yeah, there is I guess there's an outside shot with like a World's Weakest Hunter. Like you play a Megalomania, you go through all the song and dance of that getting sealed in Nonagon, you have to fight through the Cape. So you have to play like at least 3 attacks to even try. But oh no, you have Juno to cancel Cape. You get into the Batcher War, and then you spend momentum on World's Weakest Hunter. This is why, by the way, everyone should be playing Stroke the Big Tree.
Yeah,
because that's how you kill Andrew Porat. You make a pseudo unblockable attack when he's at 4 health, and then he partials and dies.
As long as you make sure that Mikasa defeats the female Titan is sealed.
Yeah, it helps if you play Destructive Heat Ray to flip.
Yeah,
Mikasa defeats. But yeah. Yeah, at this point, Porat doesn't even want to enter an enhanced step because you could pressured by All for One, I believe, on the rival's turn.
Yep.
He could Genkai's just to get cards and discard. All right, here comes Megalo. Just Genkai's this. You just Genkai's this because you have airship out. And there's only 1 Juno, right? Yeah, I think there's only 1 Juno out there. Porat's deciding which version of Stop This from Sealing Me does he want to use.
I think if he presses Nonagon, then all we end up with is a, Batra battle.
That's true. If he Nonagons, it becomes a Batra war. Or it could. You might even just let the seal happen. He sealed Cape.
Yeah.
Okay. That kind of makes sense. I guess the speed fight, not the biggest deal. Yeah. Andrew didn't even care about him sealing his character. He went for the Cape. We're going through the Batra War. We Batra to Batra. I mean, I feel like you might as well just commit them all because you're just going to 1-for-1 through the whole thing, right?
And again, your stage is so big that you're not necessarily concerned about, passing checks at this point.
Yeah. Looks like Nate, Batra to Batra, but Porat is not going to get into the Batra war over this. Which means Nate can keep sacrificing 2 cards at a time. Probably not enough to keep up with cycling 10 of them away. But he's doing everything he can. Nate's taking every shot that he can.
I mean, you have to. It's finals.
Up. Yeah. He's not giving up. A lot of people would have scooped by now. A lot of people would not see any vision for it. I mean, the only vision I can see is just an off zone, And the likelihood of an off zone is low, but that timely counterattack is a sneaky low. But Mikasa defeats is there, and we're not winning the Batra war.
All right, well, here's the timely counterattack, as you stated.
Yeah. I mean, this one's not even lethal by itself yet. And there's a normalcy, right?
Yep.
And there's a moment of normalcy. Oh, does he have less foundations now? Looks like he did get the 1/1. Oh, maybe that's from Megalomania. Is there 3 sealed cards? There's only 2, right? There's only 2
there's
sealed.
Only 2. I think it has to be that he has fewer.
I think he has fewer foundations. Yeah. Gonna get the all-for-one happening here. So it is lethal on a partial, but there is the Mikasa defeats, and Porat has 3 Batras to Nate's 2. But Nate also, I think, has 1 Ruthless Guardian. No, maybe he used it earlier. Or maybe that's it. It's so tough to see. Yeah, Nate not even really able to use his character at this point. It's not about speed even. It's hardly even about damage.
Yeah, and
this is simply about how many checks can I make and how many block zones do you have. Okay. I don't think he has 10 cards.
I think he has 8 or 9.
Well, he's presenting it to cut. Yeah. Oh. This is the last card of the game.
Yep.
I don't see how this deals damage. How do we stop the Mikasa defeat? Even if we could get the off zone 4/2 to be lethal.
Well, he does get to look at his hand.
Double mid. And there's the handshake. Andrew Porat is going to be your Dallas regional champion on the Rodan once again in a Rodan mirror that came down to the literal last card in the deck, playing perfect defense, completely stonewalling Nathan DeWalt despite having an incredibly aggressive offense, an incredibly potent offense in Rodan, but he can't be stopped.
No, what a great match, actually. These decks, both control decks going wide, but seeing, you've seen Andrew go with that strategy of just, you're going to have to kill me if you want to win this. If not, the inevitability is that you will deck out. And then in that game 1 where Nate broke serve and we had that excellent timely counterattack.
The
pop
most
off top.
timely
yes,
counterattack.
pop off the top to
Gosh.
seal it.
And I mean, we almost saw double counterattack win it again, which would have been absolute cinema. But Andrew Porat playing the villain once again, crushing all of our hopes and dreams, and becoming a 3-time regional champion, maybe the most ever since the reboot of the regionals. So congratulations to Andrew Porat. We're going to have a great presentation in just a moment. Levi is getting everything set up to go. You see everyone seeing the announcement now, the stream delay on the screen here going up. But
and then I believe after you're going to have to sit down and interview with Andrew Porat. So this is actually going to be the end of my day. Thank you guys so much for letting me do this and show me the ropes. Sam and Barrett have been, great.
You've done
make me
amazing
feel super
job.
comfortable. Thank you. But yeah, after 3 days, seen incredible gameplay. What do you think was the biggest surprise for you out of all 3 days?
Man, I would have said Zeke Yeager Beast Titan, I think, throughout most of the weekend. Maybe a pony not topping.
Yeah.
Nate DeWalt killing a man. I mean, there was a lot of surprises. There was a lot of surprises in this event. Rodan being the most represented is also pretty surprising. I mean, that character is not actually very popular overall, but the value that he brings to the table, the sheer potent amount of defense, he's got so many offensive tools now too. It's really a more well-balanced deck. I mean, the power of Rodan is just so undeniable at this point that
Absolutely.
I think people are gravitating towards it. So yeah, just I don't know. What was yours? What was your big surprise?
I actually think, I was not a 3-headed monster. I was not a King Ghidorah believer leading into this event. And then just seeing it on stream in the room perform as well as it did, two of them making it to top 8, two of them making it to top 4, just seeing the strength of that deck and how well it both presents damage, depending on the list, and how well it prevents defense and staying alive. That was the biggest surprise for me.
Yeah, if I had to guess, the Ghidorahs are probably really good into the ponies of the world, and the ponies also had to fight each other. So, at the end of the day, bracketology, I think, is something that people don't talk a lot about. A lot of people were able to dodge Titan of Terror throughout the Chicago regionals. So, there's a lot to be said about specific matchups that you can get and stuff like that. So, yeah, do you have a favorite moment? We talked about surprises. Do you have a favorite moment?
I mean, I think that timely counterattack was actually my favorite moment. Just seeing it pop off the top and seal it there in a situation where he had to throw, I think there was 7 attacks he threw, 8 attacks,
At
something
least,
like that. Yeah,
more than his hand size.
Yes,
He had to play more than his hand size.
And so, that was my favorite moment by far, I think.
Yeah, I was really hoping we'd get like a big Koenma's Task play on stream. Seeing like a huge swing from Koenma's Task would have been really, really sick. But we didn't get to quite see that. So, man, the timely counterattack, it's the recency bias for me.
Yeah,
of
course.
Yeah, I'm sure if I think about it, there's probably something I might have actually enjoyed a bit more. But yeah, I think my favorite moment, of course, is seeing everybody in the community.
Yeah.
That's the cheesy cop-out answer.
That's fair. I mean, if it's true, it's true.
Yeah, again, to hang out with everybody and, play board games, see everyone chilling at the side events. Huge shout-out, by the way, to Response on Play, who have been doing the social media takeovers.
Yeah.
If you guys haven't seen that, their shorts content is absolutely impeccable. They do really some of the best content, if not the best content in the UniVersus community.
Oh, agree 100%. I mean, they crushed it in Las Vegas. They crushed it this weekend here in Dallas. They have been absolutely incredible.
Yeah, truly some of my favorites. The podcast, the skits, everything they do is just so creative and so well done. So huge shout out to them.
Yeah.
If you guys haven't already, like, share, subscribe, do all that good stuff. Make sure you follow on UniVersus CCG on social media, but also go ahead and give Response on Play an old subscription there because they have been very, very consistent with their content. But just an absolutely amazing weekend here in Dallas. There were plenty of surprises throughout the weekend. UniVersus always brings something new to the table for me. So it looks like we're getting Levi set up here. So we are going to be passing it over to Levi in just a minute here. I think we still got the sound getting set up. I think they can still hear us.
All right.
Can they hear us?
Good evening, UniVersus. Your round 3 Dallas Regional has come to a close, and I would love all of your undivided attention because we've got some flowers to bestow upon the winner here. It's been a long, long weekend of UniVersus combat. Many rivals have been slain, many cards have removed, many veterans have arrived. But the dust has settled on one man taking home the gold. Dallas has its champion, round 3 has its champion, and UniVersus has its champion. Soaring his way through the skies, remove after remove, respawn after respawn, putting all the queens to rest. The Batras have arrived, the dust has settled, the wings have spread on one man. Taking it down with a character that's no stranger to a regional win, in the hands of the man who's more familiar with them than anyone else. Guys, let's give it up for Let's Talk UVS's Andrew Pora! Andrew, my friend. First of all, congratulations. Thank you. Tell us how you're feeling.
Feels good. I still got it. I don't lose in top 4 anymore.
Well said, my friend. Well said. Man, Rodon, the little bird that keeps on going. What made this the deck to take home the gold this weekend?
They banned Reiner. That deck was better. This was plan B.
Amazing. An amazing response. Now, this is far from the first time you've been in this spot, Andrew. However, there's something a little bit different about this victory. This victory is going to be the first one that gives us the inaugural piece of cardboard with your name on it. And I know that everyone in this room and at home wants to know, what's the backup going to be?
I got to consult with Hitch a little bit on this. We'll figure it out. Yeah.
Well, you know, half of my job is consulting with Hitch too, so I totally get it, my friend. Andrew, I have probably a million more questions to ask you, and I'm sure everyone at home is dying to know so much more about that finals, about the run, and about your legacy of a player. But you are going to be doing that over in the caster's booth. But before I send this man into the big chair, let's give it up one more time for our Dallas Regional Champion! For the folks at home, don't go anywhere. You'll be hearing much, much more from Andrew very shortly. But that's the last you'll be hearing from me on this side of the pond, guys. UniVersus, I have one final request for you. That's for everyone who's ever touched a piece of UniVersus cardboard, anyone in this room, anyone at home, every single one of you. One final ask. For now, until the end of time, and forever, stay classy, UniVersus. Congrats, buddy. Thanks, man.
Hello and welcome, everybody. Thank you so much, Levi. What a class act he is. But I'm joined here with your Dallas Regional Champion, Andrew Pora. I think that's 3 times now, right?
That's my third.
Time regional champion. I think you've got the most of anyone in the modern era of regionals. Can you think of anyone else with 3 wins?
I don't know. I don't think so.
I think maybe Kevin Broberg if we count regional license exams. Let's not count those. Let's not count those. You talked about why you picked the deck, right? Reiner got the errata, and you truly believe that was a better deck than Rodan, or was it just a bad matchup for Rodan?
Honestly, the Reiner deck was better.
Yeah.
It would have been easier. Would have won on Reiner too.
Okay, fair enough. Let me ask you about your whole weekend here. I always like to talk about it. You know, you take this trip out here, you spend PTO, you spend the whole weekend with buddies and pals. What was your favorite moment from the whole weekend just hanging out with the UniVersus crew? Or it could be during the tournament, whatever your favorite moment was.
Yeah, best part is just for me, as a sweaty gamer, just grinding it out, playing the hardest games with
You can
20
say
foundation
winning.
stages.
You're allowed to say
Yeah.
winning.
It's the process, though.
Okay. I can understand.
Yeah.
I can understand.
Yeah.
So for at this point, Rodan's just a comfort pick, right?
Correct. Yeah.
It's just where it's in your wheelhouse.
It's just easy, you know. In order to do well in this game, you have to, unless you're somebody like George Rangel, you
Okay.
really got to practice. And I have so many games on Rodan that
okay.
I was able to pick it back up very easy and be all right. Yeah.
Fair enough. When you saw the top 8 bracket, was there any of those characters that you were afraid of? Did you feel like you had any bad matchups there at all, or were you pretty much coasting on the mill plan?
Honestly, I think I got a little lucky that Elijah, who was on Order Mitch, same deck that beat me last event, lost his winning in. And when he lost, I had a good feeling about my bracket.
Okay. I've heard that the Mitch
Yeah.
deck is really good into Rodan, that the freezing foundations is pretty potent. So,
Yeah.
dodging that matchup, always a good sign, always a good time. So would you say that was maybe like the worst matchup you would have had throughout the whole tournament?
That was the worst matchup by a mile. And
Yeah.
so dodging that was huge. Like, I thought about sideboarding Decay Awakened
okay.
in Rodan because you can just
Okay.
blow up everything. And, you know, Rodan plays the game better on no foundations than anyone else.
Right.
But I got convinced at the last second not to.
Okay.
Because I was very afraid of the Mitch deck. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite play from the weekend? Do you remember any plays that stick out from Swiss or from Top Cuts?
So it was a great match against Nate. He's an unbelievable player. I felt like the villain today playing against Nate.
I think I called you the villain.
Everyone was
at the
rooting
end,
for
yeah.
Nate, and you know, I really appreciate Nate. He's a great player. But when he played Megalomania, I played Megalomania last event, and then I decided I'm not gonna play this card. It's bad. And so rather than sealing it, I wanted to let him do it so that I
Right.
could win and show the people I was talking trash about Megalomania to that it's bad.
I mean, at that point, you had everything,
exactly.
right?
I was like, I don't think I can lose, so
Right.
go
Yeah.
ahead.
I-
You got it.
At that point, yeah, when you decided not to and he sealed the cape instead of your character,
Yeah.
that was a huge red flag, right? That was like, okay, we're not even trying to seal the character anymore. We're
Yeah.
going after the cape of no return. But let's talk about that game 1, breaking serve. Did you feel any pressure there? Was there ever a moment where you thought, oh man, I don't know about this. He won even without Megalomania.
Honestly, again, Nate's a great player, but I had played the mirror before, and my deck was much bigger and
Right.
much less attacks, which is way better for them. So the first game, he played out of his mind and whooped me, but he needed, like, I didn't think he'd be able to draw as well as he did again.
Right.
Like, he whooped me, you know? And I felt like I could win game 2, like,
And you
fairly,
did.
yeah, like,
Yep.
actually kill him, and then game 3 going second, I just had to survive.
I was
Yeah.
proud of you that you didn't mill him out game 2.
Yeah,
I was
no,
very
yeah.
proud that you
And
decided to end
I
it.
would have killed him game 3, but I just didn't draw the hand. When
Right.
yeah, he committed pretty far out, and I only had like 2 attacks, and yeah, I wasn't there.
Let's talk about game
Yeah.
3 a bit, because we talked a lot about the stage quality and how going second might not be so bad in this matchup because you get to mulligan away
Oh my God.
bad cards. And in
Yeah.
game 2, I think we saw you mulligan 5 and then shake your head at your hand. But game 3, you opened with Batra Arrives, and then you built Batra Arrives, and you kept building Batra Arrives, and you were sitting on 4 Batra Arrives throughout game 3 while Nate had no Batra. How impactful do you think that was for you?
Game 3, I thought I was cooked because I mulliganed 6. I drew only attacks and actions, and I kept King Ghidorah unleashed. And then I drew 2 buildable cards, 1 asset and 1 Batra Arrives.
Right.
And I got super lucky that I was able to mulligan into foundations. I thought I was done.
Yeah,
I was
okay.
building 1. Yeah, going second.
Yeah, because at the very beginning of the game, you know,
Yeah.
Nate got way ahead of you on build.
Yeah.
He able to get a little bit of poke damage
Yep.
in, and for a while you were at like 13 to 21, and you were
Yeah.
way behind on build. But those Batras were really
Batra is
keeping
broken, man. That
was really
that thing
keeping
is
in check.
broken. Yeah, it was like my 1 Batra Arrives was better than his like foundation advantage, which is so crazy, right?
Yeah, towards the end there, you know, at some point we thought the only way Nate can really fight through this is if he can just brute force his way with just enough attacks. And he basically came up, you know, 1 or 2 short on how many attacks he needs to have. I want to ask you, you might not remember because it's been a hot minute now, but it really was only like 2 or 3 turns ago. But there was a point where Nate used Ruthless Guardian, and he sealed Mikasa defeats the female Titan. Were you surprised by that choice? Because that threw us for a loop on commentary. We thought maybe you guys actually playing the game had a better insight because he had already looked at your hand.
It was surprising for sure, but I'm sure he had a good reason to do it. I had to keep my Batra Rise for substitute member because I full blocked like 5 or 6 moves.
Right.
And so if he reset to 3, I wouldn't have been able to block anymore.
Right.
So I was like, I got to give him the chance. And then when I saw him hit Botan's coaching, it made literally no sense other than he needed an attack because he knew my hand.
Right.
So
right.
So I fortunately made the right call to cancel that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting stuff. Because at some point in the game, you know, there's just so much stacked up mental load wise. So how do you have any tips for the players at home? How do you deal with compartmentalizing all that information? We've got so many effects in play.
You got to group your foundations that do the same thing.
That's a big one.
That's a huge pro tip. And honestly, if you put your cards down, you are so much more aware of what's going on. And I didn't always do that, but I was trying to not look so I could keep track of what's important. So yeah, like if you just focus on your hand, it's very hard to know what's going on. So you got to like just kind of trust that you made the right calls on what to hold in your hand and then figure it out after you assess the foundations. Yeah.
That's funny. I kind of always naturally did that. I never thought of that being like different from other games, but you're right. You know, when I was demoing at Evo, I had to tell people, once you play an attack, just put your hand out. Just don't look at those cards. We're not doing that right now. We're playing from the stage. So that's super insightful, actually, when you hear it spoken out loud. So it's no surprise that you're here once again in the winner's seat. I have for you this champion impenetrable defense because you, sir, embody the slogan of impenetrable defense, winning once again on Rodan. Congratulations. I think Levi's about to adorn you with a whole bunch of extra.
Just a little champion promo.
That's it?
I think for 6 full blocks, we can do it.
We got the whole loot case here.
Hell yeah.
Being the winner, you get all of this beautiful, beautiful Dallas stuff. Go ahead and take a look at your prizes here.
Wow.
We've got the
1 booster box for every full block.
We've got the deck box here. We've got
Appreciate
the
you,
sleeves.
Levi.
We've got all of your other impenetrable defenses, and we got 1 booster box for every attack that you blocked in that string there. I'm going to give you the final word here. We've had a wonderful weekend. Thank you so much for tuning in. I love each and every one of you in the community. I hope to see you soon in Dallas. Don't forget, Tekken is coming out August 14th. And if you got anything, I'm going to let you have the last word. Any shouts you want to make?
Shout outs to my team, the homies on the Cabal, Marvin, my locals. And just remember, like, you just got to keep playing and getting whooped to get better. And, like, when I went to my first pre-release, I went 0-3. And, like, if you know PJ, he was, like, the TO for it. So it's like we have this bond because he knows I used to suck so bad. So it's like you can really do a lot if you practice. And, yeah, it was a great event. Thanks for having me and doing the interview, Sam.
All right. Well, that's going to do it for us. We'll see you all next time, everyone. Have a great one.